kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm
Ay.
trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua.
Hari yang ketiga, minggu yang terakhir. Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 yang dikuasakan oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery. Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita, raikan bersama dengan Nescafe dan juga gaming bersama dengan Cadbury Zip. Saya Abeja kat sini ditemani dengan dua jejaka yang kacak dan bergaya. Kita ada Lafel dan juga Sif.
Hey, hello kepada semua orang.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jejaka tu maksudnya jejaka dengan kakak ke macam mana?
Dia sebenarnya kakak punya jejaka tu. Ya, so basically kita hari yang ketiga, minggu yang terakhir untuk kita punya regular season. Saya dapat rasa dia punya vibe tu macam mana dan
Hari ni hari terakhir.
ya,
Allah.
pejam celik.
Minggu yang ke-8.
Ya, pejam celik minggu yang ke-8. So, apa khabar anda semua yang tengah menonton? Jangan lupa tekan benda-benda yang mana patut. Jadi, untuk minggu yang terakhir ni, alright. So Sif, Lafel. So, apa perasaan awak? Tiba je perasaan.
Tiba saya punya perasaan macam alah, sedihnya kita dah sampai penghujung kita punya regular season. But at the same time excited sebab kita dah sampai playoff. And bila dah dekat playoff, kita dapat kita punya champion. Banyak punya tempat dah solid lagi. Tapi disebabkan group A masih ada banyak tanda soal.
Kalau saya pula sebenarnya, selain daripada kita mencari kita punya jadual lah, kita mencari kita punya champion, kita juga nak mencari kita punya dua wakil pergi ke MSC, di mana tempat pertama dan juga tempat kedua akan mewakili Malaysia.
Dan sekarang ini jom kita sama-sama saksikan jadual perlawanan kita untuk hari ini. Match kita yang pertama, pasukan HomeBois akan menentang pasukan CaRaCaL, Orange Esports akan menentang RSG, SMG menentang pasukan GEEK FAM. Let's talk about the first match.
The first match very awesome, you know. HomeBois lawan dengan CaRaCaL. HomeBois mereka menang satu je game, mereka dah boleh layak pergi playoff. So untuk game ni, pasukan CaRaCaL, kalau mereka tunjuk mereka punya performance yang paling power, alright, unstoppable, unbeatable, menang 2-0, HomeBois tak akan lepas playoff.
Jadi game ni menunjukkan kalau HomeBois menang satu game, bye-bye to MLBB.
Ya, betul.
Kalau CaRaCaL tewaskan pasukan HomeBois 2-0, bye-bye kepada HB.
Macam mana tu?
Wow baby.
Wow baby.
Alright, so walau macam mana pun saya rasa ini minggu lepas mesti pasukan kedua-dua mereka makan orang cakap apa, all out the performance, takkan simpan lagi dah. Sebab
Memang
nak tak nak dia orang kena menang. Betul tak?
Tapi saya rasa memang mereka nak. Perkataan tak nak dah takdir dekat situ. Mereka memang kena menang. And untuk pasukan HomeBois, antara penyebab yang kita nampak mereka punya performance dah turun sedikit sebab mereka punya nampak macam mereka lambat sedikit nak adapt kepada meta baru. So untuk lawan dengan CaRaCaL, kita kena tengok mereka boleh adapt ke tidak untuk lawan CaRaCaL.
Yes, jadi sekarang ini Sif Lafel. Okey, saya nak ajak awak berdua sama-sama. Semula kita saksikan kita punya video meet the team untuk pasukan HomeBois. Silakan.
Sebab kita orang bermula pada negatif 8, so kita orang tiada masa untuk main-main.
Dia sentimental sikit kalau macam buat tim ni sebab kita orang macam family kan. Saya sedih sikit kalau macam ni, kalau kita bersalin saya okey je. HomeBois!
Go!
Untuk musim ni kita orang growth sangat banyak sebab kita orang starting daripada negatif 8 dan sekarang ni kita orang hampir mengejar semua group, dan saya banggalah dengan prestasi HomeBois.
Sebab kita orang bermula pada negatif 8, so kita orang tiada masa untuk main-main. Dan kita kena all out jugalah. Sebab negatif 8 ni macam-macam boleh jadi. Kita tinggal lagi 2 game, so kita kena fokus lah. Fokus untuk menang sebab ni orang cakap nyawa-nyawa kita. Sebab orang cakap kalau hidup dan mati lah, orang hidup dan mati. Trust the process dan we ready to lose and we ready to win.
Saya grow up dengan dorang. Saya dengan dorang daripada tim underdog lagi, daripada saya tak ada apa-apa sampai sekarang. So bila saya tengok dorang punya improvement, saya sangat bahagia, terutama Chibi, Vince, Anip dengan Saiful. So saya sangat happy lah, and saya percaya dorang. So saya harap dorang dapat percaya saya lah.
Sebenarnya yang mendorong saya untuk terus berusaha adalah ibu bapa saya. Sebelum ni ayah saya kurang memberi support sebab career game, tapi saya ingin buktikan pada dia yang saya juga boleh berjaya dalam career ni.
Untuk coach kita orang, Skadaga, kita orang panggil dia Ibas, nama betul dia. Untuk Ibas, kita orang rasa dia banyak buat perubahan daripada tim HomeBois, mana apa yang perlu kita orang buat, apa yang perlu kita orang tak buat.
Bagi Ibas ni diikut player punya keselesaan. Dia tak nak memaksa player untuk, contoh untuk paksa hero tu, paksa hero ni.
Keep learning from orang lain. Saya dapat naikkan personal skill saya dapat cara untuk main hero tu. So bukannya saya padu sebab saya sendiri, so sebab saya padu sebab orang lain, saya tengok orang lain main.
Saiful ni boleh dikatakan sebagai abang besar Kila.
Okay.
Player-player tulis untuk bagi Saiful.
Okay.
Saiful boleh baca lah, boleh tengok lah.
Saya nak baca. Sedih lah baca ni. Ini Chibi Chibi dia tulis panjang lah guys. Sedih lah nak baca. Thank you kerana banyak ajar saya. Dari saya tiada apa-apa. Terima kasih jaga saya macam abang. Sedih lah. Ini daripada Ifan. Adik saya sendiri guys. Dia cakap jangan banyak main. Dan yang last daripada tak tahu siapa. Oh Vin, sebenarnya aku sayang kau sebab leadership kau dan usaha kau untuk tim. Terima kasih. Dah tu je. Tak boleh lah. Sedih dia jadi. Kalau diikutkan season ni season saya last untuk bermain di MPL. Sebab saya rasa saya nak beri peluang ke bakat baru dan saya dah agak berumur sikit untuk bermain. Saya takut disebabkan saya tim ni jadi tak boleh grow selebih. Dan untuk HomeBois family, saya ingin sangat bawakan champion ataupun piala champion tu untuk diorang lah. Dan saya ingin merasa juga benda tu sebelum saya berhenti.
Okay, ni Anik dia from Anik. Oh, dia cakap I love you Chibi. I love you too Anik. Diorang ni banyak support saya walaupun saya jatuh dan bangun, diorang still support saya dan saya sangat menghargai diorang lah. Saya sayang korang as a family lah, as a brother-brother macam family. So mereka bagi saya sangat menghargai diorang lah. Susah lah macam as a family gitu.
Okey, kita baru saja. Kenapa?
Dia macam kita betul-betul like
Terasa, right?
terasa. It's like bila tengok macam lupakan kerja kejap.
Betul tu tadi.
And sekarang dah macam dah ada bias sikit nak HomeBois menang.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I don't know, like, you know, as part of the family, kita pun boleh nampak where HomeBois, yes, in terms of fan base, diorang memang ramai, but bila diorang kat atas stage, it's mostly themselves. So diorang kena percayakan diri sendiri masing-masing walaupun negatif 8. Biasanya orang yang terima benda macam tu susah untuk dia get back. Susah untuk dia recover dia punya mentality and focus on apa yang diorang kena buat, which is menang. Tapi kita nampak because they have each other, diorang cakap it's okay, as long as kita menang, kita ada peluang untuk masuk playoff. And inilah masanya, ini last game diorang, nak tak nak diorang kena menang.
Ya, macam saya pernah dengar pepatah daripada Fast and Furious. Kita tak ada kawan-kawan, tapi kita ada family.
Okay. Tapi walau macam mana pun, kita macam Cibi cakap tadi, we are ready to lose dan we are ready to win.
Yeah.
Dan kita rasa kita akan dapat tengok sesuatu yang sangat luar biasa untuk game kita yang pertama pada kali ini. Namun, apa je nak beritahu kepada anda semua, siapa kat sini nak Mac Nugget secara penyempurna betul? Siapa nak skin eksklusif daripada MLBB? Kalau nak, okey, senang dia cerita dia. Jangan lupa untuk berbelanja RM50 di McDelivery dan pastikan anda semua gunakan kod MPL Rewards.
Yes, yang bestnya pasal codes ni, dia tak ada expired date. Maksud dia anda boleh guna pukul 4 sekarang. Anda boleh guna pukul 7. Je nak make sure yang kita bagi tahu anda yang kod ni sangat-sangat penting untuk anda dapatkan 6 ketul nugget secara percuma.
Itulah, tapi tengok meet the team tadi kan. Saya sebenarnya sangat sedih. Bila saya sedih, saya makan nugget. Tapi tak apalah, hari ni saya tahan. Hari ni cakap tak apa-apa. Walaupun sedih tak boleh makan nugget sekarang.
Okey. Sedih juga?
Sedih juga kan?
So dia dua.
Tak. Puasa. Belum pukul 7.
Order untuk buka.
Bila pukul 7
order
ni?
untuk buka boleh. Dan untuk Mac Nugget tadi boleh je order sekarang untuk apa, elak daripada jam dan sebagainya. Alright. So sekarang ni Sif, untuk kita Jalan Fair, untuk kita punya first match pada kali ini, ada apa-apa prediction yang kita boleh katakan kat sini?
Saya punya prediction dekat sini untuk pasukan CaRaCaL sebenarnya, as of right now, HomeBois dan CaRaCaL, mereka ada somewhat of a same trend, di mana first game HomeBois macam kurang sikit and CaRaCaL nampak macam mereka boleh perform on the first game. Tapi makin lama game tu HomeBois makin kuat, CaRaCaL macam makin hilang mereka punya momentum. Tu pada pendapat saya lah.
Baik, sekarang Sif dah ready untuk kita punya coin toss.
Asalnya kita semua dah ready, dan untuk memulakan game kita seperti biasa, kita akan mengekalkan kita punya integrity. Jadi kita akan lanjutkan dengan aktiviti coin toss kita bersama dengan Head of Leagues of, iaitu Melinalai, diwakili oleh dengan dua pasukan daripada pasukan HomeBois, iaitu Ray, manager baru mereka, dan juga Tupai daripada pasukan CaRaCaL. Apakah pilihan mereka? Apakah yang akan terjadi? Di mana coin toss ini yang dibawakan khas oleh Cadbury Zip, coklat yang sungguh-sungguh sedap.
Ingat dia cakap menyengat kan?
Tak ada sengat. Jadi keputusan daripada kita punya coin toss adalah Head dan pasukan HomeBois terus saja untuk memilih first pick, di mana 70% sekarang ni chances kemenangan mereka apabila mereka mendapatkan first pick.
Dan seperti yang kita lihat, kita tahu untuk pasukan HomeBois, mereka dah ada dorang punya strategi. Selalunya dorang tak tukar sangat kan.
Betul.
So dorang maintain dengan apa yang dorang plan. Dorang tahu dorang dah masuk land of dawn, dorang buat apa yang dorang perlu buat. Nak tak nak, dorang perlu buat. Jadi kita tengok kat sini, kita punya caster-caster pun dah tak sabar. Jadi BM Caster, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Ja. And once again, you guys are currently watching the English broadcast of MPL-MY Season 9 in the final day of the regular seasons. My name is ICBB12 and his name is GEEK. And of course, What a way to start the final day here with a very, very emotional video coming from Team HomeBois. But nevertheless, all things, all the productions and all the events that you're seeing up on screen here is brought to you by these amazing sponsors as well. Our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, partner in Esports, TikTok Live, partner in Esports Charts, EGG Network, as well as our co-organizers, ESI. And Gideon, you know, it's interesting enough that before the entirety of the show, I had a segment, you know, early on with the we are doing something like a Casters Award, etc. The emotions I got was sad, and this was not what I was expecting from the get-go.
I mean, it's tough. I think everybody out there can definitely relate and understand after watching a beautiful video. Then, once again, thank you for all who is watching. Check out the chair milestones brought to you by McDelivery, the 500, 800, and 1,000 to let everybody in on this matchup. It's going to be the HomeBois up against Team CaRaCaL. Remember, if we hit that 1,000, that means the giveaway is going to be active. Now, what used to be a make it or break it for the HomeBois, it's either they make it in towards the playoffs or they don't touch it at all, has now become truly personal to everybody and anyone watching it, especially for the fans. So, in the comment section, in the live chat right now, try and tell us who is going to win this game using the hashtag MPL-Predictor. Give us the game results. Is it HomeBois or Team CaRaCaL? And you guys can be rewarded with the Ruby Eldenwise skin. But make sure you also include your game ID as well as server ID so that we can reward you straight to your account. Nothing in between.
Exactly, and of course, seeing how HomeBois is going to be starting it off as well, he did mention it is going to be personal for HomeBois, but let's give you guys a little bit of a reminder here. Based on the standings, HomeBois currently only needs one win to actually qualify to the playoffs. So the first game is going to be very, very important for them here. Can they secure at least one game against Team CaRaCaL?
Yep, they're putting everything on the line here. It's not going to be easy up against Team CaRaCaL, the superstar team, but it's time for the games to begin. It's about to happen. Let's bring the teams out.
HomeBois.
Well, the same lineup as always. What a way to start things off with an introductory video with Saifu at the helm, his final season in MPL. Can he bring them to the playoffs? And I'm looking forward to see whether or not is this the game to watch.
Look, he's standing tall, he's standing confident with so much on the line, with so much pressure. The only people standing in their way are their opponents. They need every single win that they can get to qualify. HomeBois, this is going to be the last ride.
Team CaRaCaL. Team CaRaCaL currently confirmed in the lower brackets, and CaRaCaL has been switching up their roster to experiment and further improve their composition before heading into the playoffs. Can they find the best team by then?
Oh boy, it's tough. It's tough. They've been struggling with their lineup. They're trying to integrate new players so late, but they already know that they're going to qualify for the playoffs here. Can they find the best team composition and dynamic before then? And hopefully then, we are going to see their full late potential.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down, but this is gonna be the first game of the entire day itself. Ooh, the final days of the regular season. This is a lot on the way as well, where all the teams have a lot on the line. But to give you guys a little bit clearer picture on what's going to be happening here, this is going to be some player sets from the boys known as HomeBois. We have Anip, Chibi, Saifu, Vince, as well as Irfan, with Saifu taking the captain mantle.
Yep, this is not going to be an easy matchup at all. Anip was not exactly performing too well the other day, and I think, you know, that's really going to take a toll on him with so much pressure and how much this is going to be meaning towards the HomeBois. They got to make sure that they're on their tip-top shape. His average KD has dropped a little bit because of that, but against Loliels, who also hasn't been playing too well in the regular season, I think Anip, as an extremely intelligent gold laner, he needs to be at his A game today.
Yep, based on the video they had as well here, they do have a preference to stick towards comfort heroes rather than meta heroes. Is comfort the key, or following the trend of what is the best hero in the current meta gonna work out? Because their opponents are so flexible to an extent, they can play multiple compositions to a certain degree. We have Lolios, Neo, Lexia, Ling, Eza, and Kai to start off this roster for today. It seems like we are not going to be seeing Logan as well as Chi-Wing going to be playing from yesterday's game. So it's interesting to see that they really want to step it up against HomeBois.
Yeah, I mean, the buff boys this time aren't going to be on the lineup, but the rest are going to take the Steed, the main lineup, and I'm interested to see whether Lexia is going to be able to make it or break it for the team. So far, AIM was rather consistent. He had his on and off days, but Lexia is still trying to find that chemistry with the rest of his teammates playing this new role rather than the jungle.
I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down here. Who's going to be playing the jungle role here? Is it going to be Lexia or is it going to be Ling Aza all the way through? But so far on track record, Ling Aza has been a very, very stable jungle role. But nevertheless here, let's take a look at what the prediction comes in. It seems like all of us have felt the emotions coming in from HomeBois, and most of us are supporting HomeBois except for Lafel and Adin, which is kind of surprising for Lafel for me.
I'm not gonna lie, it's really tough for me to predict something. I love both of these teams, the HomeBois and as well as Team CaRaCaL, but unfortunately every single time I voted for CaRaCaL, they have lost, so therefore I gotta go with one that seems to be more consistent, which is going to be the HomeBois.
Yeah, Gideon has the casters, because I don't know what about, that's pretty much coming from us. What about you guys at home and the audience on site? What do you guys think about the match? It seems like everyone is favoring for HomeBois, and I'm not surprised, you know, seeing the video early on, there's a lot of line, and based on their overall track record, even though they've started out with -8, they are here and they're one step closer to finally making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, they can't play around as they've mentioned before. And honestly, I would like a screenshot to see the current standings in terms of predictions and previously before that video played. What was the difference? Was there a significant difference? Was it not? I'm very curious. But with this, 30 seconds on the clock, guys, we need to tell you about this new awesome gaming experience. If you haven't heard about it yet, or you maybe heard about their older model, well, how about you get an even better upgrade with the A535G, and if you get it now, you can get a free protective standing cover worth 99 ringgit. So scan the QR code down below to find out more.
Exactly. Check out the brand new awesome smartphone coming up, and designs brought to you by Samsung. But without further ado, here let's talk about a real match here, because we are heading into the draft for HomeBois versus CaRaCaL, with HomeBois starting things off on the first picks.
All right, here we go. Blue side is where they like to be. It's home ground for them. And we see Fanny instantly banned out with a quick response from Team CaRaCaL on the red side, banning out the Valentina.
Yep, and as of yet as well, when we talk about comfort picks here, I feel like Chibi is in this very, very peculiar spot where most of his heroes are kind of falling out of the meta, where he needs to adapt whether or not is he going to be playing a jungle role or is he going to stick to his guts of playing the assassin role. But it seems like he's going to be hovering onto Zabaxia. It's something that really, really annoys him, and yeah, it's a very, very good respect there coming from HomeBois, knowing that Ling Aza can play it.
Well, let's talk about the success of jungle heroes, right? Right now, Baxi is kind of in this awkward spot where it's like, it's kind of getting there, but not really. But the main ones, and especially amongst MPL-MY, Ling and Karina, two of the highest win rates so far in terms of assassin junglers.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I feel like another notable one as well is that Vince does have a different kind of priority when it comes to heroes, which is going to be the Lilia as well as Cecilion, as compared to other teams where they still prioritize heroes like Selena, Kagura, or maybe even Yves to a certain degree to actually set up the composition. So from the side of CaRaCaL, I'm a little bit curious here, who is going to be playing that mage role?
Well, I think it's definitely going to be Lexia. They're trying to do this lineup again. We've seen it before, and it feels like Ling Aza, as of yet, we haven't really seen him play any other role other than the jungle, so it only makes sense, right? So coming back to the HomeBois, right? Baxia gets banned out, Masha gets banned out, CaRaCaL ban out the Sicilian, take away late game scaling, make sure Vince is not going to be able to get to that point, but they have one more final ban here, and as of yet, since Masha is gone, they could get rid of all invade-style junglers. Knowing how aggressive Neo can be, I think they're going to leave Hilda up, and they're going to be banning out the Grok.
Oh, looks like it's going to be the same option here coming from CaRaCaL. Meanwhile, HomeBois, are they going to start things off with the Hilda? We did see a popular trend in this couple of days here where Hilda invades as a roaming tank. Has been kind of annoying to work with, but it's not the end of the world. So HomeBois, do they adapt to the meta, or do they stick to their comfort picks? In this case, Cecilion or Lilia. Okay, yeah, Lilia then.
Yeah, I think Saiful, he's very comfortable with both Lilia and as well as Kagura. Both are really good picks, and now the fact that Selena is open and Glock is gone, it does make a very good argument. Ling going to be the instant lock-in coming in for Chibi with a 45 overall % win rate and 44 times picked. Now that we're talking about the new patch here, previous patch, Ling doesn't exactly scale as nicely. Yes, you can dash multiple times, but the crit damage is now really, really effective in the late game. CaRaCaL respond with Karina, and as well as the Angela, the go-to combo for a lot of teams.
Yeah, it's really, really annoying as well recently, coming from the Karina, especially here. I'm a little surprised that HomeBois, they prioritize the Ling instead of the Karina, even though we know for a fact that Lingzia can play the Ling, but we haven't seen it coming in from Ling Aza so much. Even like, personally, I think like Aulus and Alucard is pretty much his signature, and Karina kind of fits that bill to his playstyle compared to other assassin junglers.
He is a farm-heavy jungler, to be fair. He's got one of the highest GPMs in the league so far, and it clearly reflects that. HomeBois, on the other hand, they're going to be locking in the Esmeralda as well as the Lilia, someone to steal away the Heart Guard, but this could be a potential problem. There we go. It's going to be the counter pick Khalid for the side of Team CaRaCaL.
Yeah, this is a very great response coming from CaRaCaL. I was expecting maybe Irfan want to flex or lean onto the Paquito, but due to the fact that the Heart Guard can be a really, really big threat against Karina, having mage-oriented fighters and mage to benefit from the shields as well as pierce through Karina is got to be forced to Esmeralda. But is this going to be the best comp that HomeBois can pull off? Because right now they are heavily, severely lacking in terms of physical damage.
I don't think physical damage is going to be a big problem here. HomeBois, they still have their last two picks. One of them is going to be the roamer. The other one is going to be the EXP laner, the gold laner, which most of the time usually brings up that attack damage, right? So Team CaRaCaL, they start with getting rid of Popo and Kuban. Very understandable. HomeBois here, now they start to punish Team CaRaCaL for locking in an early combo of Karina and as well as Angela by banning out the Yve. So remember, it's great that HomeBois had the foresight. We want to have Esmeralda just in case, and not pick up the Yve early on, because if it was a situation where, Khalid not only beats the lane but has a guaranteed way to stop the real world manipulation, I think HomeBois will be in a bigger pinch. Team CaRaCaL, very smartly so, ban out the Sun, making sure that Anip doesn't have his comfort pocket pick when he has a bad matchup, forcing him to play the Beatrix.
Yeah, this is smart from CaRaCaL, and I like the way they set things up as well, considering that they may or may not go for mage composition. So HomeBois, they're severely thinking whether or not are they going to force another mage, considering that Karina and Angela does do a decent amount of damage in terms of magical prowess. Do they want to force another annoying roaming tank such as an Atlas or maybe even a Belleric, etc. But that's the thing. There's so much options, but HomeBois, they decided to play it safe, take the Yve, take the Brody, maybe just force Lexia to actually play like Forza or something, which I don't really favor too much. But CaRaCaL going for the Beatrix pretty much denies it away from Anip. Two of I would say comfort heroes coming from Anip, which is going to be the Brody, the Beatrix, as well as the Sun.
Look, I'm not going to lie, HomeBois, they understand that Farsa, as of right now, compared to Yve, isn't as devastating.
Exactly.
Right? Farsa needs is heavily dependent on her items. Yve is good with just the ult alone. Even though it doesn't do damage, it needs items to rack up that damage. The fact is, you're stuck in a zone, you're going to take some dot, and more importantly so, it's hard to disengage from it, right? It's good for re-engage, it's good for engaging, it does everything all in one. Team CaRaCaL now going to pivot and focus their attention on the gold lane, making sure that Anip feels really, really uncomfortable. He doesn't have a lot of picks left, and I think as of right now, all he has is potentially Clint here, and there we go. Clint and as well as Valir are going to be the lock-ins for the side of the HomeBois. I like this Valir pick, though.
Yeah, I like the Valir pick just to actually stop the Karina as well as the Khalid from diving in. So the steering tower is going to be a very, very crucial factor for Saifu to play this at the tank. But honestly, I think there's no other marksman that can actually deal with the composition dives coming from CaRaCaL, considering most of it has been banned. Forcing a carry isn't going to help him. And now with the Clint, with the final pick of the Natalia coming from CaRaCaL, Anip is not going to be able to play this game properly, not going to lie.
Wow, that's really smart for the side of Team CaRaCaL. really, really smart stuff. I mean, Valir is a great way to kind of stop and slow down the engagements from the Karina, but it looks like Team CaRaCaL have adapted very well to the meta and also took some inspiration. I don't know who started it first, maybe the scrim partners with Orange Esports, but this Natalia is going to be quite devastating to mages. The silence from the smoke screen does so much for the team.
Yeah, this final pick of Natalia, I really like CaRaCaL's draft a little bit more based on Disruptor's composition. I don't exactly know how HomeBois is going to overcome, but they need to overcome it right now because they need at least one game to make it to the playoffs, and now the drafts has been set. The game is on its way. A lot is on the line with the Ling, with the tank Valir coming up from Saifu. Can he pull a pocket strat to lead his team into the playoffs? Meanwhile, the one that's going to be stopping them here, CaRaCaL. They have the Natalia, they have the Karina, they've got a lot of assassins. Can they take them out? Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into game number 1 between HomeBois versus CaRaCaL.
HomeBois on the blue side, CaRaCaL on the red. It's a make it or break it for the HomeBois in this best of 3. One game can fall to CaRaCaL, but they need to at least get one to maintain their position and make it into the playoffs. And right now, Vince, it's going to be a lot is going to be riding on him, right? Because they cannot expect Seifel to do everything, and he needs to be able to peel for the team. Irfan, he can't afford to die, but Neo instantly just walking up, making sure that Irfan isn't able to actually absorb the wave. It's all about timings here and micro for him.
It's really interesting. CaRaCaL is adapting to the double role style. We're having Neo and Lexia going to go for the harassments as well. Lexia playing on an Angela. Vince going to take a little bit too much damage. Call in Kai to actually self the fight, and they get a kill on towards HomeBois. Big catch coming from Team CaRaCaL.
Yep, a big mistake coming in from HomeBois already, aggressively positioning himself and only having Purify, not the best way to do it. What? How did the quick draw not deal damage to Loliel's there? What in the world? I guess he was just a little, it was just a little too narrow, I suppose? I've never seen that happen before.
Yeah, I think it's more of the hitbox there. He didn't exactly hit completely, but I get where you're coming from as well. But I like how Team CaRaCaL is adapting to the double roam mode style, and it's actually working out because currently HomeBois, they can't exactly do too much. The Valir isn't able to open the map too much unless you get a couple of more items in that regards, which is going to take a little bit more time. So it's all up to whether or not Chibi can bring a momentum on for the team, because right now his teammates are getting dived on by CaRaCaL and they lose Vince a second time.
Yep, they're going to continue punishing Vince here. This looming threat of Natalia is giving some false expectations to HomeBois, right? Like, you're expecting Vince, oh yeah, he's naturally going to outpush Lexia, no problem. It shouldn't even be a consideration. But the fact is they don't know where Neo is. And as soon as he's revealed on the map, he disappears, and then you have to go into that questionable state. Now, the Searing Torrents has already been used. It's going to be the Falling Star Moon on towards Kai. Kai's in trouble. Unfortunately, the quick Sand Guard is not enough. He's not level 4, and now Neo, he's got caught. He's trying to make a run for it. Chibi manages to punch, but a quick fireball from Seifel puts him out of his misery.
Oh, that was so unfortunate there. Like, Kai, he decided to try and set out for his team, and Lexia does have his hard guard run relatively early, but hesitated whether or not if he could save Neo. And that's pretty much the downside of Team CaRaCaL's composition, right? They don't have a strong frontliner, and they only need to rely on Khalid. But as of yet, they don't exactly have the timings to actually take a 5v5 fight, whereas they're more assassin playstyle coming from CaRaCaL.
I beg to differ. I think Kai made a mistake by not hitting 4 first before joining that fight, even though Team CaRaCaL had priority. So again, a micro mistake coming in from Kai, and more importantly so...
Oh, the snipe!
That's unfortunate. Loliel's... I mean, right now, Team CaRaCaL, the rest of the members are playing mechanically sound, and more importantly, I think just the micro decision-making in general and macro decision-making from Team CaRaCaL is looking much better. They know how to press their advantage here. But Kai, he's going to find 2 members. Hard guard is being hovered above him just now, and the stuns are working out. He's forced to use his ult to get on out of there. Lexia able to block the fireball just in time and still has the hard guard. Good efficiency.
Yeah, they're just trying to kite as long as they can. They want to get their timings up, but HomeBois now getting a little bit more reactive here as top side Adi getting dived pretty hard by Neo. He's going to be able to harass his way through, but CaRaCaL is going to focus on the gold plating for the jungler here to further boost out Ling Aza's farm. Lolios hits a very sick shot here onto Saifu, but it's only the early stage of the game. Kai also going to be bullied out. He's going to try and set up for the team, but it's just a little bit too hard here coming from HomeBois.
Yeah, the fact is Irfan has 2 assists and Kai has 1 kill as well as 1 death. The only big factor that Kai has that's going to make this matchup even remotely winnable for him is the fact that he has execute. But Irfan now gets caught out once again with Neo and Link Eza. Oh my goodness, the execution so fast here. Didn't have to use any big battle spells, only had to use the Shadow Execution from Link Eza.
Yeah, this is pretty much CaRaCaL's go-to plan. They're looking for assassination playstyles here. They want to try and isolate somebody all by himself and just take it out and heavily punish this. And this is very doable for them. But HomeBois, can they force the team 5v5? Because Honey flickered forward, tried to go in for the catch of Lolios, and he's getting died by GB, and they just have the right amount of damage taken off, and Lakeside is going to be next to fall potentially. The Angela not going to do too much. He's healing his way through, but he's surrounded by members of HomeBois, and eventually will die from the weight coming from Chibi.
Clean dive there coming in for the side of HomeBois. I mean, Lolios played it as best as he could, but that Searing Torrent is really frustrating. Turtle falls into the hands of Team CaRaCaL as Neo takes an awfully bad trade on purpose to shove out that wave. They managed to take the tier 1, and HomeBois look to reply on top side too.
Yep, very nicely done here coming from HomeBois. Kai is going to be opening up the map. Sengar comes in, doesn't seem to connect, and that's going to be Anip backing out of there. So far so good for coming from Anip, considering that there are 2 assists coming from CaRaCaL. He hasn't died yet, so this is a pretty decent start coming from HomeBois, even though they've got the constant pressure of Neo, who's always lurking around.
All right, now brings the second question about scaling. Right now, I think HomeBois scale significantly better than Team CaRaCaL.
Yes, definitely.
So as long as HomeBois is able to go 50-50 against Team CaRaCaL, trade 1 turret for 1 turret, make sure that the goal differential doesn't get higher than 2,000, I think they should be good.
Definitely agreed on that as well. But Lolios here, interesting enough, going for the Weapon Master instead of killing spree up on Beatrix. So he's hoping to deal a decent amount of damage here. And Anip, he's going to chip away at the tier 1 down bottom, so he's got 2 tier 1s from top and bottom, and he's having a decent amount of farm for HomeBois as they try to drag this as long as they can. And CaRaCaL not finding any sort of opportunities to actually go for the assassination, and Link Eza is going to be farming his way through, but looks like they are going to try and make an attempt right now from CaRaCaL.
HomeBois have bumped up their tempo, and I think Team CaRaCaL, they didn't do the lane swap early enough, and unfortunately they ended up losing another tier 1 for it. But that's the thing, now Team CaRaCaL are readjusting. They're trying to figure out, okay, at what pace is HomeBois going to be looking for? What is the next objective they're going to be contesting for? And they know for a fact it's going to be Turtle in 23 seconds. Anip, he's positioning himself very far to the right, so they know that they're generally on the bottom side. So they're going to stay away from it from now, and they have Neo for a double confirmation.
Exactly, but now Chibi, he's going to get dived in from Neo, but Neo, I don't think he can actually kill him off, but he gets him down pretty low, so it's going to be A-okay. And they force the hard scars coming in from CaRaCaL, means HomeBois has more room to work with, as Link Eza is going to be prioritizing himself on the second turtle, and HomeBois, they know they want to fight this. They've got no hard guard. Kai forcing the ultimate away, and that means CaRaCaL has no way to contest the turtle.
Yep, that's this Raging Sandstorm gone. Free turtle goes into the hands of the HomeBois. Team CaRaCaL understand, all right, we may have thrown too many ultimates out. We have to be a little bit more careful with our resources. We've already lost the turtle as well as an extra tier 1. Therefore, our next plan of attack is going to be essentially trying to shut down Anip, right? Or potentially Vince. It's a little harder now that he has the black shoes, but it's very doable for the side of Team CaRaCaL.
Agreed. HomeBois now playing a little bit safe as well, knowing that they Neo is just everywhere and anytime, and Neo hasn't been able to find any sort of opportunities, that he's been lurking around, not doing much, trying to rely a little bit of economy boost with the roaming here, but it's not gonna help him a lot because as of yet, he doesn't have enough damage, and it's really worrisome for CaRaCaL, considering that they are looking to assassinate people.
Up, here we go, and now we are seeing Link Eza jump into the middle of the fight. The combo goes well. He's targeting Vincent. Yes, they find him while he's still silenced. Couldn't get the black shoes off, and Seifel could not protect his teammates in time. That's going to be 1 Purify, 2 Flickers out from the side of HomeBois, and now Irfan is going to be next. GB trying to find the kill on towards Lexia. Side Tempest the Blades, but he can't find his target. Lexia runs just out, and GB hops away just in time. Irfan unfortunately couldn't catch him as well. Anip finally rejoins the fight after recalling.
Well done coming in from CaRaCaL. They finally pushed up their tempo, and now look at this. Link Eza is going crazy as well with the hard guard. He takes down Irfan, and just like that, HomeBois, they can completely shut down by underestimating CaRaCaL's intentions.
Oh, bad targeting coming in from Anip. I think he definitely could have killed Kai there as soon as he got out of the quicksand guard with a quick auto attack. But again, the timing is really, really tight there. I don't blame him for that. Very tough decision, especially since you can't afford to die and you're missing your flicker.
This is so risky. Their HomeBois, they are giving up so much map control for CaRaCaL, whereas CaRaCaL is just constantly just applying map pressure across the map, and HomeBois is just barely trading 50-50s. It's, like you said as well, there's a lot on the line for Anip to actually carry the team from the side of HomeBois, whereas CaRaCaL, everyone can do it.
Let's pull up the item list real quick. Linkeza already has the Thunderbelt already purchased. We need to kind of know where Anip is in his personal build, right? Because again, Clint is one of the few heroes where, yes, he is relatively auto-attack based, but he has a good amount of spells that deal damage, right? So it really depends on what he has in his arsenal. Is he looking to get a really early Malefic Roar? I would highly suggest it against a team like this, like a composition, and especially with Karina, who's going to build full tank.
I definitely agree. I did see the purchase coming from Saifu as well, getting the Anti-Kira to deal with Natalia as well as the Khalid, but he still needs at least a Radiant Armor to try and deal with Linkeza. So this is quite the very difficult task for them as well, considering that their frontliner Irfan is going to be Esmeralda that doesn't go full defensive because it's an Esmeralda. He needs his cooldown. So fortunately for them, they do get a Lord here, and CaRaCaL is a little bit late to respond, and not exactly sure what they were thinking about that.
Yeah, I think our team CaRaCaL was not expecting HomeBois to actually just to rush down the Lord at this stage of the game, considering that, you know, I mean, HomeBois, they understand how to control the waves, right? They already have 2 pushing waves on top and bottom side. It's a good decision by the HomeBois and could have been read by Team CaRaCaL because they were responding to clear it up and then realized, oh wait, they're starting the Lord, and by the time they responded, it was too late.
Yeah, nicely done coming from HomeBois as well, taking advantage that Link can do the split push instead, whereas I was expecting CaRaCaL to be able to do it a little bit more with Neo constantly pressuring the lanes, but as of yet, Neo hasn't been making a lot of pressure, afraid that he might get shut down, so HomeBois is getting away a little bit too much when it comes to objectives like this.
Yeah, Seifel, once again, he's just going to be throwing out fireballs as much as he can, and I think HomeBois, they're dragging this out. 4.2k is a good lead, to be honest, but they still need at least a 3rd to 4th item before it becomes useful. Oh, that's going to be an Athena Shield purchase from Seifel.
Yep, and as of yet, that's going to be a middle turret gone as well. CaRaCaL, they're not making any moves to actually go in for the dives here. It seems like it is going to be Irfan trying to make an attempt. Kai looking for the Raging Sandstalk. Can he go in for a connection? But no, HomeBois, they do not bait it out. Linkeza going to try and do a couple chip damage, and HomeBois respect this and back out.
GB just purchased a Scarlet Phantom. Again, I think it's interesting that this is the adaptation for a lot of Link players out there. I'm seeing a lot more people in ranked games as well starting to pick up Scarlet Phantom as the go-to 4th item, something that's really efficient, kind of helps them out, instead of the Demon Hunter sword where it's like, yes, I don't really care about the sustain. I want to make sure when I hit, I hurt. Now Vince, he's also got the Ice Queen's wand.
Yeah, exactly as well. But speaking of the Ice Queen's ones here, in terms of utilitarian, Vince has done his job. He's pretty much got the decent amount of things to actually deal with it. But I'm a little bit more worried on CaRaCaL because the way they adapt to the HomeBois is that they don't exactly want to throw unnecessary lead, because as the game drags on longer and longer, they do have the damage to burst through, and it looks like they are going to try and force the issue here. Linkeza with the Hearts Guard is going to start things off, but the Esmeralda seems to be a little bit more annoyance here to benefit from the Hearts Guard's shield, and Neo is going to take a little bit too much damage. Kai finally finds the right target. An is going to get dived on, but he flickers out of there, and CaRaCaL, Kai, going to be forced out in a very awkward situation where he gets shut down as well. Here comes the out coming from Lilius. It doesn't connect on HomeBois, but Saifu taking a little bit too much damage and is going to get focused down, and CaRaCaL waiting for the right moment to strike. They strike it where it hurts. Vince is down, Saifu is down, and next is going to be Anip as well, as the double kill being secured by Linkeza at the expense of losing Kai and Lolios.
GB ends up dying, and there's going to be a 3-for-2 trade so far. Bad decision coming in from HomeBois. They can't afford to drop their lead, and they can't afford to take risky fights like that. Anip completely did not want to fight, knowing that Neo was going to start gunning for him now that he doesn't have that flicker. And I think it would have been a better decision for HomeBois to keep up the push that they already had and just back away from that fight. I think they got a little bit greedy trying to kill Kai, but Kai played it well, timing his sandstorm, his quicksand guard to protect himself. just knowing that HomeBois don't have the CC to knock him out of it.
Exactly, but as of yet, CaRaCaL playing this really smart here, making sure that Lingeza is super prompt, and currently he's the first one to hit level 15. And as of yet, I don't think HomeBois has the tools here to kite him down, especially with the hard guard. But Kai is going to start things off. He's taking a little bit too much damage. He might actually get bursted down, and from behind, Irfan comes in, takes him out, and Lingeza has to potentially run away because Irfan can hurt him a lot.
Yep, I think Anip has come to a point where he's already got the Malefica on top of the
Neo
battle. Neo
from the
look at
side.
him.
Oh,
Absolutely demolished. Look at that damage. Anip is in full swing now, and Team CaRaCaL have to be careful. What? Hold on. Irfan was able to actually get a kill onto Loliels. He's now scaled as well. He's probably got the Ice Queen's wand, and it's impossible. Lingeza, he's trying to kill Cypher, but the Athena shield protects him just in time. HomeBois have finally hit the late game, and that's gonna be it. Team CaRaCaL need to defend. It's gonna be Kai. He has to use the Raging Sandstorm, but now is his time to clear the waves. It's too late. HomeBois ended before the defense can even begin.
oh my goodness, that should not have happened there. CaRaCaL had the positions to overcome them, but made one mistake by Kai, and HomeBois was able to capitalize this, and they secure the first win. Just like that, they are secure for the playoffs.
Oh, they can breathe. They can breathe. GG, well played for the HomeBois. Welcome to the playoffs.
Wow, and wow. Like, oh my goodness, the plays coming from CaRaCaL, like they have the tools, they have the levels, they could have just overwhelmed them, but one small mistake, and not once, but twice now from Kai, just gets him out of the game.
Well, personally, I think Team CaRaCaL, they had a pretty difficult composition to actually try and execute. Their win conditions are very much based on whether Neo can get either on top of Cypher or Vince. One or the other would be nice. More ideally, it would be the Lilia being played by Vince. That way he can't use the black shoes when the smoke screen is up, and they can instantly pop him. But that's the problem, right? It's all based on that one ability. Eventually, the late game is going to come around, and they are going to have to deal with multiple targets who can actually shred them. Irfan, for an example, as soon as he got the Ice Queen wand, you see Loliels get picked off.
Yeah, Loliels could not exactly do too much as well. He was getting zoned out by Irfan most of the time in the kind of situation, and I agree. Let's take a look at the itemizations coming from HomeBois. I talked about the anti-heroes being a very crucial factor from Cypher, but surprise, Vince also going for the Dreadnought armor as well to try and tank their way through, but this is a little bit interesting, but nevertheless, it still somehow got them the win.
I like the efficiency coming out of Vince and Anip to get the Dreadnought armor, but Irfan didn't actually have the Ice Queen's wand. How in the world did he catch Loliels? Loliels has everything on his side, and even has Lexia to keep him topped up, and yet somehow Irfan was able to pick him off. How rather interesting. Hopefully we get to see in the highlights what exactly happens in that fight. Maybe Loliels got chunked out by Chibi, and Irfan was able to pick up the kill. We're gonna have to double check it afterwards, but so far, really good itemization coming from the side of HomeBois. Chibi wanted to get a fast 4 items with the Scarlet Phantom and as well as the Windtalker, making sure that he is maximizing his gold. His teammates Vince and as well as Anip buying the Dreadnought armors to protect themselves against specifically Neo, who had to forcefully get a Malefic Roar second item.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When it comes to Team CaRaCaL, they have the tools to actually dive into the HomeBois, but the only tool that needed was that Neo and Lingeza needs to be in the same wavelength to assassinate one player, and that's pretty much the only time they can actually shut down members coming from HomeBois, and they've pressured Vince a lot of these times, but I have to give credit where credit due here. Chibi making it work for HomeBois because he's constantly playing the macro game rather than forcing the fights, and knowing that CaRaCaL is scrambling to actually rotate in between lanes, they find an opening, and that opening was punishing Kai because he is alone most of the time. While trying to deal with the macro plays coming from Chibi. So well done coming from HomeBois.
I think Team CaRaCaL is really inconsistent with their team fights. I think a lot of it has to do with just their communication in general. But now let's look at the MVP of this game. Coming in from HomeBois, it has to go over to Chibi with his 3-1 and 5 performance, 80% KP, but most importantly, look at that 864 match GPM.
Yeah, well done indeed, because we haven't seen him go super aggressive, but he was doing the little things that people do not realize, which was the macro aspect of the game. Constantly split pushing, forcing members coming from CaRaCaL to actually split off, especially for both the assassins here, Neo and Ling Eza hasn't been able to stick group up and actually focus on one hero because they're busy trying to zone out the map as much as possible to deal with the lanes with, that is being set by both Chibi as well as Anip.
Yep, I mean, I think there's a couple of things that could have been done better by Team CaRaCaL, but HomeBois played a solid game, and Chibi, more importantly, played as best as he could. Maybe there were one or two decisions that were a little questionable, but again, in the heat of the moment, you have to make a quick call. Now, unfortunately, this is what happens when you're dealing with such terrible odds. Like, it's quite the struggle to actually pull off a composition like this for the side of Team CaRaCaL. You get that early game, right? And once you get that early game, the ball starts rolling. Somehow you need to press your advantage against them time and time again. And that's the problem. That's the problem with Natalia. How do you keep pressing your advantage when you have to deal with the constant issue of, hey, I'm going to get hit by a potential Searing Torrent. I walk up. Chibi, for some reason, goes with the Divine Sword in some particular direction, and I get hit randomly in the middle.
Exactly. And of course, we are going to be taking a look at the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series on how it actually happened as well. And you can see multiple instances as well. Like early on, CaRaCaL, the idea is that they need a frontline tank, and that's going to be Kai's respective job. He's done a fantastic job at zoning the map, but the team is a little bit slow to respond when it comes to taking a fight. Lexia on the Angela can't exactly burst them down. It all comes down to Ling Eza to set things for fight. And you can see the moment Ling Eza and Neo groups up and takes a fight, there is no way HomeBois are able to survive at all. But the moment they split up, and which you can see in this instance, they get picked off apart bit by bits, and Chibi was able to get a lot of major kills out of this.
Well, actually, I beg to differ. I think, you know, when HomeBois actually figure out what Team CaRaCaL was trying to do with this composition, it became so much easier because then they split their resources up. Cypher is able to stop people so easily as long as he's not grouped up too close to Vince. He understands that, unfortunately for Neo, he has to choose one or the other, and Cypher is very much willing to die for the team. Yeah, that backline attack there, literally just all Irfan.
Yeah, Irfan was able to just catch out Lolios completely. Not exactly sure what was happening. I think his flicker was on cooldown here. The falling star would just chain him all the way through. So well done coming from HomeBois. Understanding they found the opportunity and they managed to punish here. But nevertheless, it's you know, I would say it's a pretty good day here coming from HomeBois because they're guaranteed playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good day for HomeBois indeed, and now it's just to start flexing on people and see whether they can go further and actually take down CaRaCaL, especially since if I remember correctly, considering where they are in the positions, if they win this game, they might actually meet CaRaCaL once again during the playoffs.
Ooh, that is going to be a very interesting one as well. Do they settle the score in playoffs, or do they try and experiment with each other? There's going to be the match between both CaRaCaL as well as HomeBois, and now's the best time to actually get a little bit of pocket picks. But what I do know is that CaRaCaL can play the Natalia.
Well, I mean, they've done. This is the second time that Neo has actually picked up the. Well, I think it's no. Actually, it's the third time he's going to be playing it, and I think there are some uses for it. Orange Esports did it very, very well, making sure that they kind of minimize it. We're going to be looking over at the BM broadcast over there. They're looking mighty fine. The boys, I mean, during Puasa, they can't eat, they can't drink, and still they're casting up on that desk. Mad respect to those guys over there.
I know, right?
Big shout outs to them.
I know, right? Have you tried Puasaing before?
Yes, I have. It sucks.
I know, right? It's really, really hard to do it. I don't think I'll be able to do it.
It's not easy. I can barely even keep up with the diet, let alone a Puasa. So like, well, Puasa, just in case for you guys watching, you don't understand BM, it actually means fasting. It's their holy month today, this month. And it's just, it's crazy. It's crazy what they have to go through. Mad respects to them. But let's focus on this particular game here. Because again, HomeBois, I think they are the cleaner team compared to Team CaRaCaL when it comes down to chemistry specifically, right? With Lexia in the lineup for Team CaRaCaL, things have been a little like awkward, like randomly timed heart guards, which were way too early. Was Neo not contributing, say, hey, I don't need the heart guard, I dodged it, it's fine. He literally could have gotten hit by the Bladed Tempest and then called for the heart guard and still would have been all right.
I think when it comes to the adaptations as well, I definitely agree where you're bringing to the table as well. His heart guard's timing has been a little bit iffy, sometimes not on point, a little bit slow, and it might be a little bit on towards communications issue as well because they haven't exactly adapted to each other. It is a brand new team as well. It is more like a learning experience for them to actually communicate and also potentially celebrate their moments of joy when they head towards the playoffs. But of course, celebrating moments with Nescafe here, you can get yourself a pretty sweet deal here with 30% off with no minimum spend here by scanning your QR code and get yourself a pretty good Nescafe up on using the promo code NESMPL30.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, HomeBois, for them, they're celebrating for sure. You think they're deliberating and talking about their next draft? No, they're just cracking one, a cold one with the boys, the cold one being Nescafe, of course, wink, wink. But in this particular situation, I think it's going to be a little tough. They're probably going to be saving it for later, and I think there's no point revealing too much of the drafts anyways. So for now, I think if they just stick to the way that they've been playing so far, HomeBois is fine. I'm more concerned now for Team CaRaCaL.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And based on the recap as well, they had the perfect, I would say the perfect draft, but I feel like the idea behind the double assassins was great, and all they need to do is just constantly pressure HomeBois all the way through. But what was really surprising for me was that maybe it's adaptation to the new LIVESTREAM coming to the pool for CaRaCaL or something, because they played it super passive despite having double assassins that can constantly invade HomeBois jungle, which, not gonna lie, Valier isn't the bestest of bestest when it comes to zoning.
Well, I think Valier is one of the most effective at doing so on condition that yes, Searing Torrents. I think the Searing Torrents is a phenomenally good ability, very underrated. But its biggest problem is that the cooldowns are so
really long, yeah.
long. It takes forever until it comes back up, and you need to be able to spam it before you really feel how good it is at pushing your opponents back. Now, Team CaRaCaL, they're still trying to find the chemistry together, and looking at their lineup, it's just really difficult to execute, right? It's so based on how Lexia and Neo play with the rest of their teams. Lexia can actually defend. Link Eza, he just needs to go for targets. I think he's got the easiest job amongst everybody else. You just farm and then look for those primary targets.
Agreed. But of course, if you guys want to grab yourself a snacks here, be sure to check out the Cadbury Zip. Now with more chocolate experience as well, you can get it at the 7-Eleven or even buy it online by scanning out the QR code to get yourself a Cadbury Zip. It's a pretty good snack bar to actually keep you guys, I would say, energized throughout the entirety of the game.
Yep, now that it's more chocolatey, you're getting more bang for buck. So, scan the QR code, get it online, go to the nearest 7-Eleven there. It's basically everywhere, guys. Don't miss out on this opportunity to try it out for yourselves, especially maybe if you are a chocolate fan, Cadbury Zip could be the way to go. Now, with a minute on the clock left.
Don't tell them, man. I'm a big chocolate fan. I stole a lot yesterday again from the front desk, but yeah, shh.
Do not care, not even in the slightest. We're sponsored by them, so there's a lot lying around here. It's not like you're stealing anything when it's all given to us. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No sins committed here just yet. And now with 45 seconds on the clock, HomeBois against the HomeBois against Team CaRaCaL. I think especially for the HomeBois here, if my math is correct, I think that just getting this extra win really makes sure that, you know,
to secure their spot.
Not just secure, but make sure that actually, well, secure is actually the much better word for this. I was thinking of a smart synonym for it, but it slipped my mind. At this point, HomeBois, now that they have that first win, it's not up to them whether or not they make it into the playoffs. It's once they get this second game where they 100% guarantee it here. They're already taking that first step. They just need one more, but you can see a lot of the pressure is off of the HomeBois.
Yep, I definitely agree. But we are heading into the drafts here coming from HomeBois as well as CaRaCaL. And this time, CaRaCaL is going to be on the first pick base, and they are looking to try and experiment into drafts a little bit more, because currently they've got Lolios, Lexia, and Ling Aza, which are arguably one of the strongest cores in MPL history. But as of yet, in the same team, Lexia is forced to take a backseat to play the major role, and we haven't seen too much coming from him yet, except for the Angela.
Yeah, so far, well,
and the
Angela
Farsa.
and the Farsa so far. That's been his hero pools in the Mage. We haven't seen him play traditional styles. Like, I would have liked to see him play Kagura, Kadita, if he was going to be like, if he was playing like AIM, for an example, and has that kind of hero pool, that's the traditional expectations. Now, Sicilion and Ling get banned out for the side of Team CaRaCaL. They realize, okay, Ling, a little too good, a little too frustrating, a little too goal deficient at what he does. Valentina and Fanny going to be the follow-up from HomeBois.
Okay, now, when it comes to comfort picks here, are they gonna ban the Baxia again coming in from both CaRaCaL and HomeBois. It's annoying hero to actually deal with. I know HomeBois doesn't exactly want to do with it, but heroes like Karina, heroes like Hilda, or maybe even a Masha is easily handled by a Baxia. But seems like CaRaCaL, they don't want to give away to Karina. Baxia is up for grabs. HomeBois, do they want to respect this? Ban off the Baxia, or maybe even the Olives showing that maybe Ling is up, may bounce back.
I don't know what you've been eating these days, but when has Baxia ever had a good time against Masha? Where did this come from? Where did this come from?
It's pretty decent. It's pretty decent. Baxia versus Masha is pretty decent if he invades. Have you tried it?
Yeah, Masha still wins. Masha still absolutely dumpsters them. Tanks in general feel good, but Masha literally does not care what you play as. As long as you deal damage to her, as long as you have your quote-unquote support, quote-unquote helping you out, you take a Mending Will and you shred them. So HomeBois, they ban out the Masha saying no first picks for you, and Team CaRaCaL, they understand the power of Karina. They don't want to give it over to the HomeBois, and they're going to first pick Grok.
Okay, considering that Grok was banned in the previous game, but this time CaRaCaL will pick it up for themselves, means that it is going to be a little bit of an opportunity for them to actually going for the invades here, knowing that Neo has struggled a little bit coming from previous game, going as a Romy Natalia. Maybe he's not really... Kai in general, has struggled to actually set up for a team. So with the Grok here, he's going to be able to open up the map a little bit more better compared to Khalid, I guess.
I guess to a degree, I do feel like Kai is a little bit better in these situations. HomeBois, they're going to be locking in the Baxia. Now, this is where I'm going to bring it up, and this is what you've been trying to say. It's not Masha that that Baxia does well against. It's actually Hilda, because it denies Hilda her passive when she starts walking into that bush. That's what you were trying to get at to begin with. But now, Lilia is going to be the quick pickup coming in from HomeBois. I like this. I really, really like the Lilia pick. It's so easy to push out the waves. The question is whether Team CaRaCaL is going to go with the Natalia once again to try to deal with it in the early game.
I think they would, considering that how much of a success that CaRaCaL did with the Natalia as well as the Karina-ish. You know, Vince hadn't had the best of the game from the get-go. Like, from start to early, he was just completely shut down all the way through. But yeah, I like the adaptations here. They are going to force the Baxia coming from HomeBois, and it'll deal with the Grok's passive a little bit better as well when it comes to regeneration. Hopefully, he's going to be able to chunk them up with the Toys Persons. But knowing that Chibi is looking to try and contest Ling Eza as the fastest farmer, it is going to be a very interesting one. But CaRaCaL immediately responds with the carry, which is a pretty good pick-off against Boxer into the later stage of the game.
Yeah, and I think you mean shields by Grok, not regeneration.
No, he does have regeneration. He's passive.
His passive gives him a bit of a shield, but also makes sure that he is impenetrable when it comes down to walls. And now we are going to see the Angela get picked up for the side of CaRaCaL. Now, here's the interesting part. You see the Boxer and you're like, you know what? Angela feels like the best way to take care of this. I'm not 100% sure whether that's the smartest of choices. You're going to get reduced shields, you're going to get reduced healing, but we do see CaRaCaL lock in that carry. And I think at any point of the game, whatever you can do to make sure that carry survives, just take it, even though you get like 50, maybe even 60% of the shields and the heals.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But on top of it all, Phoveus will get banned out coming from HomeBois, which is very interesting. But at the same time, it makes a lot of sense considering that both teams wants to take the Phoveus as of yet that can benefit from the carry as well as the 1-1. So taking out Pool is great, but Esmeralda is something that I think HomeBois wants to take to benefit from the Hearts Guard again. So CaRaCaL, they may consider banning it off, but nope, it is going to be the Dirov instead. So CaRaCaL might also be contesting the Esmeralda for themselves.
No, I think they are going to... Oh, wait. All right. Thinking about this properly, right?
Another tank composition?
I wouldn't say it's another tank composition. I think it's understandable because Team CaRaCaL are going to be like, okay, we banned out Dayroth. We've already seen our HomeBois. They banned out our one counter pick to try and deal with this 1-1. Yves is the follow-up ban coming in from HomeBois. Very smart, but CaRaCaL, they make sure they also get rid of the Bakito. They want Irfan to play Esme so that Kai can play Uranus.
Ah, yeah, that's pretty good. If you put it that way as well. But yeah, I definitely agree. I don't really want to see the Esme being played by Irfan. Pakito is a signature for him, but I think he doesn't have much of a choice. Based on this composition, Esmeralda is pretty decent against the Angela Hot Guard as well as carry, except for the Grok. But if you put it on another perspective as well, if you head into the later stage of the game, Carry completely destroys Esmeralda and also the Baxia. So
Exactly.
HomeBois not going to take the risk, taking the Yuzhong instead.
This is why the Grok pick can be really effective. It can be flexed really nicely and can be thrown as a support or as an EXP laner. And that big question mark is what's messing around with HomeBois, because they're thinking, okay, CaRaCaL wants us to play Esmeralda, but it's a natural counter. But Carry's going to shred Esmeralda in the later stages of the game. How about we just take out the problem itself? Carry. So they lock in the Yuzhong, and now Team CaRaCaL are like, okay, that's fine. You pick Yuzhong, all we're going to do is throw Grok into the EXP lane, and we're just going to clear the waves faster than you.
Yes, definitely. This is very smart adaptations coming from CaRaCaL again, but unfortunately, HomeBois, I'm a little bit curious here. What are they gonna play? Because right now in the front lines here, what is Cypher gonna? Is he gonna force the Valier again? I don't think so. I like a Kaja coming in from HomeBois if they go for it, but CaRaCaL, they're going for the Lansdowne as a jungle and the Farsa for Lexia. Okay, so their tank support is gonna be Neo playing on the Angela, I guess.
I think...
or is it...
Yeah, it's Neo going to be...
right?
Neo for sure going to be on the Angela. Oh boy, so this is going to be quite the matchup. Matilda is the pick for the side of the HomeBois. If I had to choose a composition... I mean, after seeing Zyme7point's performance on Grok the other day, and if Kai can replicate that, this could be a big difference, but I think HomeBois have the better composition this time.
Yeah, I definitely like HomeBois' composition now compared to the previous game. CaRaCaL had a pretty decent one in game number 1. Hopefully, they are going to be able to pull it off, but you can see smiles up coming in from Lolios. Even though it's mask behind his mask, he is feeling confident to try and stop HomeBois in his tracks. But HomeBois, they're ready to get the clean kill. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading in towards the Land of Dawn as the drafts has been set by both the teams itself. CaRaCaL bringing in the carry by Lolios, looking to shut down the tank composition, the fearful Baxia, whereas HomeBois, they have to deal with it with the jungle Baxia as well as the 1-1 played by Anip. We are going to be heading into game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Team CaRaCaL versus HomeBois.
Team CaRaCaL now on the blue side with HomeBois on the red. HomeBois generally has been pretty uncomfortable on red side, especially during the draft, but I really love what they have actually come up with here this time against Team CaRaCaL. And initially I thought Team CaRaCaL, yeah, it felt like they had a pretty good beginning of the draft, but the second half is where it got a little tough, especially with the limited hero pool that Lexia does. But they've got to make the best of the situation, right? They got to make sure that Lexia is able to get those 3 items. Ooh, wait, Kai's taking a lot more damage than he should. Irfan is taking very good trade against him, but this is to be expected at level 1. Kai needs to recall instantly.
Yeah, Yuzhong just benefits so much against this matchup compared to Esmeralda. Just because of the carry pickup from Lolios, he was debating, but Yuzhong is just so strong and messing up with the Farsa as well. So I'm a little bit surprised that CaRaCaL picked the Farsa into this. Meanwhile, Saifu, he's gonna get bullied out by Neo, but fortunately for them, HomeBois, they don't exactly need to rush a fight considering that they have a pretty decent late game potential to actually fight against CaRaCaL.
I think their late game potential is kind of okay. I think Team CaRaCaL's is... oh man, it's tough because the power spikes are a little awkward. Mid game is going to be the biggest one, and I think they need to make sure that they can transition there, right? So any early game mistakes by either one of these teams is going to get punished. But here we go, Phantom Execution heading towards Saifo's side. Chibi drops line into Toys Poissons, and now he's going to be slowing down. Linkeza can't get out of there, and immediately with a follow-up from Anip, that's going to be first blood achieved.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised Linkeza decided to challenge a Baxia in the fight. Like, there's a reason why Baxia is so strong against Lancelot, which arguably needs a little bit more item and time to actually go in for the hunt. So for him to make a little bit of mistake like that, well done coming from HomeBois.
Yep, really nicely done. And that's the thing, right? I feel all Assassin players can relate to this jungle tank meta. Nobody likes to get their animation stopped. Right here comes the Linkeza. Oh, so close. But again, objective secured for the HomeBois. And now Linkeza is on the run. Kai is here to back him up. The Guardian's Bulwark doesn't connect onto anybody, but Saifo jumps a little deep here. Feathered Airstrike going to be coming in. Saifo ends up dying for taking a very greedy circling Eagle. GB, oh, he manages to steal away the purple buff in time. Wall Charger just connects on him, but Kai ends up dying. Vince so strong in the early game, and Lexia not having his ult can't do anything about it.
Oh my goodness, that was a pretty good setup coming from CaRaCaL. Not exactly sure what HomeBois was thinking to actually go for the overdive, but look at how tanky Chibi was. He was only level 5 and he's sitting in front of everybody, and he's he barely got chipped down.
Yeah, I can't really do anything about it for now, but HomeBois, this is the lead that they need. They want to slow down Link Eza, and now Chibi with a 2-level lead on top of it all is going to continue. Now, Chibi's job as of yet is to make sure Link Eza doesn't impact the side lane. So after he clears this top side, he's going to head towards his purple, check it, and also, wait, no, his team has already checked it for him. Lilia passes by. They notice that it's not there, so they know that somewhere Link Eza is nearby, and there he has shown himself. Sideful walks right into it, manages to survive on him. Does he have the crossbow of tag? Yes, he does! Link Eza is going to have to pull back. He sees 2 of his teammates die, and a quick succession on him gets a double!
Well done coming from HomeBois for setup here. CaRaCaL had a pretty decent as well, but it's up to Link Eza, but he doesn't have the mana. And Chibi will go in for the setup for the Shadow Bombs for wins to seal the deal. And that's going to be 4 easy kills in the hands of HomeBois. Team CaRaCaL did not expect that at all. They underestimated their tankiness coming from HomeBois.
Oh boy, it gets so scary when you see a 1-1 walk up out of position to try to go for that last weakness point, and if she doesn't hit it, she either dies or gets the biggest ult of her life. So beautiful play coming in from Anip there. Vince, he gets cancelled out. That's a feels bad because he has no way to regenerate his mana in time, but the turtle is already ready to go, and you can immediately see the HomeBois starting to be even more impressive, trying to zone Loliel's out of, Link Eza from his own farm. He has to play towards the bottom side.
Yeah, well done coming from HomeBois to respond as well, because Vince managing to get the information, knowing that there's 2 members coming from CaRaCaL, there's not a lot of offense coming from top side, and they can contest it, knowing that they are in the lead. The Boxy are doing a fantastic job when the turtle immediately dropped from the get-go. That was pretty quick as well from Chibi.
It's great. It's really, really smart. Anip, he's walking back into the lane, but Vince tells him, yo, my boy, you don't need to do anything. Don't walk up into the lane just yet. Go into your our own jungle. Clear that stuff up. We know that we know for a fact that Link Eza is on bottom side, and if he tries for a dive, I got black shoes. You don't.
Agreed. Meanwhile, bottom side, Lolios, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble here as well. HomeBois, they are going to make an attempt as well. He's going to pull in Chibi, and Lolios is going to run for his life. He does have the sprint, so he's going to be A-OK. Not exactly sure why would you go for the sprint, but it definitely saved his life against the oppression coming from Chibi.
Yep. Oh, I mean, so far it's looking great. HomeBois with a 4.8k, 5 minutes into the game. This is going to be quick and easy for the HomeBois as they get the stun on towards Irfan. He ends up getting punished here as the mid lane is about to fall. Link Eza trying to get out, but he can't. He can't do anything, and Neo doesn't have the heart guard to protect him. Mid-tier 1 falls. They trade 1 for 1, but HomeBois just winning the overall objective game.
Yeah, Chibi is just so far ahead, and he's just zoning out every member coming from CaRaCaL, and that's the thing about having assassin junglers going up as tanks, right? It's hard to match their tempo because they are equally tanky, and if they do the same amount of damage as you, it's hard to oppress because now Link Eza, he's only got War Axe, he's only 2.7k gold as compared to Chibi is almost double his net worth.
I mean, man doesn't even have tier 2 boots.
Yeah.
Everybody else is on the run now. Heart guard is here. Irfan doesn't get close enough to pop his Petrify, but they're still on the chase. Saiful tries to go for the flank, and same goes for Chibi, but again, they don't get close enough to kill him. Now Kai, he gets some good damage onto Vince, but he can't seem to get on top of Anip though. Does he have the Wild Charge? No, he doesn't have the Wild Charge and is forced to just back away with the help of Lexia's Feathered Airstrike.
Yep, and CaRaCaL now gonna be trying to secure a little bit more farm for Link Eza, but Neo not gonna be able to do too much in that situation. Top side, however, HomeBois is gonna look to invade the tier 2. Chibi already hitting level 11, 7 minutes into the game. That is a pretty overwhelming lead on this jungler.
I mean, he's 3 levels ahead of Link Eza.
Yeah.
That says something. Link Eza needs as much farm as he can get, but you can see that Chibi can smell him. He knows that he's on bottom side. They try to dive Irfan, but it's a little too late. Irfan's too strong. Chibi's going to get right in front of Loliels. He can take the damage with the help of Saiful and Favor. Circling Eagle takes out Angela, and this game is basically done for. Irfan is on the chase for Link Eza. He even plops the Black Dragon farm to guarantee the kill.
There is just no way he survived that. HomeBois gets a very, very overwhelming catch coming in, and it's just nothing they can do. Anip is already level 10, Lolios is level 8. They barely have any opportunity to fight this at all. This is a very difficult game coming from Team CaRaCaL.
Checkmate. mate is imminent. It's just a check from the HomeBois. They threaten the king every single time and are forcing Team CaRaCaL further and further down the map, back in towards their spawn, and it's not looking easy at all. I'm looking for an out for Team CaRaCaL, but I don't think there is right now. Loliels is in no position to fight. Let's pull up the item list. Maybe he could be doing a lot better than I thought,
Yeah,
right?
he needs a little bit more items than this. He's died once, and he's got almost a Demon Hunter Sword. And then once his Demon Hunter Sword, he still needs a golden staff on top of it. So it's going to take a little bit more time, considering that he went for a first item and as well, hoping to go for the traditional build of Thunderbell, but it's just not working out for him.
I think he's going to go straight for the golden staff.
After the Demon Hunter Sword.
No, he's just going to go straight for it right now.
All right.
He doesn't have the time to think about sustainability. He does have the hard guard coming in from Neo, and considering his build, I think he pivoted away from the Demon Hunter Sword as soon as he's realized how ahead HomeBois is right now. Oh, GB has the Twilight Armor. Again, the oppression does not stop. 4 levels ahead of Link Aza. I think Link Aza just needs to dedicate a lane for himself to actually catch up. Lexia is able to get the Lightning Truncheon, but he still needs time for his Clock of Destinies to get to its max stack form.
Agreed. Now, that's going to be a very easy lot take here coming from HomeBois to Sakir. Yeah, 2-0. As Team CaRaCaL, they have to back out and make a run for it here. Loleo is going to get caught out. Hardguard comes in, tries to chip away his damage, but he doesn't have the damage to fight this. He's going to try and zone them out. The Feather Airstrike is here, but here comes the Black Dragon to catch them all off. Loleo makes a run for it. He's going to be A-OK. Meanwhile, HomeBois is not going to continue this here. They used up so much utility, but choose to make the smart play and back out, wait for the Lord and contest the objectives instead.
Oddly patient from the HomeBois. They have an 8k lead on their hands, and all they wanted to do was just to zone out and not even claim the tier 2 or force the fight. Technically, they could have forced their fight under the tier 3 and kept on diving them under their turrets and still generally be okay, but they're not going to risk it. Good discipline for HomeBois, but Anip is getting some good damage. Does he have crossbow tang? Not just yet, but now Feathered Airstrike is out. Kai looking for an opportunity to get on top of Anip, but he only fights Irfan. Anip might be in some trouble. One more weakness point to trigger. He doesn't find him, but it's too late. They've already taken out Kai. The tier 2s are falling, and HomeBois 10k gold lead, break all the outer turrets. Checkmate imminent.
Yep, the Lord is going to be coming from the top side as well, and CaRaCaL, they've got to take everything to do about this here. Chibi is going to be zoning them out with the level 14 as they continue with the push. The Lord is going to be knocking in. CaRaCaL, do they have the damage? I don't think so. Loleo's died once, but he needs a little bit more items to fight this. Link Aza just playing this as passive as he can. He clears the minions, but HomeBois, they want to take him out, and they just can't do anything with the box here. The Lord gets focused in as of yet, and CaRaCaL now going to be in a little bit of trouble, but the damage burst shuts him down. Oh my goodness. HomeBois looking to clean house. They take 2 inhibitors, and they're looking for more, and look at how HomeBois is playing. They're just camping their bases.
Yup, they just need to keep farming these kills. 12k ahead. 3rd inhibitor about to drop, and Team CaRaCaL can feel the rope tightening around their necks. They cannot breathe. They're going to get choked out, and Anip forcibly running at Loliels. He wants to take this fight. Fight me now. 2 levels ahead. Feathered Airstrike is going to be dropped down as Chibi does purchase the blade armor. Loliels has to be careful about his positioning, but here comes the Black Dragon form once again right in the middle of team. Finds 3 with the Petrify, and they're looking to end this. Irfan taking all the damage. Does he survive? No. Ends up dying to the turret, but now it's going to be Loliels' time to try to make the play. Doesn't find the opportunity. He's forced the zone out. Guardian's Bulwark cuts off the exits, and Link Aza just focusing on clearing that wave. Crossbow of Tang from Anip. Going to be more than enough as the next wave is going to be brought back to life. Neo about to die. Feathered Airstrike again. Link Aza misses the Phantom Execution, and Loliels walking up. Clear the waves one more time. They continue to just farm under their base. Link Aza, he finds Anip, needs to get out of there, and I think that's going to be all the ammunition and gas from the HomeBois.
The amount of annoyance that Saifu is providing for the team, making sure the gliding one is always on point, and look at how quick Ani was able to benefit from this. CaRaCaL is struggling to focus him down. They don't have a hard lockdown to deal with the 1-1 at all. You can see they were struggling to do damage for the entirety of the fight.
Yep, the only way Team CaRaCaL is actually going to be able to come back into this game is if they can steal Lord. It's all coming down to this Lord for Link Aza. He needs to be able to steal this. He's got all the tools necessary. He won't be able to out-retribute Chibi because he's level 15. 13 compared to level 12, and naturally Chibi has more HP, so his retribution is going to be even bigger. He needs his whole team to throw their bodies and try to make it out alive, and this is the checkmate HomeBois was looking for.
Exactly, and now the Lord is going to be coming in. Kai just give the info to actually fight this as well. Black Dragon trying to zone them up, but looks like they are going to go for the reset as well. HomeBois lures them out of the pool. They want to force a fight outside the turret and close up the game. Who needs the Lord? And Ling Aza is going to be focusing his way through. He gets the turret damage, but he won't survive for now. Leo's gets picked on the other side of the map, but Ling Aza, he's pulling the other teammates, and Neo now almost dying to a last hit here. He's going to be A-OK. Meanwhile, Ling Aza diving towards the base of HomeBois, tries to cut the creep in, but there's just no minions.
Yep, it's just they didn't need to send everybody just for Link Aza. That was a bit much, I'm not gonna lie. A bit overkill, but Sightful gets pulled all the way to spawn side, and Neo is just trying his very best to make it happen. But GG, well played. HomeBois, welcome back. MPL is yours to take, and playoffs is the gate.
Well done coming from HomeBois. Two very, very convincing games against Team CaRaCaL as they take the clean to a very, very dominant performance all round. Well done indeed. But let's take a look at what they have to say in their mic checks.
Pakai sprint tu.
Kau masuk. Patai.
Apa dalam ni?
Nice. Dapat dua. Bagi data lah, nanti apa tengok Ipan bagi damage. Aku kasih orang kat kanan bawah.
Ni.
Patai dulu. Aku zona battery. Dah. Aku zona battery. Beka. Ni, kain dulu. Mati. Boleh end. Bagus.
Kali hidup.
Mati, jalan.
Pasal dah burung.
Lasi.
Aku pergi kat lane slot.
Nah, ni.
Tak satu.
Aku last. Mati lagi. Kita main tabrak. Jangan main fikir takut.
Oh ya, aku kila les.
Balik dulu guys.
Kari, jangan ngepuk Kari, sayang. Please Kari. Jangan Kari, jangan. Jangan. Hai. Kari.
Okey, ada.
Kurang. Go dulu. Go.
Dia ni.
Pakai skill 2. Korang jangan pakai skill 2 tau. Bagi aku.
Kawan-kawan. Saya jaga kawan-kawan.
Jangan pakai.
Siapa pakai aku report.
Kawan-kawan. Lari kawan-kawan. Tawa lari.
Boleh.
Siapa saya? Please.
Terbang.
Kari.
Terbang.
Takut. Kita boleh dah.
Pasukan HomeBois telah pun berjaya menempas slot ke peringkat playoff musim yang ke-9. Anda bersama saya Sid dekat stage host, dan bersama-sama saya adalah Chibi, wakil daripada pasukan HomeBois. Chibi, tahniah.
Okey,
Alright. Okey. Soalan pertama saya, Chibi. Apa perasaan Chibi selepas berjaya melangkah ke peringkat playoff?
Okey, firstly saya nak sebut alhamdulillah lah sebab Allah makbulkan doa kita orang dapat pergi ke playoff. So kita orang bersyukurlah. Okay. Apa soalan tadi?
Apa perasaan? Betul lah tu, betul. Alright. Melihat sepanjang musim ni, kita dah masuk hari yang terakhir di mana HomeBois bermula dengan mata sebanyak negatif 8. Apa yang Chibi boleh katakan untuk rumuskan sepanjang musim ni?
Bagi saya, kita orang buat yang terbaik je lah sebab kadang-kadang jatuh, kadang-kadang bangun. So kita orang prepare lah yang mana kurang untuk playoff ni.
Alright, dan bercakap tentang playoff, macam manakah persediaan HomeBois untuk ke playoff nanti?
Okey, persediaan untuk HomeBois kita orang buat yang benda yang sama. So kita orang tingkatkan mekanik sendiri je lah dan naik kapasitasi sendiri lah.
Yes, mantap. Okay, alright. Sebelum kita lepaskan awak, Chibi, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir kepada peminat-peminat pasukan HomeBois dan peminat Chibi sendiri yang datang ke Quiz City Mall dan juga yang sedang menonton secara langsung ini.
Okey, kepada peminat-peminat HomeBois ataupun peminat CaRaCaL, terima kasih kerana sudi datang ke venue ni, dan terima kasih kepada orang yang tonton online. So terima kasih yang stay support kita orang dan kita orang sangat menghargailah. Dan tak lupa juga kepada Daddy Hood. So kita orang bagi hadiah untuk Daddy Hood dan kita orang sayang Daddy. Dan inilah hadiah bagi kita orang.
Saya rasa Daddy pun sayang korang juga. Alright. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Chibi. Jadi kita akan terus pergi ke kita punya post show bersama dengan Abeja dan juga Lafel.
Lebih 2-0. Kemenangan cukup bermakna untuk pasukan HomeBois. Anda bersama dengan saya, Abeja, bersama-sama dengan Lafel kat sini.
Bismillah.
Ikut apa yang Steve buat tadi.
Tak. Apa soalan tadi? Saya fikir. Sorry. I punya suara dah macam sleepy sikit. Tapi either ways, perlawanan yang hebat daripada pasukan HomeBois.
Right, so seperti kita tengok tadi, game yang betul apa yang Lafel katakan tadi, memang betul-betul tak chill tadi. Dan sekarang jom sama-sama kita tengok itemization untuk kedua-dua pasukan.
Ya, dekat sini kita tengok untuk pasukan HomeBois dan juga untuk pasukan CaRaCaL, di mana CaRaCaL mereka punya draft sebenarnya agak menarik dekat sini, di mana mereka menggunakan Grok dan mereka menggunakan carry, di mana Grok adalah pilihan yang bagus. Tapi carry dengan jarak yang sangat-sangat rendah, apa yang saya fikirkan kat sini adalah carry sebagai umpan untuk biar pasukan HomeBois kejar ke depan dan Kai yang menggunakan Grok akan counter engage dekat sini. Tetapi apa yang menjadikan game ni tak berkesan, tak menjadi sebenarnya adalah Link Eza yang menggunakan Lancelot. Sepatutnya seperti mana kita punya caster cakap, Lancelot adalah hero yang early game dan juga mid game dia sangat-sangat kuat. Jadi bila dia tak boleh nak membawa apa-apa impact dekat dalam game pada bahagian awal lawan dengan pasukan HomeBois, itu yang jadikan game ni sangat-sangat susah. Tetapi Link Eza adalah assassin, dan untuk pasukan HomeBois, Chibi menggunakan Baxia iaitu tank, di mana susah sebenarnya untuk mana-mana assassin untuk membunuh tank pada bahagian awal-awal game. Dan kalau kita tengok dari segi gol juga, Link Eza 7,300 gol, dan kalau kita bandingkan Saiful 8,162 gol, bermaksud gol yang sepatutnya paling tinggi dalam pasukan CaRaCaL lagi rendah daripada gol yang paling rendah dari pasukan HomeBois.
Dan seperti yang Lafel katakan tadi, baik daripada segi pemilihan draft pun boleh dikatakan sebagai punca utama juga, sebab tak boleh nak counter balik dengan hero-hero yang dipakai oleh pasukan HomeBois. Dan selain daripada itu, Lafel, kita tengok pasukan HomeBois still, diorang masih lagi orang cakap apa, diorang memang fokus dengan objektif diorang. Memang betul-betul tak bagi can kat sini, kita boleh dapat lihat lah kan.
Ya, saya suka macam mana untuk pasukan HomeBois. Mereka bukan, walaupun mereka punya style of gameplay tu adalah sama, tapi cara mereka menangkan game bukan satu saja. Mereka ada 3 pilihan setiap kali mereka nak menang game tersebut.
Baik, sekarang jom sama-sama kita saksikan post game stats untuk kedua-dua pasukan.
Ya, dan untuk post game stats, benda yang paling senang untuk kita nampak adalah damage pada tower, di mana pasukan HomeBois mereka dapat keluarkan I boleh katakan 90% damage pada tower berbanding dengan pasukan CaRaCaL dekat sini, di mana apa yang terjadi adalah pasukan HomeBois ke semua lane mereka berjaya untuk menang. Pasukan CaRaCaL EXP lane, gold lane, mid lane dan jungle sendiri, tak ada sesiapa boleh menang lawan dengan counterpart dari pasukan HomeBois, di mana Lexia berjaya untuk keluarkan 45,000 damage yang paling tinggi untuk pasukan CaRaCaL. Dan untuk pasukan HomeBois, mid laner juga ataupun mage berjaya untuk keluarkan damage paling besar, tetapi Vince 62,000, jauh lebih tinggi. Yang dekat dengan Lexia adalah Anip dan dia adalah 48,000 banding dengan Lolias 34. Jadi dekat dalam game ni, berdasarkan semua nombor yang ada, memang jelas dan nyata pasukan HomeBois ke semua lane, ke semua position menang bila lawan dengan pasukan CaRaCaL. Dan unfortunately dalam game ni juga kita kena cakap, di mana Link Eza dan Kai, dua-dua player ni membuat item damage. Jadi sepatutnya mereka yang keluarkan damage yang besar, tetapi Neo yang buat item defense, item utility lagi tinggi damage dibandingkan dengan jungler dan EXP laner.
Baik, dan itulah dia penerangan daripada Lafel, dan kita dapat lihat tadi kedua-dua pasukan. Dan sekarang ini, apa kata kita sama-sama saksikan MVP untuk game kedua tadi akan diberikan kepada Vince dengan KDA 407, match kill participation 73%, match goal per minute 685.
Ya, dekat dalam game ni terus terang sesiapa saja dari pasukan HomeBois memang layak untuk mendapatkan MVP, disebabkan mereka punya perlawanan, bila mereka nak ambil fight, mereka akan buat keputusan yang sama ada nak teruskan ataupun nak ke belakang je terus. Dan Vince adalah penyebab mereka boleh terus ke depan, kerana damage daripada Lilias memangnya sangat-sangat tinggi. Kita nampak dekat dalam post game stats, damage daripada Vince 20,000 lebih tinggi daripada Link Eza yang daripada pasukan CaRaCaL. Dan dengan adanya Lilia, susah untuk Vince tertangkap. Dia ada black shoes, dan disebabkan dia ada dia punya slow dia menyebabkan CaRaCaL kalau nak fight, kalau nak larikan diri, dia tak diberikan pilihan. Vince cakap, you stay dekat sini, you ambil semua damage daripada kita orang.
Oh, itu yang kita dapat lihat di game yang kedua tadi. So sekarang ni Sif, apa kata sama-sama kita saksikan highlight yang telah pun disediakan oleh Samsung Galaxy A Series. Seperti kita lihat di awal-awal game, bagaimana pasukan HomeBois serangan demi serangan diberikan. Cuba Sif tengok kat sini, Sif, nampak tak?
Dia sebenarnya apabila mana-mana tim yang gunakan 1-1, dan lagi 1-1 lepas kena buff, dia sangat-sangat sukar. Sebab 1-1 bila dia nak aktifkan dia punya crossbow tank, dia kena pecahkan dia punya weakness of stack tersebut.
Betul.
Dan banyak arah akan melakukan serangan. Ini menyebabkan pasukan daripada CaRaCaL sama ada mereka nak elak daripada crossbow tank ataupun mereka nak elak flank daripada pasukan HomeBois, di mana mereka berjaya melakukan perkara tersebut dengan baik. Tetapi penggunaan Lancelot daripada Link Eza juga kita tak boleh nafikan antara penggunaan yang terbaik. Hampir sebenarnya mampu untuk melakukan sesuatu keajaiban, tetapi kesemuanya agak sedikit terlambat kerana early aggression, early objektif yang dilakukan oleh pasukan HomeBois menyebabkan di game yang kedua pasukan CaRaCaL dah tak boleh buat apa-apa.
Tak tahulah Sif, dekat dalam game ni saya memang kena letak criticism sikit dekat Link Eza punya Lancelot kerana pada bahagian awal dia punya decision making cuba untuk counter jungle pasukan HomeBois, tapi kita nampak benda tu tak menjadi.
Betul. Baik, sekarang ni jom kita tengok kedudukan kumpulan di grup A. Tim SMG Suhas, HomeBois naik tempat nombor 3 16 poin, Orange 15, MLBB Esports 14. Manakala grup B pula kita tengok kat sini Red, Toda, RSG, Tim CaRaCaL dan juga GEEK FAM.
Dekat sini saya yang paling tak suka bila masuk minggu yang paling last kali. Dalam ini adalah hari yang last di mana kita dah confirmkan pasukan mana yang tak akan masuk kepada bahagian playoff, kerana kepada semua fan MLB Esports patutnya dah tahu MLB dah tak ada game lagi selepas ini. Bermaksud mereka tak ada peluang untuk mendapatkan mata. Jadi ini adalah poin mereka yang terakhir, 14 poin, dan Orange Esports 15 poin. Jadi dekat sini dah solid di mana pasukan MLB Esports mereka tak layak ke playoff, sama juga dengan pasukan GEEK FAM.
Satu kenyataan yang sedih dan pedih, tapi itulah adat permainan. Ada yang kalah, ada yang menang, ada yang meraihkan diri ke peringkat seterusnya, dan pasti akan ada yang tersinggir. Untuk pasukan MLB dan juga pasukan GEEK FAM, terima kasih kerana berjaya menyerikan kita punya MPL, tapi masih lagi ada banyak lagi musim yang akan datang untuk pasukan mereka. Tapi untuk pasukan HomeBois, tahniah diucapkan kerana mereka berjaya melayakkan diri ke peringkat seterusnya.
Tapi kat sini, apa je nak bagi tahu sikit. Kita nak recap balik MLB punya performance. Sebenarnya, MLB punya performance bukannya tak okey. Dorang dia punya usaha daripada minggu ke minggu kita boleh nampak macam mana perubahan. Baik daripada segi gameplay, rotasi, pemilihan draft. Kita dapat tengok merupakan tim yang kuat juga pada pendapat saya lah.
Pasukan MLB mereka masuk daripada qualifier. Mereka bertentangan dengan beratus-ratus tim dan akhirnya menjadi top 2 team untuk masuk dalam MPL season kali ini. Dan sebenarnya walaupun markah dekat situ, yes, mereka total 14 poin saja, tapi setiap kali mereka bermain, walaupun game tu adalah game yang mereka kalah, mereka nampak sangat-sangat kuat. Jadi saya rasa apa yang kita cuba sampaikan dekat sini adalah untuk pasukan MLB, potential mereka sangat-sangat besar. Ada banyak lagi yang kita masih belum nampak dari pasukan MLB ni.
Ya, satu lagi, kerana rata-rata pemain daripada pasukan MLB merupakan pemain-pemain baru, pemain-pemain yang tak ada pengalaman bermain dekat MPL. Jadi ini merupakan, selain walaupun mereka tewas, tapi pengalaman sebenarnya yang cukup-cukup penting untuk pasukan MLB boleh bawa untuk pergi ke musim yang ke-10.
Ya, walau bagaimanapun kita pasti, saya saya yakin yang next season mungkin kita dapat tengok MLB. Kita tak tahu sebab kalau ikutkan performa MLB seperti yang Lafil katakan, merupakan tim yang sangat-sangat kuat. Sekarang ini apa kata kita tengok untuk kita punya perlawanan seterusnya. Kita ada pasukan Orange Esports menentang pasukan RSG. Kat sini kita nak tengok kat sini Orange mampu pergi ke upper bracket ataupun tidak.
Saya nak mencelas.
Sila.
Lafel macam ada sesuatu nak bagi tahu kita pasal Orange lawan RSG ni.
Tak ada.
Lagi-lagi kalau dia menang 2-0.
Wow. Saya sebenarnya takut sedikit. Dekat sini untuk Orange Esports, siapa yang perasan kita punya standings tadi, pasukan Suhas sekarang ni 18 poin. Manakala untuk pasukan Orange Esports, mereka ada 15 poin. Dan kalau menang 2-0, mereka akan dapat 3 poin. Jadi mereka akan sama markah dengan pasukan Suhas. Kalau mereka berjaya untuk menang 2-0 lawan dengan pasukan RSG, mereka ada peluang untuk pergi ke upper bracket. Tapi saya nak RSG menang.
Tapi kalau mereka nak menang ke upper bracket,
family.
Ada tiebreak.
Yes, tiebreaker. Betul.
Tiebreaker. Jadi pasukan Orange kena berlawan sekali lagi dengan pasukan Suhas untuk menentukan pasukan manakah yang akan melayakkan diri ke peringkat upper bracket. Sebenarnya walaupun orang nampak macam
tak, sebab sekarang ni saya cuba fikir balik berapa banyak MPL season yang kita dah lalui. Bila kali terakhir kita kena tiebreaker? Saya pun lupa.
Saya paling ingat last M3.
Oh ya, betul.
M3.
Tapi itu bukan MPL Malaysia. So saya tak tahulah sebab saya punya memory pun kurang-kurang sikit sebab puasa kan, lapar tali-tali fikir. So
kalau ingat, orang ingat cakap tak puasa.
Jangan tunjuk sangat tak puasa tu.
Jadi kat sini saya nak cerita sikit. I mean nak tanya lah. Untuk kalau ada lah tiebreaker, so that means dia akan ada best of 1 lah.
Betul. Tadi macam hampir tercakap best of 5 tadi.
Jangan.
Takut saya.
Dia takkan ada best of 5 kan?
Dia best of 1, best of 1.
Kalau best of 5 kita habis je terus sahur.
Betul.
Betul. Jadi bagaimana pula dengan pendapat anda? Sama-sama kita tengok. Dan sekarang ni untuk kita punya MPL Predictor punya pemenang, kita ada Irfan Arif, Oyeng Su ke HomeBois dan juga Ahmad YGD. Okey, kat sini
dia akan jadi kelakar. Dia akan jadi kelakar kalau CaRaCaL yang menang, tapi Oyeng Su ke HomeBois yang MPL Predictor punya pemenang.
Ya, betul.
Nampak yang next tu.
Kalau dia
pembelot
suka CaRaCaL, nama dia takkan tulis CaRaCaL. Dia takkan tulis HomeBois. Dia akan tulis Oyeng Su CaRaCaL.
Itu aku kan. Baik, sekarang ini jom untuk MPL Predictor. Okey, tahniah kepada pemenang untuk mendapatkan kita punya skin Ruby kat sini kan.
Betul.
So
mana nak masuk ni Abeja?
Dia senang je, kita boleh komen dekat bawah jawapan apa yang korang predict, kemudian letakkan ID game dan juga ID server. Dan sekarang ni untuk kita punya MPL Learning, Abang nak tanya, pemain manakah yang mendapatkan jumlah gol terbanyak pada musim ini? Yang pertama kita RSG Kuza, SMG Sasa
dan juga Todak Momo.
Ya.
Tak boleh nak susah lagi ke soalan ni? Ini soalan susah sangat ni. Lagi sebab kita tengok Sasa dan juga Momo, dua-dua adalah goal laner. Tapi jawapan dia sebenarnya adalah Kuza yang dapat gol paling tinggi. Jadi macam mana diorang nak teka goal laner dengan jungler? Kalau ikut logik, mestilah goal laner kan, sebab dia duduk, dia farm. Tapi sebenarnya jawapan dia adalah Kuza. Jadi saya tak tahu macam mana mereka nak dapat jawapan yang betul.
Mana nak dapat jawapan kalau jawapan dia Kuza sebab ada lagi tu 2 goal laner.
Sebab diorang pun tak tahu yang sebenarnya jawapannya adalah Kuza. So
jawapannya
macam mana diorang nak predict? Tapi kalau ikutkan match macam itulah seperti yang kita lihat. Even masa sekarang pun diorang masih tak dapat expect lagi yang sebenarnya jawapannya adalah Kuza. Walau macam mana pun yang kalau dapat teka dengan betul akan dapat random satu skin dekat sini.
Ya, pastikan scan dekat situ. Kesian tu sebab mesti ramai orang ingatkan Sasa, mesti ramai orang ingatkan Mo. Tapi itulah Kuza jawapan.
Dan dia nak ingatkan lagi sekali, jawapan tu dikena satu perkataan dan juga huruf besar. Dan untuk kita punya hashtag ini gaya kita, kalau anda ada bakat macam Lafen juga Sim nampak kat sini, buatlah video kreatif anda, kemudian upload dekat anda punya TikTok, letak hashtag ini gaya kita. Anda berpeluang untuk memenangi apa tahu, Secret Lab punya gaming chair M3 eksklusif dan juga telefon pintar rasmi Samsung A series. Buat video je.
Dua tu saya nak, tapi peringatan kepada semua lagi time sekarang, satu jenis video je tak dibuat.
Apa dia?
Jangan buat video makanan.
Dia
berapa kali kita scroll TikTok keluar Milo besar lah, apalah kan, Nescafe semua.
Speaking of which, hari tu kita orang nampak ada video TikTok tulis nama hero-hero MLBB.
Contoh?
Dia ada tulis air keladi Argus.
Air keladi Argus.
Betul, air tembikai Lela.
Janganlah, saya punya suara dah serak dah ni.
Patutnya dia kena letak hashtag ini gaya kita. Itulah cara-cara dia.
Ya, walau macam mana pun untuk match kita kejap lagi sama-sama kita nantikan. Kita tengok pasukan mana yang akan menang dan kita kembali selepas ini. Jangan ke mana-mana. Bye-bye.
Stand by, I'm coming in. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. Stand by, I'm coming in. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar. Stand by, I'm coming in. Stand by, I'm coming in. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey everyone, DevPow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of one against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the 2 teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the seeker, and 5 players from Team B as hiders. Next, I'll check the hide minimap avatar option so the 2 teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the 2 teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together, before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker, or the 5 hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? All right, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after it's released. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the 3rd hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area. Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star.
rockstar, I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim CaRaCaL adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nurhadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim CaRaCaL.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam CaRaCaL saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join CaRaCaL ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam CaRaCaL. CaRaCaL 1, CaRaCaL 2. Ini CaRaCaL biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari.
Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk CaRaCaL ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim CaRaCaL ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa CaRaCaL?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama CaRaCaL ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ini majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Lieza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
CaRaCaL! Meow!
Describe playstyle tim ni.
Lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Sebab setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik. Kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif, diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player CaRaCaL bersama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion, lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Iwi, apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu sepatutnya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami belum kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni dekat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Lagi diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki, tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Mask, seat belt. Mask, seat belt dengan tidur.
Assalamualaikum, nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni, and saya merupakan manager untuk Suhas Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join Suhas? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama Suhas Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik. Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia lah. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament emisi baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi.
Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe Suhas akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang Suhas, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik Suhas.
Suhas ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susahlah kita nak pecah.
Oh! Langkah pokok.
Sisi lampi.
Bagi tepuk.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Suhas untuk saya. Suhas is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, Suhas is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah. And cut.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing, so kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in-game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting, sebab sebelum ni Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legend, jadi dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi dia memahami player, jadi bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood, or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terimalah sebab memang season lalu kami underperform. Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni. Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah. Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we will smile and laugh together.
GEEK RSG.
Betul? Like always, let's give first.
With the team, Todak, Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebab kan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu. Semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah. And alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag Todak Langgar.
Dan minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu, biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So time tu lah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah team rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood macam tu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jungler.
Kau nak kerja sama boleh. Tak, aku play je, aku tak lagi, aku campur dia ke belakang je. Banyak kau je. Bila kau tak ada shadow ni teratap.
Ya tu lah. Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Ciku. Legendary untuk beliau. Zaraki, satu lagi kill ingin dicari oleh Ciku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi untuk week keempat Ciku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah.
Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Ciku dah nak main kembali lah kan, sebab dah lama dia tak main lebih kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Ciku.
Kalau ada Ciku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda, kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Ciku. Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada Esports, Zahir daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah.
Kita nak champion MPL, lepas tu kita nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan.
Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Hashtag Todak Langgar. Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Untuk rig ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rig ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap decision yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua decision tu sama.
Hello, ada orang? Hello. Rick?
Momennya jadi weak the boss up. You guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti, oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam RSG Esports is COO untuk RSG Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim RSG Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL season 9 sekarang ni. Kalau season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada Bosco.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan, so kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi rate pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan Todak dan CaRaCaL, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, yeah, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, saya sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke harapan.
Bagi saya, RSG Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam Sora ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan mic dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh baca kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kajar tank dan final tank.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap, jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach Has tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tau kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi sejajar sedikit bagi jalan untuk diorang supaya diorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab diorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang diorang tak nak dengar cakap saya. Tapi alhamdulillah diorang support saya, diorang dengar cakap saya. Saya happy lah untuk berada kat sini.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin. Bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution.
Saya masuk ke rap ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player rap ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama. Lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya, dia kenalkan saya dekat rap. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk rap Esports.
Zahid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zahid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zai pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro scene. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya. Dah saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni team underdog, team yang mungkin dia orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk rate champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba try untuk grab that title.
Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
So you've been with SMP for 2 years, but for this current roster, what do you feel about this current roster?
It's a very competitive roster. Even though with some new member coming in, Sasa experience from the other region, he actually pushed everyone to work harder. Harder could be more stressful, could be more anything, but as long as to reach the goal for the team. Because you know we've been 7-8 for like so many seasons. I think with Sasa coming in, he also don't want to be 7-8. That's what pushed others to try to play as much as we can. Because we feel that all the standard in Malaysia team are quite evenly. We never underestimate any of our opponent. Any one extra game for us to play is a bonus for us. Because it's not any time we can get a playoff or stage game. Any one game for us is actually a bonus for us preparation for M3. That's what the difference maybe. Yeah.
The difference, yeah. For me, MPL ID is more harder than Malaysia MPL-MY lah. The player hero pool, the gameplay style a lot different.
Tapi saya puas sebenarnya yang diberikan tekanan kembali dan bantuan Sasa pula yang
Meta Malaysia side, the player all suka hadiah dia. Just like they play what they like to play, what just play only like that. But Indo gameplay is totally very different lah. Really teamwork gameplay. Cannot have one mistake.
Itu kebanyakan ngambus, Cok. Di tengah gitu nggak ngapa-ngapain.
Kita udah pernah ngalahin mereka, jadi tinggal kita lakuin lagi apa yang pernah kita lakuin.
Situasi Malaysia punya fans sekarang ni agak kurang sikit untuk compare dengan negara luar macam Indonesia dengan Filipina. Dekat sana dia punya sambutan lagi rancak lah daripada di Malaysia. Tapi sejak daripada M1 tak silap saya yang Malaysia di host. Sejak daripada M1 tu dah mula ramai yang nampak e-sport ni dah berjaya lah MLBB ni di Malaysia. Pada saya agak slow sikit fan Malaysia ni sebab gameplay team pro kita. Team pro di Malaysia ni macam rotation dia, drum dia masih terlalu belakang compare dengan tim-tim PN dan Indo. So bila draft dia slow, dia punya rotation slow, fans pun macam lebih tertarik pada negara luar daripada negara kita sendiri.
Season 8 ni kita bergerak sebagai pasukan yang underdog and kita buktikan kita dapat tempat pertama MPL season 8 ni. Macam tu juga lah ke M3. Walaupun kita menang ke kalah, kita tetap bawa nama Malaysia, so sentiasa support.
Todak langkah.
Watches for Todak!
Perasaan saya first memang sangat bersyukurlah sebab tim saya berjaya masuk ke kali ini untuk kejohanan dunia untuk kali yang ketiga berturut-turut lah. Saya memang sangat bangga lah dengan pencapaian ini. Dan perasaan saya memang rasa lain lah sebab sebelum ni M1, M2 saya sebagai player and sekarang saya sebagai manager, rasa dia memang agak lain sebab sekarang saya kena manage player berbanding saya main.
Lepas tu Semir dapat turtle, bapak
Bagi Moon, grup B tu memang kalau kita nampak daripada sudut fizikal, memang nampak yang tu grup yang paling berbahaya daripada grup-grup yang lain. Tapi apa perbezaan dia adalah dia main best of one. So bila the best of one, macam-macam boleh terjadi. Boleh comeback, boleh mistake, boleh ada tu. So kita mungkin daripada situ kita boleh dapatkan apa bracket lah untuk ni. Kita kena just confident dengan diri sendiri, dengan pasukan masing-masing.
Malaysian meta is a very chase the dopamine sort of meta, you know? Whatever makes you feel really good about yourself at the end of the day. We like to be flashy, of course. Everybody likes being flashy. But more importantly, I think it's becoming more refined in a sense where we're not as afraid to try out new things. We're not as stubborn following a very limited meta. We want to start pushing out of it. We've taken a lot of inspiration from both Indonesia and as well as Philippines, and we're starting to weed out what we like and don't like about their metas to come up with our own. It just pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. There's a lot of aspects to it, and I feel like it actually shows you that this is how you'd be a professional player.
Apakah meta Malaysia? Kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Actually kita ada tim Todak lah. Apa yang saya nampak contoh macam unik, dia bawa high loss side ataupun tank XP. Basically kita orang yang bawa dulu. Jungler tank pun kita bawa dulu and then ditiru oleh yang lain. Benda tu, dua meta ni adalah meta yang susah untuk dibawa. Bukan semua orang boleh guna. Tim tertentu ataupun player tertentu saja yang boleh bawa meta-meta ni. Untuk improve prestasi diorang sebelum M3 ni, mental diorang kena jaga. Sebab dulu saya jadi player pun mental memang sangat teruk lah sebab susah nak jaga mental dekat sana. Sebab dengan quarantine, dengan penat apa semua, tempat yang sama saja training, mental. Lepas tu bagi saya untuk improve lagi, kena lebihkan lah training untuk M3 kali ni.
Kalau ditukar pun kan?
Because I play for Malaysia, I feel very happy lah. But it's like need to win also lah. Cannot lose too much lah. That's why I try my best to give Malaysia something. I feel a lot of pressure from it.
Kalau dia nak depan, yang penting aku tak nak duduk depan. Kami Malaysia.
Bye. Yo. Berhenti guys.
Semir seorang.
Semir seorang.
Anything training now?
first day quarantine.
So kepada supporter Todak, jangan lupa suruh kita orang ke April nanti.
This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championship.
SMG, diorang bukan just ada Sasa, player yang ada banyak pengalaman daripada Indonesia punya scene, tapi diorang juga ada super coach James. M1 dia tolong RRQ dapat nombor 2. And then M2 dia still tolong RRQ juga. And then RRQ pun dapat banyak championship MPL dekat Indonesia. And then this time around dia tolong SMG. 5 season SMG dapat nombor 8. This season SMG dah dekat grand final. So kita dapat nampak significant change and improvement yang James bawakan. And then for Todak pun diorang ada banyak nafas baru. Ada Momo, ada Yums, and then diorang ada analyst. So diorang dapat full bagaikan lagi gameplay diorang, dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat M3.
Siapa dia? Hello, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Slow dong, habis slow sikit.
Bye bye. Bye bye. See you tomorrow.
Are you ready? Let's get it. Let's see the stage right now.
I follow Todak closely masa M3, tengok diorang dari dekat backstage and so on. Dia are very chill person, dia are very chill player. Kalau waktu Onyx PH, if I'm not mistaken, Onyx PH group stage, waktu tu BO1, waktu tu memang ada macam salah faham sikit and ada macam pergaduhan sikit lah between, if I'm not mistaken, Moon and Fomes. And Moon pun cerita pasal benda ni. And then, tapi yang I sangat suka diorang ni, for example, okay, I bagi you 2 minutes, gaduh, lalalala, dah, that's it. Masuk stage, it's a new journey, it's a new momentum, it's a new mindset. Susah tau untuk you shifted in a very small amount of time, daripada you macam gaduh, marah, semua emosi dekat sini, and then you nak shift kepada new mental, new team, new momentum. After that, after diorang kalah dengan Onyx PH, diorang menang dengan Onyx Indonesia, which is one of the giant in Indonesia, and diorang menang MPL S8 if I'm not mistaken.
I still believe in my boys. I still believe in Todak. Go with the Todak Langgar style. Be the Malaysian Vikings.
Sekarang ini untuk mendapatkan permainan yang lebih cantik, Suns akan menjatuhkan Momo sebentar tadi. Yus terperangkap di tengah-tengah perlawanan, tak mampu untuk lakukan apa-apa. Chico masih lagi bernyawa sekarang ini, tetapi lihat, Fomen akan dalam serang kristal ini. Apa saja dijatuhkan, Immortality akan menghidupkan, dan Fomen akan mendapatkan kemenangan. Satu kemenangan yang cukup penting. Fomes berjaya untuk membawa pasukan Malaysia bermain di kawasan Upper Bracket.
Todak suka buat orang sakit jantung lah. Suka sangat. And kita, to be honest, kita pun tak tahu. Kalau menang, menang. Kalau kalah pun tak apa.
But how did they make the comebacks was really surprising. And it's not just in Malaysia itself, Indonesia, Philippines, and even NA servers. They didn't expect Todak make such a comeback. Like against Onyx Esports. They made a strict push just like that.
Yang begitu baik, tapi lihatlah tarikan daripada Lolzi sebentar tadi. Expedia akan dijatuhkan terlebih dahulu oleh LY for Diablo di bahagian belakang. Sasa telah dimusnahkan.
Level 239 you don't want to burst, you go and burst level 4 high loss.
Esme OT, skill 1 dia dah mati mah. Terus ini for apa?
Saya agak terkejut juga sebab tengok daripada bracket team SMG, sebenarnya SMG lagi senang untuk go to next round. Tapi SMG yang turun ke lower bracket dan tak layak. So saya agak terkejut lah dengan prestasi SMG.
Am I surprised today that they got eliminated so early? I can say not surprised, because that's the very first time entering international or world championships, except for Long and Sasa. The rest, they're very fresh to this.
from Malaysia. We're bringing in Team SMG. These guys, again, still moving under gunfire.
And remember, both of these teams, they are the MPL champions. So into the first match of the day between Onyx Esports and Team SMG. Teams are ready, we are ready, but are you guys ready? Let's get straight into it.
Tuh. Nice. Okay, aku naik balik. Aku cover atas balik.
Jangan keluar weh, Man. Keluar ni ke bawah.
I do believe Team SMG kena terciduk dulu supaya diorang boleh bangkit dengan lebih baik. Because sometimes we need the hard lesson for us to be better. Of course, Team SMG memang terciduk. Dia bukannya satu perkataan yang kita nak hentam dia, tak. It's a fact. But I do believe kalau diorang tak give up, they will make an amazingly comeback. Sebab itu cara permainan Malaysia tau. Malaysia bila kalah sekali je, we will come back stronger than before lah. For example, like macam Todak before ni, diorang start kecil je. Diorang menang tournament kecil and then they make it to the MPL. So it's a very humble journey about Todak pergi MPL, and then if I'm not mistaken, for the first time diorang dah masuk MPL, diorang dapat naib juara. And then after that they go into M1, dapat top 3. So yeah, I think same goes to Team SMG. I think maybe because of the pressure, maybe because of the environment itself, or maybe tak biasa lagi. Tapi once you ada pengalaman tu, you unstoppable lah. That's why I rasa Team SMG perlu rasa pahit tu untuk you rasa manis selepasnya. Sebab Todak is something that kind of team juga. You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisannya yang akan datang. Itu adalah cabaran atau ujian yang you tak biasa lagi. Once you get used to it, habislah semua orang. Serius.
Representing MPL Cambodia, see you soon. That's gonna be a few more stats put in. Kiku guys at half health. They're juggling. In goes Oob. He's a monster kill and it's over. See you soon. Takes game number 1. The yells and the screams. See you soon.
Tak ada Kagura yang dalam bus kan. Tak, tapi sebelum tu dia tak ada mesej tu je kan. Orang pada start sebelum tu. Ada dia camping dia memang.
The base is the target, and just like that, we're going to game 3. Todak still alive. He's punching through. That's gonna be the vengeance. That's gonna be the counter inferno. Not enough. Kiko guys knocks him out. 2 down. See you soon. That's gonna be the target of Momo. Down goes Kiko guys, but down goes the base. Too late. Ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi takes game 1. Memory not enough. Momo falls. Sunset Lover gets 1. It's just Kiko guys left. Double kill for Sunset Lover as in a flash they take the base. They're sitting at match point. Na'Vi 2-0.
Diorang punya seorang pun nak kena clear dulu. Tapi diorang clear. Diorang lagi untung, diorang dapat tower. Aku rasa better kita ban Linda tu. Ataupun kita break Ekan tu. Kalau dia bawa
They're gonna have to pull out their best skills. They have to bring out that Langar style. Game number 4 gonna go over to the Malaysia squad. Todak goes 2 and 2, and they're targeting the base right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Todak moves on.
From Singapore, it's gonna be EVOS SG. Can't do anything. GG. Well played to EVOS SG.
So game ketiga bagi saya outdraft lah. Draft tak berapa kena untuk dengan gameplay yang kita nak main.
I think satu je lah yang Todak perlu perbaiki. Nafsu kill tu masih ada. I think kalau nafsu kill tu dah ada disiplin, sebab diorang ada disiplin tau. Kalau nafsu kill tu you jaga lagi, best lah, serius best.
Terlampau stick sangat dengan cheat. Lepas tu cheat pun over commit.
Moon, soalan pertama. Apa perasaan Moon sekarang?
Perasaan sedih. Tapi dalam masa yang sama still nak kena banggalah dengan setiap orang yang dah cuba sehabis baik dengan kita semua, termasuk player dan termasuk analyst and termasuk Iwan sekali.
ada apa nak cakap kepada fan-fan?
Bye, jumpa kat Malaysia.
Bye, Team Todak.
Bye.
Pada pendapat Bozi, kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Saya rasa ada daripada tim Todak juga. Sebab tim Todak sendiri, Ciku, dia hybrid tau. Dia boleh buat mage, dia boleh buat tank, dia boleh buat fighter, semua tu jadi jungler. So itulah meta yang daripada Malaysia sendiri. Meta hybrid yang boleh guna semua jurus sebagai jungler.
Sekarang ni diorang ada Hazim. Hazim adalah penganalisis yang tak ada background kompetitif. Maksudnya dia tak pernah masuk tournament and so on. It shows that kalau you rajin study, you rajin analisis orang lain and you rajin minta ilmu dengan orang sebab dia kata dia tengok coach yang luar, dia belajar cara coach lain, belajar macam mana buat meta semua. It shows that with dedication and passion, you boleh create something lah. Sebab semua orang terkejut masa Todak guna Lunox as jungler, if I'm not mistaken.
Chico on the jungle, Lunox!
I told you, man.
this is Todak at there, 100%.
Meta Malaysia dulu kita selalu dikenali sebagai orang yang suka adapt dengan meta, especially dekat Philippines dan juga di Indonesia. But right now, kita sendiri pun dah develop our own meta di mana kita quite rely on memakai marksman dan juga support untuk support kepada marksman itu and make the marksman strong at the late game and then try to win the game. So our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, get the more items, get the level and power spike yang dia perlukan untuk win the game.
So in terms of developing the meta, ramai orang cakap kita tiru say Indonesia ataupun Philippines. Part of it is true for certain teams. Ada beberapa team dekat Malaysia, diorang very, very innovative. Orange is very innovative, Todak very innovative as well as GEEK FAM, diorang very innovative. But the thing about meta is, bila kita try tiru orang, kadang-kadang benda tu tak jadi. So, this is where the process begins. Kita tengok for inspiration and then we try. And then based on the try and error, kita tengok what works for us and apa yang tak okay untuk kita orang. And then you make adjustment dekat situ. So, walaupun kalau kita awal-awal ambil meta orang lain, but through trial and error, dia akan jadi identity kita sendiri.
Meta special yang Malaysia selalu gunakan untuk kalahkan banyak tim daripada luar is kita punya split push meta. Split push meta kita paling kuat dekat Southeast Asia yang aku boleh kata. And then Todak is one of the best team yang boleh mainkan meta ni dengan baik.
No way! Are you serious? Oh no! Is this how it ends? Is this how it ends? That's an unstoppable streak for us. But guess what? Chico!
I think semua orang mungkin akan setuju dengan benda ni, termasuk pro player. Meta split push. Pasukan Malaysia sangat nakal bila dalam Land of Dawn. Diorang suka macam umpan and then diorang akan konon-kononnya macam nak ajak team fight because dia ada team diorang tahu they are very strong in team fight. Tapi sebenarnya bila for example Todak nak engage, kita orang bukannya nak engage untuk team fight pun. Kita orang maybe just nak macam nakal, melakukan tipu daya so that the other person buat speed push. So I do believe benda ni, meta ni daripada dulu lagi, daripada Asia Science, MYA. I think Todak pun pernah buat sekali masa dekat M3. So and it's very well known not from Malaysia saja but from other country jugalah.
Well playing, it doesn't seem like it when he gets away. But again and again, Todak use all this as a distraction to take the objectives.
I mean, they're getting...
Meta speed push Malaysia adalah satu perkara yang sangat digeruni dan masih dikenali dalam arena Mobile Legends.
Dulu kita tak ada dismantle coach but now banyak pasukan yang bawa coach and analyst or even their own manager sendiri pun akan turun padang, orang kata, untuk berikan yang terbaik kepada pasukan mereka, menunjukkan day by day or season by season MPL is getting bigger and is getting more and more competitive.
Kita ingat korang antara yang terbaik dan kita harus satu season.
Selama ni orang cakap MPL Malaysia kalau diorang main internationally lawan dengan Indonesia, lawan dengan Philippines, no chance. But even in M1 kita boleh tengok tim Todak dah jadikan Malaysia the top 2 region during M1. During M2 again Todak membawa Malaysia kepada level yang tinggi. And now especially bila hanging out with the teams, you know, Orange, GEEK FAM and such, bila mereka scrim dengan all of the other regions, semua respect Malaysia. And that's the thing. Kalau kita nak cerita pasal dorang punya growth, dorang punya competitiveness, it's better bila ada results. And the thing is, Malaysia dah berkali-kali membawa result, and I really think the MPL teams, people dah tak boleh nak pandang rendah. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
I think dari segi gameplay, we need to study a lot. When we talk about meta, most effective tactical available meta is actually a trend. Dalam this patch, what is the trend and how we can counter it, and you can be creative about it.
Here we go. We're seeing the Lolita coming out of Shark once again with a 66.7% win rate. It's only come out literally 3 times from Shark and as well as JPL.
Oh, they have done it! North America take another game!
It doesn't matter kalau kita guna hero baru ke ataupun hero lama. Macam VTK, the US team, tunjuk yang walaupun itu meta baru, we can still use hero lama macam Saber untuk counter and so on.
And most importantly, retakes are great.
The retakes, and he finally gets hit by the last hit of the sweep, and it also final.
So, I think for Malaysia team, sebenarnya kena study. Kalau you tak ada coach, kalau you tak ada analisis, memang you kena buat sendiri. And then second, kalau dah famous, jangan ada superstar syndrome lah. Because itu yang akan buat you macam lupa diri lah. Always be humble kerana kita selalu kena sandwich between Indonesia and Philippines. So, and kita tak pernah menang trofi lagi walaupun kita dah 3 kali ataupun a few times pergi kejuaraan dunia lah. Jangan rasa bila kita power ataupun jago kampung, kita rasa kita paling best. Tak. Actually have that kind of mindset, masuk tournament apa pun, have the mindset that I'm the best in the world, not just in Malaysia lah.
Telah tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
RSG is my craft, Diggy is my name. First blood. Wait, just slow down the time. Reload time is science. You have slain an enemy. Time is science. Time is science.
This will sting. You have my word. Saber guys just can't stop preaching. Saber guys just can't stop. Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, well, who's the hero now?
Masters all weapons, let alone despair.
Hey everyone, DevPow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of one against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the 2 teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the seeker, and 5 players from Team B as hiders. Next, I'll check the hide minimap avatar option so the 2 teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the 2 teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together, before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker, or the 5 hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? Alright, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after it's released. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the 3rd hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs...
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 yang dikuasakan oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery. Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita, raikan bersama dengan Nescafe dan juga gaming dengan CaRaCaL. Anda bersama dengan saya Ja dan kita ada Lafel, kita ada Sif kat sini untuk match kita yang kedua, Orange Esports menentang pasukan RSG.
Ya, di mana dekat dalam game ni untuk pasukan Orange Esports, mereka cuma ada satu pilihan saja, iaitu untuk mendapatkan 2-0 supaya mereka boleh pergi kepada bahagian upper bracket. Kalau 2-1, walaupun menang, tapi 2-1, kita akan tengok Suhas Esports yang akan pergi ke upper bracket.
Tapi Lapel, kalau mereka menang 2-0 pun, mereka takkan terus pergi ke upper bracket.
Oh, iya ke?
Mereka sama poin dengan Suhas, jadi mereka kena ada satu perlawanan istimewa, iaitu dipanggil tiebreaker, best of one, selepas game terakhir, kalau benda tu berlaku.
Pemecah tie
Tiebreaker.
Macam mana tie kita nak pecah?
Tie kita.
Lawak dia tak pandai lah. Jadi mari kita move on lah.
Yes, jadi untuk perlawanan di antara pasukan Orange Esports dan juga pasukan RSG, kita tahu kedua-dua pasukan ada kelebihan yang tersendiri. Ada orang cakap apa performa yang sangat bagus daripada minggu ke minggu. Dan untuk match kita ni, rasa-rasalah kan, kita main rasa-rasa lah kan minggu yang terakhir ni, 2-0 ke 2-1 ke macam mana tu?
Sekarang ni sebenarnya kan, kalau tengok performance kebelakangan ni untuk pasukan Orange, nampak kemungkinan besar 2-0 tu ada. Betul. Sebenarnya 2-0 tu sememangnya bukan benda yang mustahil untuk orang. Dan saya tak tahu di mana pasukan RSG ada kelainan sikit di mana mereka kena main dekat rumah. Jadi performance mereka, saya rasa sebenarnya tak affected sama ada mereka main atas stage ataupun main kat rumah. Sebab saya rasa advantage yang ada pun, mereka boleh main dengan suhu yang lebih optimum.
Ya, cuma satu lagi perkara yang harus kita ingatkan di mana RSG, kalau mereka menang ataupun kalau mereka kalah pun, mereka masih lagi di tempat yang ketiga. Jadi itu tak merubah apa-apa. Jadi dekat sini, kalau mereka nak eksperimen sesuatu perkara ataupun mereka tak nak tunjuk meta mereka untuk masuk ke playoff, mungkin mereka boleh buat sesuatu yang unik untuk game pada hari ini.
Baik, sekarang ini jom sama-sama kita lihat key to success untuk pasukan Orange Esports.
Ya, dekat sini Orange Esports mereka kena dapatkan Karina ataupun Angela, kacau dekat kawasan gold lane, lepas tu fokus main dekat tempo sendiri dan dapatkan farm secepatnya untuk Gary. Saya rasa untuk kesemua key to success dekat sini, yang paling penting adalah nombor 1 dan juga nombor 2, di mana Karina dan Angela, dua-dua hero ni dalam 1-2 minggu nampak performance yang sangat-sangat kuat. Dan lagi Kuza, bila dia berjaya untuk dapatkan Karina, dia boleh disturb enemy punya backline sangat-sangat bagus. Dia memang boleh abaikan main ataupun mana-mana roamer ke kawasan depan and just fokus kepada damage dealer, mage, gold laner ataupun jungler. Dan saya rasa harass dan disrupt gold lane semata-mata untuk membantu Valence. Kalau Valence dia menang dia punya lane, lagi senang untuk otak dia berkembang nak dapatkan shot call yang bagus.
Yep, dan kalau kita bercakap tentang gold lane untuk pasukan lawan, kemungkinan sama ada TikTok ataupun Hakim yang akan main untuk pasukan RSG. Tapi seperti yang dikatakan oleh Lafel, 2 poin yang cukup penting. Sebab kalau 2 poin ni dah okey, sebenarnya dia akan bagi bonus kepada poin yang terakhir, iaitu secure early farm kepada Gary. Sebab mereka dah kontes ke semua benda je lah.
Baik, itu untuk pasukan Orange. Manakala untuk pasukan RSG kat sini, kita tengok yang pertama, jangan overcommit. Ini merupakan satu benda yang sangat penting juga dalam satu perlawanan, ya Lafel?
Betul. Kebiasaannya kalau kita tengok pasukan RSG MY, lagi kalau mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan draft yang Kuza boleh gerak dengan agresif, kadang-kadang dia akan masuk terlampau dalam. Izanami dan juga Zakus kebiasaannya akan menyelamatkan dia punya bad mistake ke depan. Tapi saya rasa untuk game ni just be very disciplined, jangan overcommit, prioritize map vision. Saya rasa ini lebih pada Zakus dan juga Izanami. Franco dan Angela, saya rasa itu yang paling penting. Lagi Franco, sebab again, kalau kita berbual pasal Kuza, di mana dia punya goal per minute sepanjang season ni sebenarnya sangat-sangat tinggi, menunjukkan yang dia suka pergi ke depan. And kalau Franco ada kat depan, Franco bila dia peluk kita, dia tak akan lepaskan. Franco dia sebenarnya peluk. You guys tak nampak. Munton buatkan skin di mana Franco tu peluk je.
Tapi orang ingat gigit.
Orang ingat gigit.
Ya, tapi betul. Perkara tersebut perlu dia ambil kira untuk pasukan Orange. Baik pun pasukan RSG. Kalau perkara tersebut berlaku untuk pasukan RSG, it's a good thing lah. Kalau untuk pasukan Orange, mereka kena lebih berhati-hati. Memandangkan, sebab kita tak tahu line up. Sebenarnya ini akan mainkan peranan penting. Sebab kalau untuk pasukan RSG, kebiasaannya 3 nama yang first adalah Izanami, Zakus dan Kuza, di mana di bahagian EXP lane dan juga gold lane kita tak tahu. TikTok boleh main, Motalala mungkin boleh main, Iris mungkin main ataupun Hakim yang akan main. Untuk pasukan Orange pun benda yang sama mungkin akan berlaku dekat sini.
So kita bakal saksikan benda yang barulah, begitu ya. Jadi walau macam mana pun, of course kedua-dua pasukan ada kelebihan yang masing-masing. Jadi yang sekarang ni Abang nak bagi tahu, jangan lupa untuk belanja RM50 di McDelivery dan dapatkan 6 ketol McNugget secara percuma, dan juga anda berpeluang untuk memenangi skin eksklusif daripada MLBB. Yang paling penting kat sini Abang nak tekankan, janganlah lupa untuk meletakkan kod MPL reward kat situ.
Ya, dia I dah tak ada lawan untuk benda ni.
Tak ada dah.
Sebelum ni S tu tukar ni, tapi sekarang macam dah tak ada idea dah. Dia puasa.
Sebenarnya kan, bila ada benda macam ni, saya rasa saya sangat-sangat menyukai McDelivery. Tapi ada satu lagi yang saya suka, iaitu kita punya aktiviti coin toss yang dibawakan khas oleh Cadbury Zip, di mana Melina Lai terpaksa kesorangan. Kalau saya ada kuasa, saya teman dia. Tapi sekarang ni kita akan saksikan apakah keputusan untuk kita punya coin toss, di mana Orange akan memilih heads, sementara pasukan RSG memilih tails. Dia akan melakukan dia punya coin toss. Dan keputusan pergi kepada heads, pasukan daripada Orange memilih untuk first pick.
Nampak tak Melina Lai bila si cakap dia macam
kenapa lah dia ni?
Melina dia profesional tau kat depan. Macam okay, I ke depan, I akan tunjuk head and tail, lepas tu I akan pilih ni. Tapi bila dia masuk je, kalau saya kuasa macam
betul lah.
Kesian Melina.
Kesian dia seorang.
Ya, betul. Tapi tak apa, seperti yang kita tengok nanti, rasanya mereka semua dah ready, Sif, Lafaz semua dah ready. Jadi untuk kita punya BM caster, please take it away.
Welcome back, everybody, to the English broadcast of the MPL-MY Season 9. We've got another game on our hands to finish off the week. 2 more to go. But first off, my name is Getting Cute. This is IC Baby 1-2. And we've got an audience, a beautiful stage behind us, all thanks to our sponsors for making this all happen. First off, thank you to our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, for making it happen. Partners in esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and not to forget our co-organizers, ESI. Now, Orange Esports up against RSG. Thoughts on it? I mean, after seeing that pre-show so far, RSG could be pulling up any kind of lineup here.
Yeah, RSG is, it's great for them that they can be very, very flexible in that regards here. But Orange Esports, they are looking to try and push the upper brackets potentially. But what I do know is that, why don't you guys list down your predictions down in the comments below, because with hashtag MPL-Predictor in the comment section, you can predict who is going to be winning these matches. And be sure to include your game ID as well as the server ID in the comments along with it, if you want to stand a chance to walk away with brand new Ruby Edelweiss skin. So be sure to put your name, put your game ID, put your game ID, put your server ID, and then predict who is going to be winning here.
Yep, if you want to be able to earn that Ruby Edelweiss skin, how about you give it a shot? Give it a try. If it's your first time, you're a little bit scared, don't worry. You are looking to just be correct. So is it 2-1, 2-0? That's up to you. But it's time to bring out the players here for Orange Esports as well as RSG. It's going to be a tight battle here for survival of Orange Esports. Let's bring them out. Lola is back on the lineup, while Orange Esports is separating Min and Fun.
Well, seems like it is going to be a little bit of an interesting plot twist here coming from Orange Esports, as they are going to be testing out the waters with a brand new roster. They are not their occasional rosters, but means based on this roster coming in from Orange Esports, does that mean that Valens will be playing on the roaming role rather than his traditional gold lane?
I think that will be the case. I mean, Valens, we've seen him play Cho and Franco before in the previous season. This season, it looks like he's going to get a little bit of a taste of that freedom once again. Now, just to remind everybody, RSG is going to be playing from home here. I'm curious to see what that lineup is going to be, but we'll only know once we get into the picks and bans.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what kind of interesting variations that Orange Esports is going to be giving us as well, considering that if they take the 2-0 against RSG, they will stand a chance to make it to the bubble brackets in a tiebreaker later on. But as of now, they have to overcome that stats yet. But now, based on the players I said, we have Lola, Man, Valens, Gary, as well as Born going to be playing, means that Valens most likely will be playing the roam role.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting. I don't know if, he has the same ideology when it comes down to what kind of picks that he wants. Minotaur being a very interesting pick coming in from Orange Esports yesterday. I'm excited to see some regular Chill, some regular Franco this time round.
Yeah, and Valence is a very mechanically gifted player so far, and I think out of all the entire MPL seasons that we've seen so far, Valence has one of the best track records when it comes to playing multiple roles. And I'm not gonna lie, he's the true flex player of MPL.
Yeah, he really has a very deep understanding of his roles and jobs, but more importantly, I think what he brings to the table is his shot calling, the leadership factor, and now that he's in the roam role, he doesn't have to worry too much about it, right? Now, let's have a look at RSG, and it looks like TikTok is back in the roster. They're not going to be fielding a Kim today, so expect some traditional marksmen to be in the gold lane.
But we are also going to be seeing Morta La. It's been a while since we've seen this chat here, ever since his debut coming into as MPL. He has showed signs that he's a very gifted player, but has kind of dwindled off, and ever since we haven't seen too much from him, and it's great to see him back in action again. Can he... It feels like it's a second chance for him, I guess, for XP lane.
I wouldn't even say it's a second chance. I think he is the optimal option for RSG. They need consistent points overall. They're not at risk of dropping down or dropping out of the MPL just yet. They've guaranteed a spot in the playoffs, but I think Mortalala is very stable, right? When he gets aggressive, as soon as someone says, yo, you gotta chill, you gotta back off, Mortalala does immediately that. And I think right now the main carries of the team is going to be Izanami with the help of Kuza this time round. Zakas has been a little on and off.
Yeah, I agree. Zakas has been a little bit on and off in terms of roaming role as well. Likewise, coming from Kuza, which compared to the previous seasons, Kuza has been that explosive jungler which we know him for, and especially when it comes to assassin roles. But ever since the new patch, it's a little bit different for him. However, let's take a look at the predictions coming in from all the casters as well as the talents itself. It seems like majority of us are going to be citing Orange Esports. I sense it here, Gideon.
Well, I mean, it's only LaFell and Shamillo that's going for the RSG roster this time. It's a little tough to say because, again, RSG's performance has been a little inconsistent. Their game one's very similar. Actually, now that I think about it, a little bit more similar to OE than we would like to believe, right? Their game ones have been looking really good. They get that first win. It looks convincing. But then games 2 and then after that, games 3, I don't know, the draft gets a little funky.
Yeah, I guess if you can put it that way. But let's take a look at what the audience at home as well as on site is thinking about it here. It seems like everybody is signing on RSG instead of Orange Esports. So it might be a little bit different here in terms of mix and match, but I can see why. You know, it's the fans always love RSG, right? It's always going to be a lot of people going to be supporting them. But based on yesterday's performance for Orange Esports and ever since Valence coming in here, it kind of swayed my heart. But what about you, Gideon? Why Orange this game?
I think Orange overall, especially with the shot calling from Valence, they're going to have more consistent I wouldn't say drafts, but calls. And I think that's extremely important because when you're looking for consistent calls, you're looking for the best of the best. And when you're looking for the best of the best, you're looking for that flagship. And if we're talking about flagship, the Galaxy A53 5G is the way to go. An awesome gaming experience guaranteed.
Yep, and on top of it all, when you get it right now, you can get yourself a free protective standing cover worth 99 ringgit when you buy the brand new Samsung Galaxy A53 5G. Or if you want to find out more information about this here, scan the QR code on the screen before it's gone. So yeah, all things in all, if you want to have a great experience here, because up on screen here we are seeing Valence already strapped in, making decisions, planning ahead on how they want to play this draft. And I'm a little curious here, are we going to see that Franco? Are we going to see that Cho? Like you said, yesterday was kind of a surprise for me that Orange Esports completely ignored it, even though they were one of the first to introduce the Franco meta-ish, even though it was started from a different region, but made it work in here in Malaysia.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Franco is a big hit or miss, but that's the importance. When you hit, it's gotta hit big. You need to land that one impactful iron hook to change it all. I'm curious to see whether Valence has actually expanded his hero pool in the roamer position, like whether he's able to pick up Ruby on top of it all. Last time we saw him play Ruby was a very long while in previous seasons, but again, he still could be unpolished or could be out of practice. It's tough to say because overall his marksments have been quite fine.
This is I definitely agree. Like the marksman fight, I don't think is more an issue. Like ever since Orange Esports first came in from the first week until now, we have always kind of knew that Orange Esports, the only thing that was lacking with them was not mechanical skills, was the shot calls and trying to gel together as a team. And for Valence to actually bring back the integration, I saw a lot of hope coming in from Orange Esports. So I like it that throughout the entire season itself, they have switched a couple of times in terms of the roster to find the perfect fit. So hopefully it might be a little bit similar right now to try and find the most optimum roster in towards the playoffs.
Well, I think they do have an idea of what the optimal roster is going to be, but they've got to make the best of the situation. It's a make it or break it, and these crucial moments can be afforded to be thrown away or picked awkwardly. Because yesterday, like OE, it felt like they were going somewhere really, really good until you saw that Minotaur pick. So right now, I'm most concerned for OE, not in-game, because their shot calls have been very accurate, very clean, and the communication has been good. It's more of the draft.
Yeah, I agree. The Minotaur draft yesterday was a little bit suspicious, which is kind of weird considering that Minotaur can be easily countered by multiple spells. Flicker and Purify is amazing at just getting out of a sticky situation. So it was a very tough win condition coming from them. But I like the idea that they tried it out. But see, okay.
Dan's got the memes down. Probably a fan of football along with it. But yes, I do agree that yes, it has been a very long time since we have seen Minotaur. Maybe it wasn't the best pick in the world. It probably could have been better options. But I think despite that, they made the best out of the situation. Yes, he wasn't able to get off the Minoan Fury, which is the main win con. But hey, at least he looked like he was about to get it multiple times.
I guess, but yeah, what is Siu anyway?
You know what? It's going to be very difficult to explain it, old man, so we're just going to focus on the draft. Selena is going to be the next ban coming out from OE, and RSG looking to reply. It's interesting because now that after the hotfix, we're seeing a lot of teams, every single time they ban, they usually pick it up for themselves later on in the draft. So you can kind of tell where a lot of teams have put their priorities on the totem pole when it comes to these heroes. Ooh, Hilda gets banned out.
Oh, okay. Two of very annoying heroes that can actually invade the jungle. Seems like RSG, they're also looking to secure an assassin jungler for their team rather than the traditional tank fighter, which is kind of growing in terms of trend in the current meta. But to me, what's really surprising is that this past 3 days, I was expecting a lot more adaptations towards tanks, a lot more invades with Hilda and yada yada. But Angela sneaking in towards the picks here for all the teams so far. And do you think it's really an Angela meta to be first phase banned as well?
Well, I think currently with just the way the late game actually works and what actually scales towards the late games, I think Angela is just good, right? Esmeralda, unfortunately, isn't in a spot where she used to be a lot more bursty rather than tanky, right? Her build is making her get Ice Queen's Wand at the very end, get an early talisman, and then just full tank build, right? So you're not going to be able to absorb like, oh, you have 1,000 shields? Well, I can only absorb like 200 compared to last time, which is like, no problem. One falling star moon, 800 of it gone.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So it's a little bit weird for me to see that Angela has been taking priority for the couple of games so far here in the final week in regular season. So it's a little bit weird for me. But RSG going for traditional style. It is going to be the Grok as well as the Karina. And I think this is going to be Mortal La 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 playing the Grok. I haven't seen him play the Grok yet, even though he's been known for his Lapu Lapu as well as I think it was Yu Zhong as well as Merelda for him.
Well, yes, but he did have some pretty good performances during this week. And I mean, the one time that we got to see him on the Grok really start to pop off here when the opponent just didn't exactly get the best draft in the world and just could not stop this Grok from basically doing whatever he wants. Hopefully RSG can achieve that again. And right now, it's looking pretty good, right? We already see the Yve getting picked up by OE. We also see the Esmeralda, which is not bad for Grok. Just clear the waves and you have an almost guaranteed way to break to stop and cancel, actually, the real-world manipulation. Beatrix gets picked up by RSG.
Yeah, I'm surprised RSG is taking the Beatrix rather early as well. Maybe they have something in store for themselves, but knowing this here, Izanami as well as Valence has very similar hero pools as well, where they have also demonstrated that Beatrix as well as Kimi are usually flexed into the mid lane, sometimes in the gold lane. So It would be a surprise factor for me if they decide to have the Beatrix down mid, but personally, what's surprising for me is that Orange Esports, they picked the Esmeralda, expecting that the Grok maybe flex into as a roaming role, denying it from Mortalala, which is something that he's comfortable playing at.
Yeah, but that's not all. I mean, Mortalala likes to fight in lane. He likes to try and dominate it rather than try to control it. He's not like smooth. He's a little more like Irfan, if we had to put an example.
Yes.
I think this time he might actually just opt to go for something like Dairoth, Khalid. Khalid fits really, really nicely into this composition so far. The two conditions being, yes, he already naturally counters Esmeralda in lane and can cancel the real world manipulation with the Raging Sandstorm. Now, OE, they ban out Kagura.
Yeah, I really like the thought process that you're getting into this role here. Dairoth may be a potential pick coming from Mortalala, considering that, like you said as well, the Grok is something that Zackers can play really, really well in terms of opening up the map. So it is very flexible. So Orange Esports, I don't think they realize this, but it may actually happen. But having the Esmeralda deal with both of them, it's okay. But when it comes to ban phase, I think that right now, in terms of the marksman role coming from OE, or in this case, the gold laner, is going to be a big threat for them. Like, what's a good matchup against Beatrix in the current stage? Like, I don't think...
Koopa, Clint,
not this
Brody
for me. Not this patch for me. I think Brody's okay.
Sure, fine. OE, they're going to be looking to ban. I think they're going to still ban out mages at this point, right? There still are really good ones. Lilia is still very available, and I don't know. Izanami has a really good grasp of a lot of the mages so far. So getting rid of the Selena Kagura is always great, but ideally they might want to get rid of the Lilia. There is an argument that can be made about Lilia as well as Sicilion. Sicilion, more importantly, can scale for the late game, but I don't think that RSG is too worried about that right now.
Oh, Johnson coming from Orange Esports, a very good call as well, because they may potentially go in for the Kadita Johnson, and we've seen Johnson Beatrix as well with the shotgun can literally one-shot people. So Orange Esports, they don't want to take the risk. I like this idea coming in from them. But now, the reason why I'm going to emphasize this again is that what is a good marksman to match up against Beatrix on top of a Garena jungle? Carry maybe?
I mean, Carry still can't auto-attack her. It's the exact same problem.
Yeah, relying on third wheel to go through a Karina tank is, well, it's kind of late, but still.
Well, I mean, marksmans in general just struggle against Karina. There's nothing much you can really do about that. I would argue that Popo and Koopa is probably your best bet because you can still just drop the ice traps on top of yourself, use Alpha Wolf to maybe get a knock-up to buy that little bit of extra time. But RSG actually, instead of going for Lilia, want to go for Lunox instead, something to guarantee the late game, but more importantly, to be able to dodge the initial damage coming in from Ling.
Yeah, for the Tempest Blade as well as getting out the Robo manipulation is also going to be an okay situation here. And once upon a time, we've seen heroes being played on iframes here just to prevent Esmeralda to get additional shields coming from heroes themselves. So it's a good safe pick coming from RSG, but OE looks like they are going to go for the Clint instead. So not going to go for the Popo and Koopa. It is banging on the fact that he maybe Gary is going to be able to win his lane matchup against I don't know, TikTok maybe? I don't know. It's a bit weird, but I don't like it. But oh, okay. OE, they're going for the Popo Koopa tank as well. Okay, we haven't seen this for a while.
No, this is maybe not necessarily the best way to deal with it. All right, I guess
Popo and Koopa.
I mean, yes, it is Valence's Popo and Koopa, but what exactly are you trying to achieve as a support in the support position with this? It's not as tanky as it used to be. The build is going to be a little bit awkward here, and especially if Karina finds you anyways or in early levels, like especially level 4, right? I'm pretty sure Valence is still going to struggle against it. So he's got to make sure that he doesn't make any mechanical mistakes and is able to beat Kuza on this assassin, which is going to be tough in its own right. Now RSG, they're going to leave Mortalala on. Ooh.
Oh,
they're going to switch it over. There we go.
Okay.
Mortalala onto Grok and let Zakas continue to disrupt this buff. So Valence now has a very important duty. Not only does he have to somehow block the Iron Hook, he has to try not to die.
Yeah, he's got to open up the vision control as well using his trap. So this is something that I think OE has brought in the previous seasons with well, but it's been a while since we've seen a Popo and Koopa tank. We haven't had a good success so far here in the entire regular season. So hopefully Orange Esports is going to prove and test out their theory whether or not Can they get the W against RSG? Ladies and gentlemen, the draft has this bet. Orange Esports, can they get the 2-0, or will RSG beat them to a pulp and send them to officially into the lower brackets for the playoffs?
Well, let's have a look here. I mean, RSG's composition is tanky, is strong, and has some very clear power spikes. It's time to get this battle underway. Second best of 3 here on the final day of the regular season. Welcome to the land of Dawn.
Yep. And Orange Esports going to be on the blue side and RSG on the red side with Zakas playing the Franco here. Is he going to go and disrupt the Ling rather early? Seems like he's thinking about it, but with a Popo and Kupo keeping him in check. Now that you think about it here, it's not exactly an easy thing to penetrate here, because if he gets caught here, there's going to be a lot of people hitting him, and see Zakas immediately doubling back the moment Popo shows himself.
Yep, I mean, Valens is going to be good for the early levels, right? But he's got to keep on harassing. He's got to maintain and force somebody to recall if he wants to get some extra value. They're going to let the Litho Wanderer go this time and allow Link to actually go for vertical jungling. He's going to steal away a camp before making his way down over to his orange buff. There's a lot of people here, 4 in a matter of fact. Oh, Zach is almost nailing Gary with the Iron Hook flicker, but Gary still able to walk away. Didn't juke it, just walked in a straight line.
Seems like Izanami is going to be playing the Beatrix mid lane instead. So it's a little bit of a switch up from RSG. I kind of expected this, but I like how they switch up the rotations as well, knowing that vertical jungling has been really popular recently. And after the first few buffs, they are going to be seeing junglers on the other side of the map, and RSG hoped to punish it, but unfortunately didn't do too well about it. So as of yet, as you can see, Kuza, he's just hit his level 4. He's looking to set up a potential gank very, very soon, but Born is here to open up the map. Orange Esports very aggressive in their map control here.
Yeah, I think Valens, he's now got to be careful. He hasn't hit level 4 himself, and this is a grand opportunity for RSG to potentially punish him. Zakas and Mortal are in position to do so. Power Nature is about to connect. Valens now in trouble, forced to flicker out as soon as he sees and assesses the situation here. RSG, they tried to set it up, but unfortunately Mortal isn't level 4. Not like he can do much in his own lane, especially since Man has showed up.
Yeah, a little bit surprised that Valens did not hear the Power of Nature due to the audio cue here. Even if the Bruce, you can still hear the audio, and Valens, he's going to get dived on because of that. That is going to be a first blood in the hands of RSG MY. Born is looking to try and salvage the situation. Makuza just hitting a little bit too hard, but the turtle will be secure right in the hands of Orange Esports instead. Mortalala gets out on a win with a wall charge, and that's going to be the split off as of yet.
Yeah, I think RSG could easily turned that initial fight, but they would have to sacrifice Mortal and more importantly, they had no way to actually stop the real world manipulation, so they'd be fighting at a disadvantage. So it's a much better call for RSG just to bail from the fight. There's really no point in continuing it on. The main objective has already been taken, and Kuza, he can just focus on the farm.
This is very, very hard to play, watch here and understand coming from Orange Esports, but Valens so far, he's doing a fantastic job just keeping tabs on where RSG is moving along the lines, and because of that, Gary is going to be A-okay as again, but looks like as soon as I say that, not okay anymore. Gary getting a little bit greedy with the creeps there, immediately gets punished by the Franco.
Yeah, can't really do much about that. He was way too close to the fire Zakas. He could have flickered and instantly used the Bloody Hunt if he wanted to, but purposely allowing Gary to greed out, waiting for his energy to be just low enough so he can't drop away, and immediately look to Bloody Hunt as soon as that happens.
Yeah, but Valens now opening on the map. Hook comes in. Zaka's not going to be able to connect, but he does have his ult very, very shortly. Mortalala going to try and cut the creep wave against Born, but he's going to be able to successfully defend against it. Kuza making an attempt on Valens' lives here as he makes a run for it. Real manipulation has been expected to save his life, as Zakas will get tripped off, and that's going to be the disengage coming in from RSG, as they do not want to go into its enemy territories.
Ah, that's so sad. The Cyclone Eye sent him flying in towards the purple buff pit when all he wanted to do is just stick on top of Valens for just a little bit longer. But I mean, the risk is not as good as the reward. If he ended up dying to the real world manipulation, it would significantly put RSG MY's power, and more importantly, their power spikes, even further behind. But so far, just a slight lead. Orange Esports don't mind taking their time with the fights.
Looks like they are going to be trading purple buffs here. RSG, they are going to be ahead here, but from the side of Orange Esports, they are gonna lose both the purple buff as they try to make an attempt. Valens now almost getting caught off. RSG, they're gonna make an attempt as well. There is gonna be killing spree for Izanami, and 2 purple buffs in the RSG MY's favor. Izanami securing it for himself means he is gonna be spamming his way through. Lola gonna get dived under from Kuza after the turtle. I don't think he's gonna be able to survive this, and he is pretty much dead. Zach is gonna be tanking for Kuza. Kuza tanking a little bit too much damage. I think he might actually die. No, down towards the last tick. He doesn't get the kill, but he will get paid off by TikTok. Gary looking to salvage the situation, but the damage coming from TikTok and Izanami a little bit too much to handle, and they will lose too.
You know what? This is some really good plays. So far, TikTok is working out quite well on this Lunox, but now here comes the real-world manipulation. They managed to walk scot-free as Mortal La clears off the bottom side and continues to proxy. Valens is going back to setting up against the river, but yeah, RSG MY. There's a really good counter-engage by them in a counter-initiative, and Izanami is working out really well on this Beatrix.
Yep, Gary and Born just struggling to make a little bit more farm ever since RSG MY has hit their timings, and because of this, Valens slowly but surely does not have the tanking capabilities. And hello, Gary securing the orange buff, but he doesn't have the purple in this next couple of fights. RSG, they know that they can abuse the fact that Ling is not going to be able to do too much in this next couple of minutes.
Well, here comes the rest of RSG. They get on top of Valens. Kuza is going to get shot down, but again, you can see how tanky he is already with just the Cursed Helm. And now they drop down the Guardian's barrier here. Mortal could look to turn on to Gary with a wild charge, but they're just gonna bite. They're just gonna wait their time out.
This is crazy. This is really crazy. RSG Esports, they have no choice but to secure the purple buff. They send out 5 guys to defend, and RSG MY, they know if they try to contest this, they are gonna be in for a serious fight, which may or may not be a 50-50 in terms of team fight potential.
Yeah, no, again, it's just better to go for the macro decision making. They had pushing waves. TikTok does take the tier 1 on top side, and I think a lane swap is going to come ensue very soon. But RCMY just waiting for the picks. Iron Hook doesn't land.
That was too close. Nice try here, applying pressure here, but you can see Gary is getting edgy in this regard. He's died 3 times in a row. He cannot afford to die anymore. And this time, he is going to be farming again, ignoring the third turtle in the hands of RSG MY. So RSG Esports, they are going to be sending out an ambush, hopefully to catch Izanami, but Izanami senses the danger and he will completely dodge it. But looks like the rest of RSG MY is looking to partay. Mortalala can't seem to set up, but looks like one will be caught out with the barrier. There's going to be the flicker forward as well as Zakos tries to catch on Lola. He tries to flicker out there. He almost had the hook. Oh, just a pixel off in terms of range there. If not, that would have been more than just 1 kill in the hands of RSG MY.
A good catch coming in from Mortal realizes that Mon is just biding his time. So instead of wall charging at max range, he flickers forward and uses the wall charge directly when he makes contact with him so he can instantly knock him up. So that was a good play coming in from RSG. We should expect more of it, but this is how the team comp wants to work. They're looking for these 1 or 2 picks and immediately start pressing their advantages when they do. They've got a composition that's really good at running down the enemy team.
Agreed. Meanwhile, Tempest's Blade, Gary in a little bit trouble, down towards the last HP, forced to go back again. He's only level 9 as compared to Kuza's already level 11. Now again, another invade attempt. Zakas, he will be caught out on the outside as well, whereas the rest of the teams is on the other side of that big, huge boulder. So they are not going to be able to assist him. So that's going to be a little bit of redemption points from Orange Esports, but still, very tough comeback mechanics actually come back, especially for Gary, who's lost 2 purple buffs overall. He's been losing out a lot of farm throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I think so far, even though Gary would like to have his purple buffs, it doesn't mean that he's completely out of this, right? Kuza is 2 levels up, but eventually he's going to scale off, right? And Gary, he just needs to get this Berserker Square. He's really close to getting it, but unfortunately, with this 4.8k deficit, RSG are priming up for this Lord. Coming up in about 17 seconds, they find Born, and yes, this is it. Wild Charge connects, and it's going to be full combos. Nothing, just watch in silence as Born gets absolutely massacred by 4 members of RSG.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do in that situation. And I'm a little bit surprised that Valens didn't go full tank on his Popo and Kuba, where he kind of dwindled off and potentially tried to make a Blade of Despair later on, which was very weird for me on his item position. It's like, it's all over the place when it comes to his items here, but he finally gets his full Athena shield for now. But so how long can he do this? Because as of yet, Orange Esports, they really lack a lot of physical damage yet.
I mean, they still have Lola, let's not forget it, as well as Gary. Again, both do really, really good jobs once they have those two items. Now, Berserker's Fury is finished, and I think if you pull up the item list, I don't know where Lola is currently at, whether he just finished his first item or finished his second. I did see him get a Hunter Strike, but I'm guessing it's a Endless Battle first. That's going to be another pick off here. Valence ends up dying, but the real world manipulation is going to be completely disrespected here by RSG. They do not care. It doesn't tickle them at all.
Yeah, exactly. And Gary now he's going to get dived in. Tempest of Blade is there, but the rest of RSG is already covering his exit plan. Gary cannot climb over the wall at all. He doesn't have his purple buff to make the attempt. And that is going to be Orange Esports losing members again. They're just getting picked off bit by bit. RSG MY having a fantastic time in this game so far. And Kuza, level 13. Hook. Oh, Zaka is almost connecting on Born. So things might be in a little bit of trouble here, but Born clearing the minions for now. But looks like there's only so much he can do. Valence trying to harass Moto La, but they're just so tanky to deal with.
Yep, and I think RSG, they know that they've got the entire control. They've got entirely full control over the map, and there's nothing much that Orange Esports can do. Orange Esports are just waiting because they know they outscale this entire composition coming in from RSG MY, but it all comes down to whether RSG finds that pick. Born, he's allowed to walk up. He's really, really tanky, and the only person who can really start shredding him down is Izanami and TikTok right now. Both of which don't want to commit too many resources on him.
Exactly, and they'll probably commit to him if Zakas gets like a really good out on him. But that's the thing. Orange Esports, like you said as well, dragging it towards the late game. Gary finally finding a little bit of room to make a couple of farm on the other side of the map. But yeah, this is going to be items here coming from Lola. He does have the Hunter Strike and the Blood, the Endless Battle for now. But next item is going to give you a little bit more damage. Valence, however, what is he building for? Why does he have a casual broadsword out of nowhere?
I think maybe he wanted to go...
Oh, that thought. Oh no, the hook comes in. Mon gets taken now. This is not good for Oranges, for Orange at all. And they've lost a 4th purple buff in the hands, and Gary has been struggling to find her energy to actually run around the map.
I mean, you have to admit, it's just the way RSG MY has been playing so far. They're not even committing, they're just looking for hooks, and Zakas is allowed to start fishing each and every single time until Orange Esports are out of this game. With a 7.8k lead, RSG can do whatever they want. They have full control, and Orange Esports just has to respect the space that RSG MY can actually reach into when they're fishing.
Yeah, look at the mini-map as well. Look at how Gary is positioned. Well, instead of running all the way out, he's just going block by block, slowly gathering his energy so that in case anything happens, he can get out of it quickly without a purple buff. And I feel really, really bad for Gary though.
Yeah, he can't do much about it at all. Kuza is 3 levels ahead of him. They're going to start off the lore to make sure maybe bait Orange Esports out, but with the lead that they have, it doesn't matter. Gary is going to continue pushing on downside. And to answer your question about the Legion sword that Valence purchased, my guess is that in the earlier stages of the game, he was abusing his avarice, and once he realized that his team needs a tank and they're falling further and further behind, he needed to just play like a CC bot.
I guess, but as of yet, can Orange Esports limp their way? Because Hacker's not making it easy at all. Gets the reset on Orange buff. Ay, Gary. I feel the pain, man.
RSG, they're going to be moving over towards the purple buff side and take it away, knowing that he's going to be on orange and knowing that he stopped it as soon as they showed up. It just means that they're going to have a free way to get in towards the inhibitor.
Yep, now the Lord's going to be knocking on the inhibitors here as they try to make an attempt. Orange Esports, they have got to defend everything. Oh! Lala going to try and distract them with the wall charge. He gets bursts down, tanking the turret here, but the rest of RSG, they're swarming onto us. They're focusing on the crystal. They don't really care. They've got the damage, shut them all down. TikTok shreds into pieces, but Zakas will come back for a second time with his immortality. The minions are coming in. Born and Valence is already coming here to try and defend, but I don't think they have the damage. Born is trying his best to clear the minions, but the crystal is getting focused down, and that is going to be RSG taking a very, very convincing game number 1 against Orange Esports.
Oh, GG, well played for RSG. Mortalala tries to go for an end game play, but only finds one with the wild charge, misjudging the distance of the AoE once you collide with the wall. And even you can see Mortalala is like, oh, guys, good job, but man, he feels a little bad. Oh, well, that was a good game. Orange Esports, on the other hand, they need to hit the drawing board once more.
Agreed. But I don't know. taking Min out and separating the Min and Mon factor, was it the right call? I don't know. It might be the draft issue. I felt like the Popo and Koopa pickup was very weird. What do you think?
I think the Popo and Koopa pickup could... I mean, the way Valence was playing it was all right, but I think there's just a lot more issues than that. Number one is the fact that, you know, you have Clint in the side and you need to make sure this Popo or Koopa is going to be able to protect him from the Karina no matter what. They weren't playing for any particular lane, and I think Valence, yes, he was doing a good job at kind of mirroring Franco, kind of controlling that river side, but eventually they needed to press their lead somewhere. And these small interactions, and especially when First Blood was given over, the snowball just started for RSG and they never let go of it.
Yeah, exactly. And I like how RSG just constantly invaded the purple buff time and time again, knowing that there's absolutely nothing they can do about it. There's only so much a Popo and Koopa can do in early stage of the game. But once you hit the middle stage of the game, I don't know, like he's doing a good job at zoning, initially getting information, but his teams just can't make use of all the map control or map awareness in that regards to do anything about it.
Well, I mean, there's just a lot of ways to cancel the abilities, and I think it's tough, especially since every time they're about to set up a play, it's like, hey, this is what we're going to do. Somebody gets fished. Someone gets hit by that iron hook. And even if it's not just the iron hook, you have Mortalala when he has Flicker waiting for the right opportunity to actually go in for the big play with the wild charge. Let's look at the item build and talk about it a little bit more, right? Because so far, Mortalala, I love the way that, you know, these Groks are starting to pick up and being aggressive. Mortalala and as well as Zyme Senpoi, two being very effective Grok players and understanding how you want to initiate with this Grok.
Yeah, I like how RSG MY, they've got a very, very tanky composition, right? If you pay attention to this, they've got Franco, they've got the Grok, two very annoyingly tanky heroes that is going to be charging forward. Likewise, coming from the Karina, but the adaptations coming from RSG Esports, I feel like it was a little bit too desperate, considering that Lola has no Demon Hunter sword. Going for a Malefic Floor, it's okay. I understand, he's a marksman, he can do what he wants, but for Valence to get a Malefic Roll on top of it to give a little bit more damage, I feel like it's a little bit overkill considering that they needed somebody who's very tanky in the front lines to soak up some sort of damage, which I don't think Born has gotten enough time to scale into that stage.
I mean, you could tell by his item build what he was trying to do, right? I mean, that's the problem. Anybody using Ice Queen's wand cannot stop this Grok, whether they like it or not. The power nature is just way too good. I think Born instead probably should have looked to get his anti-caress as early as possible. I do think that it was a little bit greedy of him to try to go for the Oracle immediately after. But hey, you know, it really depends on what kind of an Esmeralda player you are. Do you prefer the sustain? Do you prefer the damage? It's up to you. That's fine. But my biggest issue is when we look on over to Lola, right? His build, he starts off with the Endless Battle, then goes into the Hunter Strike, and finally Malefic Roar. I would have preferred him just to get a Blade of Despair.
Yeah, maybe in that regards. But nevertheless here, congratulations to RSG for taking game number 1. Let's take a look at the MVP here. It's going to be none other than Zakas on his Franco, being the oppressive, annoying tank he is. He did a fantastic job in just shutting down Gary all the way through. Multiple resets, being able to catch multiple heroes here. I like this.
Yeah, I like this too. I mean, Zakas, he's had his on and off days, but I think today when he has a snowball, he's very in the zone. He knows how to press a lead, he knows how to feel extremely oppressive, and he knows how to maintain pressure.
Well done indeed, coming for him. A well-deserved victory overall for him, because the Franco pick is just so good for RSG, and 2 times now, RSG Esports in 2 days in a row, they have lost because of a Franco. It seems like it's back to the drawing board. Are they still gonna pick up a draft to deal with the Franco, or just pick it up for themselves, or maybe even ban it all together for this next phase?
Well, I feel like RSG has been extremely prepared on the red side of the draft against Orange Esports, especially since they knew that Valence is the one playing in the roamer position. They just banned out a lot of his heroes and took a lot of his comfort picks. Again, you don't get to see Lunox in the gold lane as often as we do nowadays, and Izanami picking up on the Beatrix to make sure that he can actually contest the lane against Mon was a very good decision.
Yep, I definitely agree. But as of yet, let's take a look at the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series from the screen itself. And yeah, like you said as well, from the get-go, RSG MY consistently invading their way through. Every hook, every precision has been targeting on towards Gary, giving a couple of preemptive shots as well to make sure that he can't do anything. And if one of them gets isolated with the wall block, it's just insane. You can see even moments like this as Zakas, he's gonna take the initiative and immediately go for a catch on anyone.
Yeah, I mean, he just finds the hooks. He really does, and he's getting better and better at it. Mon instantly dying in that wild charge. He manages to get balance, so technically instead of one person, he catches out two with a wild charge and sets this play up for the rest of the team to kind of run by, right? I think in general, it's just tough. It's just really tough for Orange Esports to do anything until they reach that late stage of the game. So RSG, they got a bit of a lead. They knew they were on a timer, and they kept pushing in to the enemy lines.
Yeah, and even in the final moments as well, we could see that Zakas' priority targeting has been really, really good. Even though the Lord was pushing the Crystal, the first target that he focused on was jumping in and catching Lola, rendering their marksman completely useless. So it makes a lot of sense why he's the MVP, because the damage dealers can't do damage, because what can they do if they're stunned or hanging out and partying with Franco all night?
Well, it's tough. It's really, really tough. When you have a 6k gold lead, when you have that first Lord, you already know that's the first check in this chess game. So I think they need to rethink their draft. I think number one, having two marksmen here, and especially since Popo and Koopa kind of was doing the job, but I don't think it was enough. They had the information at hand, but they needed winning lanes more than anything else.
Definitely, I definitely agree. But of course, RSG MY, they've got to be celebrating right now because they've taken game one. And of course, you guys at home can also celebrate moments with Nescafe by scanning the QR code up on the screen and get yourself 30% off no minimum amount of spending, capped at 20 ringgit by using the code NESMPL30 to get yourself some good old caffeinated drinks to keep you guys hydrated throughout the entirety of MPL.
Scan the QR code below and get yourself some today, whether it's original or some of the newer top-of-the-line products that Nescafe has. I mean, if you haven't heard of some of their newer flavors, well, you got to try it out for yourself. I'll leave it as a surprise when you scan that QR code. You'll figure it out pretty fast. But anyways, I think that if I was in Orange Esports position, do you start falling back to comfort picks now, or are you going to look for a counter draft on red side and then play comfort picks in game 3?
I think it's a little bit too late to try to win the game. More like use this opportunity to experiment, considering that the only way they stand a chance to make it to the upper brackets was pretty much getting a 2-0. And despite taking a lose right there, it's more like, why not just try something and experiment before heading into the playoffs? I'm pretty sure RSG is also in a very similar capacity where they want to prepare themselves for the playoffs. This is the final week, final day of the playoffs, and pretty much we have, I would say, secured all the rosters so far, but seems like it's back out. They're swapping out Lola and they're getting Min back in for Orange Esports. So experimentation over, serious mode on. Let's try something new.
All right, so that means Valence is going back into the gold lane one more time. Let's check out the player recap here. I mean, game number 1, you can tell by the draft that there is some very clear disparities, right? And Izanami on that Beatrix is just some of the few adjustments that RSG made to really take home this game. Mon, yes, he can push the lane very, very well, but Izanami can actually harass Mon safely while still pushing the wave. And I think that really poses a huge problem for Mon, because now he doesn't have as much control as he wants to, and Izanami very clearly is going to be stronger than him at the early to mid stages of the game. And if he gets that lead, he will continue to be ahead of Mon until, I don't know, the 14th, 15th minute of the game?
Yep, I guess so. But as of yet here, I'm liking the decision coming from Orange Esports as well. You know what? It's over. Let's experiment. I think this is the most, I would say, the prime team now of Orange Esports throughout the entire regular season. This roster is pretty much, I would say, the playoffs roster. Would you say so?
I would say that this is one of the better playoff rosters for Orange Esports.
So what's the best?
The best? I don't know. Link is
that was I'm not talking about the previous season, alright?
You aren't putting a timestamp.
I'm talking about this current
Anyways.
but that's the thing, Link is in CaRaCaL, so technically he is still in, the playoffs. You know.
Well, if that's the case, then aim, mom. Again, you're not putting a timestamp on this. Now, don't forget, guys, while you still have the time, go to your nearest 7-Eleven, or maybe scan the QR code down below and get yourself some Cadbury Zip. Now more chocolatey. There is quite a difference. Now, based on what I've heard, it is now more chocolatey, as some people have had, and honestly, I don't suggest this to anybody. I had a friend who actually was like, hey, actually, it is more chocolatey. I have this Cadbury Zip that I got like from 4 years ago, and I was like, 4 years ago? Why do you still have it in your pocket? He's like, I don't know, but I gave it a shot, and it wasn't a good time. But then he tried the new Cadbury, and he's like, yo, this is way better. And I told him, hey, man, I'm glad you know that it's more chocolatey, but definitely don't eat food from 4 years ago.
Hey, don't judge, man. Have you seen zombie apocalypse movies all the way through? Like, you will be very, very happy to find a Cadbury Zip out of nowhere, imagining that, oh, we're starving for food. But guess what? Cadbury Zip can last longer than that, and you wouldn't be starved out, you know, if a zombie apocalypse were to happen.
Yeah, instead of having, you know, the previous Cadbury Zip, you would need 2. Now you just need 1. That's just how much more chocolatey it is.
Wow. You know,
calories, man. Learn how to count them, man. Anyways, looking back with 6 more seconds on the clock, let's jump into the draft between OE and RSG. Starting off with OE on, once again on the blue side and RSG on the red.
All right. Orange Esports going to be going for comforts all the way through, but this time they are going to respect the Croc. There is a reason why people ban in right now. And we can see how annoying Mortalala is as well. The damage burst was good, tankiness all-rounded as well, and it's one of the very few heroes that can benefit multiple stats with one transition. In this case, going for physical items, getting also defensed up is a very, I would say, broken buff. I would say, like, how many items can actually give you so much value in those stats?
If we're talking about attack damage, there's so many. There's way too many if we're talking about attack damage specifically. Now,
and gives you, like, defense.
Yeah, but
Rose Gold Meteor doesn't give you high value, you know? It's not a bang for buck where you, oh, I've got 1 offensive item on Grok. Guess what? I'm gonna throw in an extra bonus for you guys. Here's a body armor for you. An invisible one.
I mean, that's why we're seeing a lot of players actually go for Double Blade of Despair, right?
Yeah.
You just want the raw stats at the end of the day, even if it costs a little bit more gold. You're just getting the extra bonus and cash rebate. But now, I think that when you have seen what Grok is capable of doing, especially on a very capable Grok player, that's when you should start respecting it into draft. And I think OE have recognized, okay, Mortalala knows what he's doing. We need to stop this, right? I think the same can be said about like Zion Senpai. He knows what he's doing with Grok. Let's get rid of it now rather than later.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But once upon a time, you know, going damage Grok was kind of a meme thing, which, you know, we kind of popularized it in the streams as well. It's like, hey, you know what, let's play a ranked game or a casual game with Grok DPS and hope to win. Yay, we win. Haha, it works. Yada, yada, yada. But now into a professional league where it's a viable thing,
it's
well,
the only way to go.
Yeah, the meme becomes reality, man.
Yeah, history seems to repeat itself in the most ironic of ways. OE currently already banning out the Angela. Again, they still don't like it. RSG, same thing. I'm expecting the Valentina ban to be coming from RSG, but priority is being held by OE. They're deciding on what their final ban is going to be. And the fact that Grok is gone, Yves is going to be a lot safer to pick this time around. And they're hovering over this Selena, yay or nay. And finally, they ban out Selena. I'm expecting RSG to get rid of Valentina.
Yeah, they've got to make a choice right now here. I was a little bit surprised that Orange Esports managed to let this hook. I was expecting maybe the Masha pickup, but RSG, they have the choice right now. Let the Masha through, then let OE decide, Valentina or Masha. But most likely it's going to be Valentina for Orange Esports. But RSG, on the other hand, if they do not, they ban the Valentina, they risk letting Masha go. So looks like they are going to give the Valentina for Orange Esports instead. Oh, okay, respect.
Let's not forget that Orange Esports does actually have a very good draft against the Masha. So they get Valentina for free with a 100% win rate and basically banned out the entirety of this year. Well, I mean,
wait, what?
It's not
156 games? We've played so many games?
No, 156 times it got banned and 6 times that it actually got played.
Banned and picked. So basically we have had about 160 over games that we have kind of casted throughout so many weeks. That's a big number.
Look, maybe for you, I don't know, man.
maybe that's the thing. I didn't do them all. You did them all.
Look, there was only one day that I didn't cast for, so again, my memory's a little fuzzy here. RSG, on the other hand, they are going to take Xavier this time with Popo and Koopa. Very interesting. I would have imagined that RSG would have taken the Hilda, but I guess they don't want to play... Sorry, Hilda's already banned. I'm guessing that they wanted to pick Franco, actually. But I think this is fine. Atlas gets picked up. Karina as well for the side of OE. RSG now have to be a little aware of what ultimates they're going to be giving over to OE, right? You don't want to give them the best of the best.
Yeah, and as of yet, I like this decision coming from RSG to try experiment a Xavier pickup as well. I think so far in these past 3 days, I think there was only one time that the Xavier was played besides this one, which was the game by Toda on Friday. Yeah, on Moon.
Yeah, he had a good game.
Yeah, he had a pretty decent game, even though they didn't win. So I'm a little bit curious here to see how RSG is going to play this in an adaptation to try and adapt to the new meta. Because, like it or not, new heroes always bring in a wow factor when coming to the playoffs. And every single playoffs, when a new hero is introduced, somehow makes wonders.
Well, I don't know. I feel like he's rather balanced and a little too balanced for my liking, especially for a very new hero. I think they just want to have a really cool ult, graphically good-looking ult as well. And I mean, if that's the plan, I mean, it works out. He's got a great-looking ult. RSG, on the other hand, ban out the 1-1 and are focusing down on the gold lane. OE, making sure that, they don't get their pocket picked.
When it comes to good-looking out or character here in the same Xavier, if you pay attention to his hair, doesn't he kind of remind you of Jaza Suran's hair?
No, not even in the slightest.
Really?
Not even in the slightest.
Really?
Yeah.
He has this curly style, kind of cool-looking dude.
I don't know. Maybe if they come up with a skin where it's like pulled up and combed nicely and had wax in it, then yeah, I think that would make sense.
That would look like you or me.
I don't know. Orange Esports, on the other hand, Hellcurt is going to get banned out. Again, pocket picks with Carry going to be the follow-up ban from RSG. Is that the best option?
I think the Hellcurt ban is very, very good as well because Kuza has kind of demonstrated that he can play the Hellcurt, and RSG is one of the very few teams that did play the Hellcurt as a surprise pick for the jungler to actually shut down people. And this is, I'm not gonna lie, Hellcurt is very, very underrated now in the current meta. People just don't want to play it, which is weird because it's honestly pretty good in the overall. As his darkness fall is pretty good, his damage power spike is pretty good, his early game is pretty good, but at the same time, I think I can see why, because it is kind of the tank jungler meta right now, I guess.
More so, do you really want to pick Hellcurt? Do you really want to pick Hellcurt for yourself, especially when your composition is really reliant on certain things? Like, number one, if the lights go off, how is Atlas going to be able to get on top of the right targets, right?
Exactly. You're going to get a silence immediately. And I'm a little bit surprised as well that they banned the Hellcurt when the box set has been shown from RSG. Is it because they mic flexed it?
Don't know. Don't care. Dairoff, they're going to log in Dairoff for the side of RSG right now. Wow. Huh. Really early pick coming in for the side of RSG. Ruby is still a good option for OE if they just want to make sure that Dairoff isn't going to get too far and doesn't accomplish much in the lane. Ruby is just great at just sandbagging it for as long as possible. OE, on the other hand, they have to finish off their composition.
Yeah, pretty sure the XP lane is going to be played by Dairoff, right? So OE can't exactly pick an Esmeralda into this comp. Havoc Karina isn't. Karina Valentina's got a lot of magical damage. They need some sort of physical damage here. I think Yuzhong is a pretty good pick for Orange Esports if they decide to go for it, but it looks like they are going to pick the Brody first for the marksman for Valence, I guess. Maybe Valence playing the Valentina as well. I'm not exactly sure. But final pick here, what is it going to be? It is going to be the Yuzhong after all to try and do a little bit of balanced physical damage against RSG MY.
I guess they really want to make sure that Popo and Koopa isn't going to have a good time. So RSG is going to play for the peel, and their composition is really, really good at peeling backwards. You know what? TikTok is the one who's going to be able to play the Lilia in lane. That changes things.
They are going to be playing the Baxia tank, so it is a good read coming from Orange Esports if they ban the Hellcurt. So it is interesting, but yeah, like you said as well, this is wait. Okay, Kuza's going to be on the jungle. Sorry, I'm confused. I'm so confused right now.
RSG, I think overall the composition is really good at peeling backwards. The Dairoff pick, however, is the one that I am a little concerned of because he has to win the lane hard. So it's up to Kuza to predetermine how the lane is going to be played, and more importantly so, must deny everybody else and isolate the EXP lane by himself. But Orange Esports, they're looking for hard dive, hard engages, and big team fights to end it quickly against RSG, who wants to pull backwards, wants to shred their opponents before chipping them down and finishing them off with a dawning light. Welcome everybody to game number 2 here in the land of Dawn.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, here it is going to be game number 2 between RSG versus Orange Esports. And now, seeing how the games is going to be happening here, I'm a little bit curious on to see how the double mage composition coming from RSG is going to work out. Having the Lilia on the gold laner to patch up against Brody, do you think that the Lilia is an okay matchup against Valence?
Personally, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm not entirely sure of the matchup, but it's difficult, right? And I think Mon has, oh my goodness, he's taken so much damage. Why did Mon take Shadow? What? Why did he take his Shadow Dash first? He shouldn't. There's no point in it. Yes, he's getting the early harass and trying to get to level 2 as soon as possible, but he doesn't want to walk up into the lane ever against Izanami and as well as Zakas. But Min, he finds a perfect match on towards Izanami first, and Zakas, he continues to harass. Look at how efficient their lanes are for the mid lane, continuously harassing Valentina in the mid lane, knowing that she is generally short range and struggles to deal with the overall range of 2 heroes.
I like the role swap, lane swap coming from RSG MY as well, having the marksman being played in the mid lane instead. But Mortalala getting completely bullied by the Yu Zhong from the get-go. Okay, not what I was expecting.
Mortalala had to flicker, and I think that's why there's a lot of confidence in Born to actually run up at him. But Mortalala has to be very, very careful here. Very, very careful. Now, Mon, he gets locked down and he's continuing to get harassed. Zakas, this is his main goal. Just help the mid lane. You let Kuza do his thing. Sure, you don't have lane priority over bot side. Doesn't matter. It's hard to kill Lilia anyways, right? And Popo and Koopa will help you punish Mon to the point where Xavier can actually be relevant in the game.
Yeah, I actually like the idea as well. Set up the stuns by Popo and Koopa and then immediately change by the Xavier himself to actually go deal for more damage and get value out of it. So it's very interesting matchup, but I'm liking the idea of it. However, bottom side, TikTok gonna get dived as well. Top side, Born as well. Gonna be popping Black Dragon. He's gonna be able to get out. Fortunately for TikTok, he does have the black shoe, so he's gonna be able to give a little bit of light. But the Xavier out comes in. Oh, doesn't connect. Dawning light.
Bruh, Xavier's on his side.
Oh wait, he's on his side. Oh my god. Bro.
Bond gets on out of there, and RSG is going to nail the first turtle of the game. It's rather interesting why the Dawning Light was coming in that particular direction, but hey, at the end of the day, Lilia is fine. TikTok gets to live. He has the Purify, and more importantly, so RSG is in full control over the game for now. Now, Min, he's going to get hit, and Atlas, he doesn't mind the hits for now, but Orange Esports, they're going to have to punish this Lilia one way or another. They could look to play against Dyroth, and I think that might be a much better bet. Oh, Gary! What? Nicely using the ult to hop on over Mortalala, so he can't connect with his ult. Gary would have died had he not done that.
That was a sick dodge coming from Gary as well to actually run away like that. But nevertheless, here comes the invades coming in from Kuza as he tries to go in for a setup. Fatal Link does catch us with Kuza, but the Dawning Light comes in. Min takes up a little bit more damage, but the rest of RSG, they just don't have the damage to fight this out. So Kuza is going to be able to shoot Unity out of there. Meanwhile, connects onto his Valence. Valence needs to make a run for it. Kuza connects the dot and gets the kill, but he won't pay the price as he is going to die for it, while the rest of Orange Esports fights back. Mon needs to make a run for it, as well as Valentina steals the Toys Person and turns the tide, and Zakas gets shut down. I mean, 1 HP. Oh, he almost got the kill.
Zakas needs to respect the Toys Poissons. He cannot just stand in it and pretend like it's not going to kill him. Yes, you got Purify, but that's not going to stop the dot damage. Now, you can understand that Xavier isn't exactly strong in the early game. Yes, he can follow up on a lot of CC, but you can tell that his damage just isn't there. He needs to get his first couple of items. He's already started with the Clock of Destinies. TikTok, wow. Did not have any time to react to that, and here comes Mid with a perfect match to walk away from Kuza, but topside, a solo kill has occurred. Born is dead without his Petrify. Light Valence so low.
So low. Mon, however, is going to get caught out. He gets caught out by the setups coming from the Popo and Koopa as well as the Xavier. So very interesting combo coming from RSG MY, but it is working out for the Xavier eventually, as Izanami is slowly gonna farm up his way. Kuza gonna get a free turtle in the back, but Valentina might be in a little bit of trouble to lose his win rate so far, as Man hasn't had. He's played pretty okay, but seems like the oppression coming from RSG is a little bit too hard to handle as of yet.
Well, I mean, Valentina is good, but the problem is that a lot of heroes from RSG MY naturally outrange her, so she can't get into the middle of the fight without getting punished somehow. And I think Zakis on this Popo and Koopa with Weapons Master is a really good optimization, because every time he sees, oh, Man dashes forward, instantly, Popo, I'm angry, follow up with the chain CC to make sure she's punished if she gets a little too close for comfort. The worst part for Man is that there isn't a valuable ultimate to steal other than TikTok.
Yeah, Man, he's gonna get caught out. Here he comes. Chain stun is here. Xavier is gonna connect as well, but doesn't even need to proc it out. And that is gonna be him paying the price, as OE not gonna be able to provide the assistance that he needs. So RSG, they are very happy with this composition. Izanami is slowly but surely gonna get his farm. He's only got 3 assists, but so far, the Prince of Mage demonstrating and experimenting and, you know, doing pretty good.
I think, yeah, I do think he's doing all right, but I want to see him pop off.
Yep.
And the only way he's going to pop off is when he gets that Lightning Truncheon. And by the time his Clock of Destinies is going to be max stacked, well, that Lightning Truncheon is going to be ready to go. Now, bottom side going to get attacked one more time. Karina has to deal with Kuza. I mean, Kuza's just not making it fun for him. But Zakis does get the initial stun. Valens has to play a little bit more carefully. Perfect match onto Zakis so far. We are going to see the Fatal Links. It does only pick up 1. The Purify timed perfectly by Zakis to walk away for free and punish him with the Dawning Light. Man now forced to walk back into lane, and Valens, what can he do? That torn apart memories. Oh, so very close. Kuza's still alive.
Very, very, very close indeed here by Carry. He's going to try to take a dive onto Izanami, but TikTok is going to be there to provide assistance. There's just a lot of burst here about Valens. He's looking to win this fight as well. TikTok, can he Black Shoe in time? No, he doesn't even have it. So that's going to be killing spree in the hands of Gary's OE. Fights back. So Orange Esports not giving it up yet, but RSG MY slowly but surely starting to have a little bit of a momentum from game number 1, as the Atlas coming from mid needs the perfect wombo combo, which unfortunately very difficult to do with triple Purifies up on RSG MY.
Speaking about these triple Purifies, TikTok used his Purify kind of late there after getting hit by the Corrosive Strike, allowing himself to use the Black Shoes, but Gary, he's just waiting for the Black Shoes to go down before he goes for the Execute. Now look, down by bot side, they are able to crack that tier 1 with the help of Zakis as well as Izanami, and the Blade of Despair is going to be the first purchase for Zakis.
Yep, Enchanted Talisman already purchased from Izanami means that we are going to see a little bit more spams coming from Xavier, and slowly but surely, Orange Esports, they have to be a little bit careful about this. So Izanami going for the utilitarian playstyle out on the Xavier rather than the Clock of Destiny Trunken Burst build.
Yeah, so he wants to have the cooldowns. I think he'll start getting the Lightning Truncheon later on into the game. He just wants to play for the cooldowns. Maintaining Transcendent form is a little difficult, especially if there are no targets to hit. TikTok does actually go for the Ice Queen's Wand. That's great to see, but let's see. Right now, Man has Lilia's ult. The Black Shoes is available. It's following her around, and Kuza just trying to bait something out of their opponents. When you look at top side, though, they are going to start trading top tier 1 for bottom tier 1.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But now, top side, you can see Born is going to be forced to go for the Black Dragon, but unfortunately, say RSG, they just hit a little bit too hard. So he's going to be forced to back out with Orange Esports now. They are going to lose the tier 2 up top. Kuza zoning his way, trying to find an opportunity to try and set his up. He wants a Valens there, but he is going to be a bait. He goes for a zone. He sees Min, jumps across the wall, and catches Atlas. Gets one shot and bursts it down. So great decision coming for him. But no, they turn the tides. Gary turns in, goes in for the snipe down. He is going to go for more, but he won't pay the price, as Mortal La is going to be there as he takes them out. The rest of RSG, they're grouping up around the Shadow Balls, and they are getting for serious damage all over Orange Esports.
Oh, this is brutal. This is brutal. RSG is bringing on their A game here. Even more to La, flickering forward while channeling his ult to secure the kill. Very nice animations, nice mechanics. But Gary himself, that was a very impressive kill, jumping right into the middle of 4 people and still finding the right target.
Yeah, getting the kill was important, but he had to pay a very, very costly price because it was a choke spot which favors RSG MY, considering the amount of AoEs and CCs that they have, which favors them in the form of Xavier, in the form of the Shadow Ball, in the form of the Abysm Strike as well. So not exactly the smartest choice, but there's not much they can do. as RSG is just so smart in taking opportunities like that.
Yep, Immortal pulls on backwards. Min with the perfect match on top of Kuza. TikTok is here, and now Min, he's in a lot of trouble. He can't seem to get out. Valentina's too low. Kuza is about to die. Immortal tries to get the trade. It's going to be 3-0 as Orange Esports finds the fight of their life, baiting everything out of them and actually wiping them out.
This is exactly what Orange Esports needs to win the fight. Take the fights one by one, separate it all, and do not clump up. And because of this, they immediately win and turn the tide. So this is a big win coming from Orange Esports, whereas RSG MY, they have made a big mistake as underestimating Orange Esports' damage, and Gary popping off right there, and then 6-1 and 2, Winter Truncate on top of it all. So he's going to be a little bit more difficult to kill now.
But that's the thing, clumping up 3 purifies used all at the same, almost at the same time, milliseconds apart. But Min, we didn't get to see it very clearly, but he times it well. When he uses his ultimate, he flickers to make sure that there is still a bit of a delay in the reaction time of RSG MY to tap the purifies, so they still are displaced.
Very, very nicely done. But of course, all things considered, let's take a look at what RSG MY has to respond to this here. The Lord is going to be escorted in the middle lane here. Kuza is going to be the first one to pop. The Tortoise was on to clear and deal damage towards the Lord, but he's a little bit afraid to tank his way through because the rest of Orange Esports is here to escort him. Black Dragon comes in, he's going to try and force the fight. Mortalala gets hit back, but from the side, Zakos, he's going to get focused down. Man, he's going to get trapped by the Saber. He gets bursted down, and that's going to be Min as well, getting taken down, and RSG MY fights back and bounces back. Gary now forced to use the Winter Truncate to keep things alive, but the Tornaball memories, oh my god, almost taking the turnarounds here as Valence almost trades him off. So fantastic defense coming from RSG MY, but too close as well for Orange Esports.
Yup, 2 for 2, but they've lost the middle inhibitor. TikTok will be getting the Genius Wand. Valence has been scaling quite nicely in this game, and it's just great damage coming out of him from all these squishy targets coming in from RSG MY. Yes, Kuza is able to block as many as he can absorb the damage, but if the backline gets hit by one auto attack, ooh, or even an Abyss Strike, that's just not what you want to feel.
Ooh, it's come to a stage where Valence is starting to hit a little bit too much. RSG MY, they need to rely more on Zakas a little bit more. Even though he's supposed to be chunking down the damage here, it's hard to hit Gary considering how annoying his Shadow Dance is.
Yeah, I think RSG MY, again, it's all about positioning themselves and following up upon the CC.
Yep.
It's easy to do, but if Orange Esports sends the full force running at them, it's a little hard to peel back without TikTok. So remember, Born can be the main initiation tool, Gary can be the main initiation tool, Min, he's just baiting out these purifies.
Agreed. So Orange Esports, once again, they are going to try and play this a little bit safe, I guess. They don't exactly want to play in a clumped up situation. You can see Gary, he's hesitating to push forward, knowing that RSG MY, if they stick together, they are going to be able to do some serious damage. So Orange Esports spreading out as much as they can, and RSG hoping to punish them. Looks like it is going to happen. It is a choke spot, man. No OE. They immediately back out. They know it's a bad place to fight.
Yeah, really tight corner there. It's really great for Xavier to just spam abilities. Infinite expansion as well is just a great ability. You don't want to line up for him. Here we go. They find the first initial catch on towards main. He's looking for an opportunity. No, it's too late, but the backline getting attacked as the Yuzong jumps around for Izanami and Mortal but the front of the fight, TikTok ends up dying. Zach is the next to fall, and now the backline got split up. RSG will be taken out one by one. It's all up to Mortal He finds one, will not get the second. Gary lives on, and OE bring it to a game 3.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff coming in from Orange Esports to bait things out as they tie the series, dragging it towards game number 3. What a fantastic bait coming from Orange Esports, sacrificing Born and sacrificing Min for the greatest cross. Sacrifice them to bait out all the ultimates, take them all out. That's the motto coming in from Orange Esports.
GG, well played for Orange Esports. Their composition to dive deep into enemy lines, the peel was just not good enough as they could not control the space of somebody who does not care about the CC. What a good game that was coming in from OE. They had a bit of a rough start, of course, but the later stages of the game were looking much better for them once they had enough items to retake the damage and start cutting into the back line.
Yep, game 1 seems to be a little bit rough here coming from Orange Esports, but game 2 they immediately bounce back. But what I do know is that Xavier, is gonna drop in terms of win rate here. 0% win rate thus far with 2 games being played. Whereas Valentina will maintain the 100% win rate.
100% feels so good. But yes, once again, even though Valentina didn't have the most outrageous ults in the world, she still can play defensively, which is really, really great. Because when you have access to Lilia's ultimate in particular, you can just dive yourself right into the enemy lines, and if they don't have CC, pull yourself back out with the black shoes and allow the rest to unfold. And I think that's why Valentina is just such a good pick. She's good at every stage of the game, doesn't need too many items to be effective, and has an amazing ultimate.
Well, if I were to describe that here, Valentina would be the most flexible hero in the game because you can adapt in any situation based on your ultimates. But nevertheless here, let's take a look at items real quick coming from both teams here. As we can see, the defensiveness coming from both Born and Min to be able to tank out all the bursts coming from RSG MY. If you tank the initial one-shots coming from Xavier as well as the leader, the Abysm Strike, everyone for RSG MY loses their power to actually take more fights to come, because eventually RSG Esports, they are going to pick them one by one, which initially happened in the previous games.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this just has to do with how well Valence was able to play, and Gary as well. Once Min was able to kind of clump them up together, and you start throwing bodies at the wall like Born as well as Gary, they just split the fight, and RSG went scattering straight away. They weren't able to pull back together, and even though tight jungle spaces is actually mostly ideal for RSG MY, it actually works out in Orange Esports' favor as well, because it gives a very clear line of sight for both Min and as well as Born to clump them and group them together, forcing them to break apart. And if they scatter too far away, that's when Orange Esports can start picking them off one by one.
Agreed. And of course, 2 games in a row as well. Karina has demonstrated why it is a top pick or ban to a certain degree. One being won from RSG and now being won by Orange Esports. And my oh my, despite Gary dying one time with his one mistakes, but he has made a lot of ballsy plays that can actually work out in his favor, considering that RSG MY just has no way to stop him. So I'm looking forward to see who the MVP is. I think it is going to be Gary. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is going to be none other than Valence instead. Not Gary, but his Brody is what was able to win them the fight in the final moments before closing out the game by Orange Esports.
Yeah, he was able to chunk out a good amount before Gary even got into the fight, right? I think Valence has really good control and sense of space that Lola unfortunately doesn't have, and that's why Valence is just going to be overall the most versatile player for Orange Esports. He can kind of do everything, but I think his marksmans right now are just looking a little bit better.
I definitely agree. And overall, not just most flexible player for Orange Esports, most flexible, to me personally, I think the most flexible player alongside with Izanami throughout the entire MPL for the past 3 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking great. They all used to be playing in one team, and I don't know, East Malaysia just kind of built different with their hero.
I know, right? They're able to adapt to any kind of situation, which is kind of scary to see them play. They've got a lot of talent as well coming from East Malaysia.
Way too much untapped potential. Now, let's look into the highlights here, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy. Now, the overall fights at the beginning were not looking good. Like, RSG was dominating pretty hard, and Man was taking a large chunk of that damage here. Every single time they kind of transitioned on over, they looked to get a kill. Min was starting to make plays, but unfortunately, he just isn't tanky enough. Once Kuza started to fall off and Orange Esports just got stronger and stronger, these fights started to get very, very difficult for RSG MY. Just notice, a lot of these fights just happen to be in the same places, around the same places at the same time. Out in the jungle, usually never in lane.
Exactly, and that's the thing, right? RSG favors a fight where it's favoring them in choke spots, but the moment they separate, just like this as an example, Orange Esports is able to pick them one by one because they've got Assassin composition, they've got the Valentina. But even here, look at this. The only reason why RSG MY is able to defend against this is because Orange Esports is choked at a very, very tight spot, which allowed them to dish damage. And as soon as this thing happens, where most of the CC completely whiffs and hits only 2 players, the rest of Orange Esports is going to win all their individual fight. Look how spread out this is. Born is on one end, Valence on another end, Gary as well. And when this thing happens, RSG is not able to utilize their composition design for a wombo combo strategy, and because of this, they just could not fight back at all.
Yeah, RSG MY just could not control the space. It's difficult, right? They want to be in a choke point, but they're also weak at a choke point and it gets hard at dives. But I don't know. I think it's a really good idea from RSG MY. There needs to be a little bit of tweaking and a little bit more optimization. I think Mortalalala definitely would have preferred to have Grok in that spot. I think that would have really made the composition a lot more whole-rounded.
Yep, I definitely hope that things are going to be a little bit better as well. But Orange Esports taking initiative to adapt in game number 2 was fantastic. I'm looking to see how game 3 is going to work out. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are going to be taking a very, very short break, and right after this break, we'll be back with the decider match for both the teams.
Telah tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2, di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
And we're already back with the third game between RSG and Orange Esports. The games have been tied. The score is 1-1. And welcome back, everybody, to the English broadcast of the MPL-MY Season 9. My name is GEEK. This is Icy Baby 1-2. For this final matchup, it's going to be tight, it's going to be clean, and we were expecting it to be intense. So thank you so much to our sponsors for making this happen. Our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok Live, esports charts, as well as EGG Network, and not to mention co-organizer ESI for making all of this happen.
Exactly. Thank you guys so much here. And of course, you guys watching at home here, thank you guys for tuning in. And of course, hope you guys enjoy yourself here, because this is going to be a banger match between both Orange Esports as well as RSG, as they are going to be experimenting a little bit more before heading into the playoffs. Congratulations to Orange Esports, they are secured, but looking forward to see whether or not, what are we really expecting in game number 3 though.
Yes, game number 3. I mean, just in case you guys missed out on game number 2, here was the general draft and the damage dealt in our previous match recap here. Zakas, he was doing so much damage, but overall, the control of space was really, really difficult when you have people like Born willing to throw his life away to ensure that it breaks apart, and then Valens just playing a perfect, almost perfect game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Valens was getting free hits after free hits throughout the entirety of the game, but nevertheless here, I'm a little bit surprised that Izanami only did 41,903 damage despite having Enchanted Talisman, so maybe spamming with the Enchanted Talisman isn't exactly the best option. Maybe the Clock of Destiny Lightning Trunken build coming in from Moon is the new, I would say, the standard build for Xavier now, I guess?
Well, it's a little tough to say. I think Xavier in general doesn't have a go-to build because his early game is just generally weak, and even when he gets to the later stages of the game, what makes him good is the fact that he can spam his ultimate, but most of the time, his waiting 15 seconds is just not enough. A lot of these fights don't drag long enough for Xavier to get that much value. It's either the fight's already over or you're winning so hard that that's when you have fun,
I guess. But adaptations coming from RSG to experiment having the Popo and Koopa in the mid lane didn't exactly go too well, but 2 games in a row, Popo and Koopa in the mid lane not helping out at all. Either marksman nor playing a tank build by both these teams. And I don't know whether or not Popo and Koopa on the game tree is going to be completely ignored. I'm not exactly sure, but what I do know was that Franco completely ignored in game number 2, even though game 1 it wasn't a very, very strong performance coming from Zakas.
I think, you know, RSG, they were taking into consideration that Valentina was available and they wanted to minimize the ultimate coming in from them, right? So, I mean, Popo and Koopa, what do you want to take, the alpha wolf when you don't have Koopa running around for you? So you're just going to get like, oh, yes, I have stronger auto attacks, I guess.
Yes, I'm a very strong, you know, I've got a very scary dog that can bite people, yeah. 2 times in the tank, Zakas has played it in the same game, but I'm not exactly sure that Popo and Koopa is just suited as a tank role now compared to before. Way back then, I think it's so much better last time compared to now.
2 times? No, he played it 1 time, and OE Valens was the one playing.
Yeah, both was tank.
Both was no.
Ish,
one was definitely a pure marksman coming in from RSG's build. OE was a little bit of a hybrid, but the snowball was just way too big, right?
Yep.
With 25 seconds on the clock here, the upcoming draft. Let's see whether or not RSG wants to maintain the blue side, sorry, the red side and Orange Esports on the blue, or are they going to start switching things up?
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it goes here. 10 seconds in towards the clock, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading in towards the drafts of Orange Esports as well as RSG. What is going to be their adaptation here? RSG taking the loss. Are they going to stay in first pick? Nope. Looks like they are going to be on second pick again.
I think we're expecting to see the exact same bans here. Let's see RSG in particular. We'll see what they start letting through. I don't think Valentina is going to make it past the draft stage this time, or at least the first round of bans. OE still following their guns. Grok, Fanny. Let's see what they want next. Angela, there we go.
3 games in a row. Angela first ban material by Orange Esports, respecting Zakas' Angela, which I'm a little bit surprised, really. Like, is Angela really first phase ban material?
Well, I mean,
it's so weird.
Considering that both Ling and as well as Karina are really good when you pair it up with the Heart Guard, I think there is an argument to be made, right? Again, they scale decently well, Ling more so than Karina, but the overall power level of these two junglers are really what's predetermining why Angela is, well, deserves to be first phase banned. Masha, the follow-up ban from RSG, no surprises there.
Agreed, but Karina now up for opens here for both games. Do they want to ban it off? 2 games in a row, Karina has had very, very high succession for both teams. Very, very similar drafts as well as playstyles when it comes to playing around with it. So, does Orange Esports want to ban it? I feel like they should, but Franco is also something that they've got to worry about as well. Hilda was most likely be banned off from RSG based on game number 2. They've already banned off Masha as well as the Hilda most of the times in their games. But Valentina, once again, it is going to be split off. So RSG MY, make the call. Hilda or Valentina?
Yep, this time, again, we're expecting RSG.
Okay.
And yep, there we go. Valentina straight away, and they're going to open up Hilda. OE this time. Let's see what they're going to do here. I mean, we've seen Zakas play a lot of invade junglers before. Orange Esports, on the other hand, have a lot of options.
This is okay. This is gonna be a very. I think Hilda is not gonna be a priority here for OE. Like Karina is just too good not to take care. 2 games in a row, very, very high win rate. Now, sorry, not based on the previous stats here, but in this current patch itself, Karina with the Bloody Retribution is just so much value overall.
RSG, on the other hand, are they going to get Ling this time for Kuza? I mean, Ling is wide open here. He could have gone for it the last time, but well, let's just say whoever has Ling will have to build a composition around this Ling to benefit from it, right? And I think RSG at this point of time, looking at how OE has drafted so far and nothing really changes, either they are confident in this Xavier composition as well as Popo and Koopa, or they truly believe that there is something that can be done. We're about to find out here in the last 3 seconds. They've discussed it until the very last second. Dairoth once again gets locked in alongside Beatrix.
Yeah, I can see the Beatrix priority just because of Valens may flex it into his middle lane, so it's understandable why they would contest it, but I'm surprised for the Dairoth. Is Dairoth a good response to deal with the Karina? I don't see it as a strong one, you know, unless you play it as a jungler. Even then, is it the best way to deal with Karina?
No, I don't think so.
Exactly.
They just want to make sure that Mortalalala has a potential winning lane. I mean, he was able to solo kill Bort a bunch of times, well, 2 times as a matter of fact, in the last game. And then once he got into team fights, that's where he really started to struggle to try and pick up more than that. OE, on the other hand, let's see what they're going to respond with this time, and probably going to be Yusong again. Yep, Yusong as well as Alice. We're going to see a repeat of game number 2.
Okay, so seems like, yeah, I can see where you're going as well. These are safe picks coming in from Orange Esports. They are going to be mirroring each other, but now, what is Zakas going to play? Because Hilda is up for grabs. RSG has banned it multiple times. Do they want to try and pick it up for themselves to go in for the invades? But at the same time, Hilda isn't exactly annoying enough to mess with a Karina. So maybe the Franco is going to be the way to go to, because I can see Izanami going for a fishing hand gesture from the get-go. So, Zakas, do you want to play Franco right from the get-go?
I mean, that could just be an overhand throw for a jawhead.
Horology is my
That's flipping tables, bro.
Oh, well, you know what? I think we figured out what
that's flipping. Oh, okay.
That's what the hand gesture is.
Oh, okay.
Time reversal. That's also a pretty good solution to it all, because again, the overall wide crowd control that Orange Esports has will be negated when you have Diggy popping the time reversal, making sure that, hey, go back to where you're from. You can't come in and try to stop. Oh, you're gonna do it again? Okay, let's pop the ult with the time journey, and now you can't lock anybody on our side.
I think this is a very similar playstyle to how HomeBois has adapted situations, right? Like, HomeBois. And if you don't want to play with the time journey, force heroes with triple purifies. If triple purifies doesn't work, let's go for time journey. And I like this adaptation as well coming from RSG MY. But whether or not Zakas can help his teammate in terms of rotation or keep up, considering how quick Orange Esports can actually get into a team fight out of nowhere, it's going to be very, very important for him to actually clutch it out for his team.
I like the way Orange Esports is actually starting off the second phase. They see the Beatrix and then they're like, you know what? This could be a flex pick. So let's start getting rid of these annoying mages. Like get rid of Lilia, and let's also get rid of the Lunox. Brody going to be the follow-up ban coming in from RSG. They're taking away Valence's overall comfort picks.
But what are the chances that this is a Digi mage? Even though the new patch here, we have been speculating it takes too long to online, but what are the chances that RSG decides to go for it? Very unlikely, isn't it?
Tough call. I don't know. Personally, I think that it just doesn't clear the way fast enough, unless maybe you have like a Grok or maybe arguably an Edith as well to help you clear that mid-wave. Then I think it's like maybe not the worst in the world. But Orange Esports here, they ban out the pocket pick of the one and only Kuza himself. Say goodbye to Hellcurt.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not going for the Lancelot here, which is something that kind of made or marked throughout the previous season for him. But it's at the same time, is Lancelot good against Karina? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
What else could they go for? I don't know.
I think they can still go for the Boxer again if they want to go for it. Force it again and then pick a secondary mage. In this case, Lilia is still up for grabs. Kagura is pretty... No, Kagura is not that great. Eve is not that great as well. I think... No.
I think for RSG, it's very clear that picking up Eve isn't the worst in the world. Cecilia as well being an even better pick to secure the later stages of the game, because now that you have Diggy, you don't have to worry about getting caught. You can always run away, and I'm guessing that if this is going to be Izanami on the Cecilia and not TikTok in the gold lane with it, it's going to be Sprint.
Yeah, it is most likely going to be TikTok playing on the gold lane with Sicilian and then Izanami in the mid. 2 games now, Izanami has been playing marksman in it, so...
Well, we'll see what the matchup is first. I think that's the important thing, right? OE, they've taken out some really oppressive matchups so far. They've already taken out the Wanwan, they've already taken out the Brody, 2 heroes of which Valence has been very efficient on. So now that begs the question, does he know how to play Clint? Does he know how to play mages? Or maybe he's just going to play a traditional Popo and Kupa, but this time just stick it in the gold lane. You already have Atlas, so he can't be roamed.
Yeah, I think he's going to be forced to play the Clint. It's just a safer option here. Most of the broken marksmen are pretty much taken out, except for what else is there? I think carry is still available, but considering how RG's drop is not exactly tanky enough, I don't think the carry is going to help him more. So the safer option is going to be Clint coming from Orange Esports.
I really like it. I like it because Orange Esports are like, okay, you got time journey, I'm going to respect that. So instead of getting like lockdowns, like I could have gone for Yi, Popo, and Koopa. Diggy shows up. All right, let's change it to an alternate form. Just focus on the damage. I'm going to take Clint and Farsa instead.
Yeah, going for a poking strategy is going to be the way to go. I guess that's going to be the important one for him. But nevertheless, Hayabusa is going to be the final pick here coming in from Kuza. All right, so that is going to be a jungle Hayabusa. Not surprised at all.
I'm a little surprised. I would have thought that Kuza would have preferred to go for Ling instead, but hey, Hayabusa gets the job done regardless. Doesn't matter what hero, build enough stacks, and Oki Shadow Kill always is able to stack free damage.
Yeah, well done indeed. Coming in from RSG, but as of yet here, that is pretty much the decider drafts on his way from both Orange Esports as well as RSG, and I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. A very interesting build coming in from RSG MY, but as of yet, can Orange Esports secure the reversal of a 2-0 comeback with this composition, with the Farsa being played, Karina as well as the Clint being played from Valence? They are sticking their guns with the Atlas. Whereas RSG taking a different approach, going for the Diggy, going for the Beatrix as well as the Cecilion being played by Izanami down mid. Is this going to be the go-to plan or not? Who is going to take it all the way and take the series? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Orange Esports versus RSG.
All right, it's time. The decider here. Orange Esports on the blue side, RSG on the red. Once again, these matchups in lane is going to be... Zakis is going to babysit TikTok, isn't he? Yes, he is. This is a good adaptation coming in from RSG. They're going to make sure TikTok wins it, whether he likes it or not. And now Valence is on the run, forced to flicker out super early.
Yep, and an early stack on top of that with average up on Zakis. Zakis has no intention of dying at all. He's looking to try and build stacks as much as he can, but looks like he's going to be A-OK. Min is going to be here to provide assistance. So Orange Esports, they are going to, try and trade off 50-50s on top, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they're just really taking their time. They're freezing the lane. They don't want to push it too fast. They want to keep this as painful as possible for Valens and as well as Min, who are going to get consistently harassed by Zakas as well as TikTok. Mostly Zakas.
Dude, this is very fast coming from Zakas. He's just got 3 stacks just from like this. He's looking for a 4th one as well. He's got Time Journey, he's got Avarice. He's looking for values, and another stack goes in Zakas. That's 4 stacks in total in 1 minute 20 for him.
Oh, this is dirty. TikTok is just going to slowly chip away at the
Look at Zakas.
Yep, there we go. He's going to do it again with a time reversal, and now a full-on dive here coming in from Valens. They probably should have waited to clear the way before Kuza jumped in there, but I think they've guaranteed the kill onto Valens at this point. Here comes the counter-attack. Kuza might be going down. There we go. Min flickers forward to secure, and that's going to be a kill on Zakas too, with a quick finish up from Gary.
That was so greedy of Zakas and Kuza. They thought they were going to get the kill. Yes, they punished Valens, but they disrespected that Gary may be around and paid the price. Zakas, he's died once. He's going to lose half his stacks right from the get-go. So that's not exactly a good start for him if they want to play annoying damage Diggy with those stacks.
Yeah, and Valens isn't too far behind, mainly because he got 2 assists from it as he was getting dove. I think RSG could have set that up a little bit better, cleared the next wave, and that's when you start throwing Kuza in towards the fire to guarantee the kill onto Valens. But because of that top engagement, Orange Esports able to get a free turtle down on bot side.
Yeah, getting the advantage on Kuza here is going to skyrocket Gary's farm a little bit more in terms of momentum, right? He's got the Demon Slayer, he's got kills, he's got the turtle. Now he's already 1 level ahead of Kuza, and barely even 2 minutes of the game. That's a huge lead considering how short the period of time has gone by.
Well, I mean, Kuza is using Killing Spree and Gary is using Demon Slayer, so expect Gary to get ahead of Kuza naturally. And now, because of his clear speed, right, he's going to be able to make more moves across the map first in comparison to Kuza, who probably should be the one playing for the counter engage. Zakas, he is going to get hit by the perfect links. Here comes Valens forcing out the time journey from Zakas. That's not good because Min, in about 13 seconds, his flicker is going to be up, and it's going to be a Fatal Links to pull them away.
Yeah, he's already on his way to try and set things up, but the time reversal is going to be there, but he gets the stun. Here comes the Fatal. He pulls to the back. Feather Dash Strike comes in. Oh no, doesn't even need it. Chain stuns instead. He'll gladly pay his life for 2 very, very big kills from Orange Esports.
Now, I didn't get the chance to talk about this specific interaction, but now that you've seen it firsthand, here's what happened. Min, he walks up, he gets hit by the time reversal, and he's waiting for it from Zakas, and he uses his perfect match to get out of it and ensure that he's able to pull the right targets to get the extra little bit of distance, because the body is the one that's stuck on the time reversal and then goes for the Fatal Link. So very nice. Would you call it like a mechanic abuse coming in from Min? I just guess in-game knowledge, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess the in-game knowledge of understanding his hero mechanics to abuse the fact this is a good draft to deal with it. I like it. Man now is going to make a run for it. He sacrifices his life. The OK Shadow Kill is going to be there, but Orange Esports, they are going to try to force the issue. The Lala gets pulled back, and Gary gets a free hit onto the Zedira. Meanwhile, top side, Zakas, he might actually die to Valens here, but Valens will be a little bit too low, but it looks like Valens, he wants to go for... Oh, no, Zakas! Oh, no, he misses the shot, but he's going to get the kill. No, what? He misses it as well, and he is going to pay the price. Oh, that is so greedy, Valens. That is so greedy.
Honestly, Valens should have gotten it like 2 times there, but unfortunately, Fate has a different story. TikTok here, unfortunately, can't do anything about getting hit by the perfect match from Min. Gary gets a free kill. They are just trading back and forth.
Yeah, it's like Gary just saying that, hey, man, I've got your back. Take a chill pill, you made a mistake. Things like this happen. I got your back.
Now, Turtle once again is going to fall into Gary's hands. Oh, wait. Mortalala is forcing out Born to use that Black Dragon form, which, I mean, to be fair, it's not that bad for Orange Esports, mainly because Turtle's on the top side rather than on the bottom, so the EXP lane is unaffected. But now Man getting absolutely destroyed by Kuza. Doesn't secure the kill, but it's going to be good enough to force him out. Fatal Links is already out, and Zach is very smartly holding up his time journey to punish, but this could be it. Gary now looking to finish him off, so close, and finally with the Retribution, secures the kill onto Zakas.
Oh, that was a very, very nice, I would say, return fight there coming from Gary, considering that he was a little bit afraid to continue to die because of how high the HP of the tower was. but because Phantoms was chipping it away, as soon as the tower was about to break, he was very confident taking a fight right from the get-go. So RSG, they made a little bit of a mistake, but nevertheless, great outplay coming from RSG Esports.
Gary already has a Sky Guardian's helmet. He'll be able to kind of sustain in the jungle for far longer with Demon Slayer. He's just going to keep farming until Kingdom Come. Blade of Despair on Valence. He finally has an item to dish out enough damage to kill TikTok, but he's got to be extremely careful here. He's swapped the lanes, and Orange Esports are just taking the initiative against RSG MY. Mid now opening up the map.
Agreed now. Zakus maybe opening up the map. Gary, Gary's going to go for the dive. He's only in support here. He's got a time journey. TikTok's dying a little bit too low. Zakus is going to be forced to pay the price. Time journey comes in to get them out of situations here. But Born looking to continue to fight, but he takes too much damage from tower. He will die eventually as RSG will trade 1-for-1. A side laner for a tank. Absolutely worth it. As the rest of RSG, they are going to try and secure the farm for TikTok for now.
Yep, Izanami and TikTok with Kuza on the top side. Oh, they called a pause here. Looks like there is. Looks like somebody is having a technical issue. So this gives us a little bit of time to talk about it in terms of what we should expect for the rest of this game, especially since it is moving towards the latter half, in a matter of fact. The scaling is great for the side of RSG, but it's about the timing of the ultimate abilities, right? The time journey and as well as the fatal links.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But that's the thing, right? I like the idea that the time journey is always going to be there, but somehow Zakus in a situation where whenever the Atlas goes, you can see that Min is always playing slow. He tries to go in for the instant to try and stop the time journey from proccing out, but at the same time, Zakus has been very, how do I put it, scared. And you can't exactly blame him considering that the rest of the team from RSG is in no position to take a 5v5 yet at all.
I think there is an argument to be made here. Looks like people are having fun down at the back of the audience stage, especially Sith here. He knows how to have a good time. Yes, but you know, speaking of the team fights, I think it's tough. It's not exactly... Wait, hold on. What did I...
Orange or blue? Orange or blue? I don't know. We voted orange.
We voted orange here, but it's a little tough. I think this is by far the most even draft adaptation we've seen so far from both.
Lanja, Caster, McD. Orange. Penang. So if orange wins, he will treat the casters McD. Really?
Hey! Everybody's happy with this one. I don't know how they're going to be reacting on the BM side, mainly because Adine is the analyst for Orange Esports there. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny what they're going to do to make them win, but let's see. Hopefully this is going to motivate us even more for the cast.
You're hungry, aren't you?
I'm getting there. I am getting there. I'm not going to lie. Not going to lie. But Orange Esports currently with a 2.9k gold lead against RSG, now pulling up to 3. They still need to break that mid-tier 1.
Yep. As of yet, Orange Esports, they have a pretty decent lead as of now, and they're looking to snowball their way through. Meanwhile, Kuza gets a very nice pickoff on Valence, and that is the pickoff that they've been looking for as well. So RSG, they find a little bit of redemption here to continue to slow down the marksman's farm. So this is huge. So there is heavy emphasis on Gary now from Orange Esports to actually make the comeback, and it's very difficult to do so because slowly but surely, Izanami is going to go online. Zakus is going to get a little bit more tankier in the next coming to fight. So they need to find a way to separate the Digi with the rest of the teams and go for pickoffs coming from Orange Esports.
I think the only way of doing that is utilizing the Black Dragon farm. Force Zakus to use it relatively early and have Gary just waiting very deep in enemy lines, waiting to kind of collapse on towards TikTok. I think that's the big issue here, right? Because when Zakus, with Zakus's ult, it kind of deters Orange Esports from doing anything, right? If they team fight, it's like, what are they going to really achieve? They can't lock anybody down. They can only get a little bit of damage. RSG is allowed to reposition for free, and Min is so dependent on landing his ultimate. If not, Atlas just doesn't have that much value.
I definitely agree. So it's all about finding potential pickers and isolating the fight. And Zakus now is in a position where he's going to play safe. He's not going to go out and try and get aggressive and poke for his stacks anymore. He's going to be playing defensively, making sure that whenever something happens, he's going to be able to respawn in time for his time journey. So great positionings, but Orange Esports needs to find a way to separate the fight. So it looks like as long as they see Zakas around with his teammates, they are not going to try to force an issue. However, Mortalala a little bit is scared here. You can see Zakas immediately groups up with Mortalala, expecting that OE might be fighting this here. So Gary shows himself, and immediately Zakas reveals here. The rest of Orange Esports, they are not going to fight this. They are going to contest objectives instead. However, the rest of the members coming from RSG, they are going to look to trade on top side. Born forcing the Black Dragon, not going to be able to delay a little bit much. Or Orange Esports is going to try and take tier 2 mid as well. But Zakas is all by himself, pops the time 30, and he's dead.
This is a really good play. They even get the flicker out of Zakas. He failed to flicker over the wall, but the thing is, Orange Esports were... Wait, hold on. Born, he's ended... Oh, no! He ended up dying anyways. And now Kuza will start hitting on that tier 2 as Orange Esports will start off the Lord. So Orange Esports, they sacrificed their top tier 1 to get bottom tier 2 and mid tier 1. They are sacrificing pieces of objectives to RSG MY to go for bigger goals.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Kuza revealed himself that he just used his OK Shadow kill. There's no point running all the way back, knowing that the middle turret of Orange Esports is still available. So map control and decision making from Orange Esports, very, very nice done overall in the macro decisions.
Yeah, but the thing is, Orange Esports don't have check, right? Like in game number 1, they had check and easily moved in towards checkmate. Same went for RSG. This has been a very, well, not exactly the biggest lead in the world for Orange Esports. A 3K lead, which can easily be turned around by a few kills from RSG MY. But let's see how much of a gold swing this is going to be for Orange Esports. Ideally, if they do get an inhibitor turret, that'd be wonderful. But again, there's no guarantee.
Agreed. Now, time journey coming from, I would say the reversal coming from Zakas is going to try and annoy them as much as they can. But I don't think they are going to be able to benefit a little bit more out of this here, because the next team fight coming from RSG, they have to play it safe, because any time of the day, Harry is going to be able to get some kills coming in. So Black Dragon is going to escort the Lord here. Predator Astra is going to try and zone them out. RSG, they're losing a little bit too much damage. Mortal down towards the last HP. Fortunately for him, the Time Journey is going to keep him out alive. So that is going to be him backing out, but RSG will have to sacrifice their inhibitor for this.
This is pretty good, and I do think that Izanami may have used this ultimate a little too early down into that fight. I think he was expecting Orange Esports to actually try to engage on him, but immediately they shifted their attention down to the bottom side. So some really good calls coming in from Orange Esports as they bump themselves up to a 4.7k lead. It's not the worst, but I mean, we're at 36k to 31k. RSG MY is going to hit the 32k mark, and I think it's about even.
Yep, well done indeed, but it's not over yet. But the RSG MY, it all comes down to Kuza now. He's got 2-1-3. His Hayabusa has been doing very, very well, but he hasn't been able to get more kills. He's able to successfully punish Valence, but now, 11 minutes game, he's 0-3 and 4. Look at what items Valence is going to here as well. Instead of going for Thunderbelt, he opted to go for a value Dreadnought armor, knowing that everyone from inside RSG ML has massive skills that can actually burst him down. So very, very interesting switch up coming from him. However, you know, Gary, he is going to be in a little trouble here as well. Winter Trunker comes in, keeps him alive momentarily. Born goes to the Black Dragon. RSG MY, they're separated, and Mortal Lala gets picked off. Gary survives it all, and OE, they turn the tides from the weather as right, and they get Zakas on top of it all. My goodness, what a clutch coming from Gary as well as Born.
A good fight there coming in from Orange Esports, and now they're going to press their charge all the way to another inhibitor. They want to kill Min, and they're going to get him. Izanami has scaled very nicely into this game. He's got an Ice Queen's wand on top of it all. Orange Esports need to respect him.
He's got a Sky Guardian helmet on top of it all, so he's going to be able to get his health up very, very easily. Kuza goes for the OK Shadow kill, not doing a lot of damage, but it looks like Conceal comes in for RSG. They want to fight him off, and Born is going to get bursted down, so that's going to be him sacrificing his life. However, that means major ultimates down on RSG MY. This is go time. Gary, he can opt to go for this. Does he want to risk it though? He's thinking about it. Kuza reviews the position. Zakas is there. He can opt to go for this, but it is only a tank, or in this case, a Diggy is not just worth it, but the Lord going to be the point of interest as of yet.
Yep, the secondary win condition for RSG is out. Sicilion is dealing so much damage at Born. Now he has to make a decision, right? Who is he going to go for? Is he going to keep going for TikTok, or does he have to change and pivot towards Izanami once in a while? Feathered Airstrike does land.
Wow.
The stun is good. Chunking Izanami down to about 30%, 40%, well, 50% of his HP now after the generate, but now Kuza, he's going to take his time. They want to team fight here, and it looks like RSG is positioning themselves to do so.
Oh, they're trying to pull the Lord down the volume as well, but it seems like there's going to be a little bit of error there. At the same time, it's going to force an issue where Izanami is going to be back in time, so they want a little bit of map control by that harassment early on, but it is going to be very, very risky. It's going to be anyone's game as of yet. Gary's going to be starting to fight, but Kuza from the side, he gets caught out. Drops was very, very low as well. The shot comes in from the Black Dragon, but it's not going to do too much. Black Dragon has been expanded. RSG, they want to fight this, they want to catch this, but wow, that's actually happening as well. RSG's got full focus as well. They take it to themselves, and here comes the force fight. Time Germany comes in, they have to back off. Mortal Lala taking a little bit too much damage, but Min now going for the fatality. He pulls them back, they go for a setup, and they are trying to kill Mob. RSG still somehow survives. They're down to his last HP, but RSG Sports, they can't finish him off. Balance is lying low on the bush with 1 HP, not doing anything, and RSG somehow manages to come up on top on this.
Yep, he just couldn't get his damage out, and unfortunately for Valence, he got zoned off very far away.
No.
Right?
Out. Let's. Okay,
he's getting out of here. He's getting out of here. They got the.
Oh, did you? No, don't see.
It's fine. He doesn't cancel it. He doesn't know.
He does cancel if he,
no,
if
as
he
in
sees
he
him.
didn't cancel it.
Okay,
Don't worry, he doesn't see him. That's the important part. And I think Orange Esports, unfortunately for that fight, they lost a lot of their damage dealers and zoned away. Just the raw range from RSG and the way they can reposition themselves with the time journey from Zakas is so powerful, and that's a classic example of it, right? Mon, he gets attacked by Kuza, and all of a sudden he has to deal with just the normal range once the Feather Airstrike is down from Izanami, which he can't deal. And as a marksman, Valence himself doesn't want to walk up in the first place. One bad impact could be life-changing for him.
I would say life-threatening as well, but at the same time, Orange Esports is down towards a 2k economy lead, but I would say it is at a stage where both teams are 50-50 at this stage. So RSG MY, they have dragged this long enough to the later stage where Mortal Lalala is gonna start to hurt in terms of AoE damage, and we saw how Orange Esports was clumped out. He was dishing a lot of damage to sustain throughout this fight, so I must say props to him, but nevertheless, they need to have another clash where Born baits out, where they can bait out the Black Dragon first before engaging if RSG wants to win this.
All right, let's pull up the item list while we still can, because Orange Esports, hopefully they might find a catch here as RSG MY are moving towards the bottom side of the map. They're not really showing themselves. They're not really giving information. This could be an option to get a pick. Yes, here's the pick. They're looking for Mortal Lalala. He flickers out of the way, but instantly Kuza gets on top and takes out Mon so fast. The Ogi Shadow kill hasn't even connected, but they do secure the kill, but 3 have died in his place. Even though Born was able to get the kill, the rest of the team might not be able to win this. Here comes Izanami as Gary and Min are on the run.
Yep, the nice type there as well. Zakas is going to pull him back into his safety as well. Min is going to pay the price. Immortality is there, but there's nothing Gary can do. TikTok just hits too hard in this situation. It looks like RSG MY, they have bounced back. They've got the pick. They go in for the fight. Gary is going to throw his body here to buy a little bit more time as he chunks his way through, but here comes the hero coming from TikTok, and RSG, they bounce back with a reversal and they take him out.
Wait, Mon.
Wait, it's not over yet.
They're clearing the waves. Mon is going to come back. Feather Airstrike straight away to clear that wave. Yes,
no, he missed. He missed. Okay.
It's fine. He's got 4, but the back line is safe. Mortal Lalala comes back to life to protect the crystal in the back line. There is no base race just yet, but an unmissed opportunity coming in from RSG MY, having to clear the entire wave there. Instead of going straight for the crystal, they are going to they're going to settle for this Luminous Lord.
Yeah, playing it safe here, but well done coming from Kuza. Want the clutch as well, making sure that Mon does not get out in the previous fight. So close call indeed, but this time RSG finally taking the lead in this situation. That means RSG is in prime position to fight this. Likewise coming from TikTok as well, and finally we get to see a glimpse of how the item progression has proceeded so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. Izanami, he's opted not to actually go for the Holy Crystal. He's making sure he has the penetration more than anything else. Holy Crystal it's great, but he can't afford to die to Gary, and in the long term, it's just better for Izanami to dish out damage consistently rather in big bursts with a bad impact. He knows that his team can win these prolonged fights, and there's many ways of doing so.
Yeah, it seems like Valence doesn't have the winds of nature to actually sustain his way through, and he's got double defensive items. Meanwhile, here comes the force fight coming from RSG MY. Time journey comes in. Black Dragon actually going for the connection as well. No more time journey means there is going to be a lot of disruption. They are going to be isolated as well, but Gary, he is going to be winter trunking his way through. Born is going to get taken out, but now Gary is going to be focused down by Kuza as he tries to split off with the OK Shadow kill, but no, the RNG connects on Gary and takes him out. Izanami is dead, but looks like RNG, they want to fight a little bit more. Feather Airstrike, oh man, doesn't have it. He stuns onto his Zakas, but he will not be able to chip the immortality.
A good play, a really good play. Even though Gary ends up dying, Born did find his primary target in Izanami, forcing him to use his Purify, but still died to the Sha residue. OE should be fine with the defense here for the high ground defense, and RSG unfortunately can't do anything about the situation. They've already used up their Lord of Empowered Waves, and now it's just back to square one.
This is tough. This is really tough for Orange Esports to bounce back now. Valence has not have enough damage to fight against the amount of sheer raw damage that TikTok is bringing to the table with the Weapon Master on top of it. It's just full glass cannon, and Orange Esports, they need to figure a way to tank through that, and the big threat here is going to be the big boy TikTok.
Well, I think RSG, all they have to do is just fight in the lane. They keep going into the jungle to try and get these big picks, but eventually it just really doesn't matter. There's just not enough space that can be created in such narrow spots and choke points in the jungle. So RSG, really, they need to pick and choose where they fight. They cannot let Izanami die, and they cannot let TikTok die.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but it's all about the pickoffs here, and it's hard to chain CC when Zakas is in the vicinity. Gary, oh! It's going to be fine, right? He's got Skygun in his helmet, but on the side as well, Min tries to force out the time journey, but he is going to get reversal and pull back, but the snipes coming in. Ooh, that's a lot of damage coming from TikTok. Kuza now going to be forcing reactions, but OE, they are very afraid. They've used up the Black Dragon, means RSG is go time for them if they want to force a fight right now, and they are going to look to fight in the purple buff, knowing that there is no Black Dragon. This is go time. Feather Airstrike trying to scare them off. Kuza taking a little bit chunk of damage, but RSG will respect this because the minions on the bottom side is just pushing in towards the base. They have to go back for the defense. Mins, they try to go in for the pickoff. He's going to sacrifice his life to delay them as the minions are pushing in. Meanwhile, force fights are coming in. Godlike coming from Isla, from the TikTok as well as they try to continue for the chase. OE, they have to scramble and back off. Min is down. They want to respect this and they will be A-okay. Meanwhile, the rest of RG, they're thinking to challenge the Lord right now, but the minions, look at this, the minions. Oh my god.
Mortalala will be able to go back and actually handle that by himself. But I think RSG, they're going to pretend to do this. They're looking to make sure they can bait as many spells out of Orange Esports. Zakas doesn't have his time journey just yet. So really, this is a lot more riskier for RSG than it is for Orange Esports. But now they're going to start pressing for it as if they already have it. They're faking Orange Esports out, knowing that the top side and middle lane is pushing in. Born, he's going to immediately proc his Black Dragon form. Gary realizes this is a 50-50. This is not good. They baited out big spells. They find one. Kuza gets on out of there. Doesn't want to take any more damage from the Feathered Airstrike. Gary is so low, but Izanami is still alive. Sanguine Claw able to find it, and
Valence.
a quick snipe from TikTok to put Valence out of his misery.
Oh, that was a big clutch coming from Gary, but Valence took the full blunt off that snipe, and because of that, now RSG, they will have to get the Lord. Oh, they got the full reset from Orange Esports, but one mistake from Valence will cause Orange Esports to completely back out of the fight. So RSG, they're looking to close out the game. Tier 1, Tier 3 on top is going to go down eventually, but they will be able to clear off the minions. So the Lord is coming from the middle side here, and TikTok is looking to get crazy again.
Yep, he's got the Rose Gold Meteor. He wants a little bit of a shield to survive to 19 more seconds until Valence is back up to life, and RSG could look to muscle their way in. This is a very good opportunity to do so. This might be tough. Feathered Airstrike is already out. Kuza already started things off with the Oki. Shadow Kill is born, is in the middle of that fight. No time driven just yet on. He's so low. Kuza in trouble. Ends up dead, but it's still, wait, no, he has the immortality. He comes back to life, and now they muscle it in. RSG take this game from Orange Esports 2-1.
What a game. What a clutch coming from Izanami as well. His Sanguine Claw was able to catch them off. Well done coming in from RSG to take the W. What a game coming in from that as well. They managed to drag it all the way into the end.
Yep, this has been a great game. Let's throw it over to post-show with the boys.
Itu dia comeback daripada pasukan RSG. 2 berbalas 1. Anda bersama dengan saya, Abeja. Kita adalah Fel kat sini akan menceritakan apa yang terjadi di game yang ketiga sebentar tadi.
Dekat dalam game tadi, kita boleh nampak kedua-dua pasukan mereka menggunakan mereka punya win condition dengan sangat bagus. Di mana untuk pasukan Orange Esports, mereka boleh menang banyak pada bahagian awal-awal game. Dan lagi komunikasi mereka sangat-sangat bagus. Mereka pancingkan Digi untuk gunakan dia punya ultimate. Jadi dia punya cancelling of crowd control, mereka boleh overcome, mereka boleh lawan balik. Lagi sebab kalau kita draft daripada pasukan RSG, tak ada crowd control yang boleh menghalang Gary yang menggunakan Karina pergi ke belakang. Tapi sebab RSG late game diorang sangat kuat dengan adanya Sicilian, adanya Beatrix, mereka boleh mendapatkan comeback.
Dan tadi kan untuk game yang ketiga, boleh tak kita nak katakan yang game tadi tu boleh dikatakan macam agak sengit juga?
Sangat sengit. Memang sangat-sangat sengit sebab nampak RSG tak boleh nak buat apa-apa lawan dengan Gary. Itu adalah masalah yang paling besar sebab bila dia masuk ke depan, Zakus adalah mereka punya roamer ataupun tank, dia sebenarnya tak boleh nak menghalang apa-apa yang Karina nak lakukan sebab dia boleh cancelkan crowd control tapi dia tak boleh nak peel. Peel bermaksud adalah tolak orang tu jauh ataupun stun ataupun knock up dan sebagainya. Yes, dia boleh tarik balik dengan dia punya second skill, tetapi senang saja untuk Gary yang menggunakan Karina terus balik ke depan untuk initiate. Kita tengok itemization dan juga hero yang digunakan dekat sini di mana untuk pasukan Orange Esports, mereka punya draft sangat-sangat bagus. Late game ada dan early, mid, late memang sangat-sangat complete. I rasa draft mereka sebenarnya sangat-sangat bagus. Mereka punya crowd control telah di-counter oleh Zakus punya Digi. Tetapi untuk pasukan RSG MY, mereka menang bukan hanya disebabkan Digi, disebabkan Izanami dan juga TikTok dekat dalam game ni di mana kalau daripada segi itemization, Izanami dengan adanya Clock of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, Ice King 1 dan juga Divine Glaive, ada banyak damage yang dikena kepada bahagian Orange Sport dan disebabkan ada Lightning Truncheon, dia punya damage ada splash effect sedikit. Jadi walaupun dia kena kepada clean seorang saja, sesama berdekatan seperti Farsa, dia juga akan kena damage yang besar. TikTok yang menggunakan Beatrix, standard itemization, dia buang dia punya boots, dapatkan Windtalker, jadi ada extra movement speed dan juga attack speed. Kelemahan dekat sini adalah mereka tak ada sesiapa yang boleh menghalang Karina bila dia masuk ke depan. Izanami juga dekat sini dia menggunakan Purify. Kalau dia menggunakan Flame Shot, dia boleh tolak Karina jauh-jauh. Tapi kalau dia tak ada Purify, dia tak boleh selamatkan diri sendiri daripada Atlas kalau Zakus dah menggunakan dia punya ultimate.
Oh, okay. Jadi sekarang ni, terima kasih for the explanation. Sekarang kita akan tengok post game stats kita tadi. Okay.
Ya, kita tengok dekat sini di mana untuk pasukan RSG MY. Okay, dari segi kita total heal Orange Sport heal dengan sangat banyak dan Orange Sport mereka yang terima lagi banyak damage. Tapi damage besar dari pasukan RSG adalah kerana Izanami dekat sini. 107,000 damage yang dikeluarkan oleh Izanami sebab tu dia adalah the carry. Rich Guy diberikan pada Kuza 752 gold per minute. Sandbag di mana Gary kat depan menggunakan Karina, of course dia akan terima banyak damage, 172,000 damage yang diterima. Dan Forgotten One adalah Zakus yang menggunakan Digi. Again, untuk pasukan RSG MY sebenarnya mereka punya draft sepatutnya mereka kalah sebab mereka tak boleh nak ke depan langsung. Tetapi Orange Sport bila dah masuk pada bahagian late game, nampak macam mereka punya communication dengan Min berkurangan sedikit dan mereka tak respect damage yang dikeluarkan oleh Izanami. Itu yang menyebabkan RSG MY menang.
Oh, jadi kat sini kalau draft kita dah bagus sekalipun, kalau kat dalam game tu mekanik tidak buat dengan baik, so kita akan mungkin result dia akan bertukar jadi macam ni. Betul. Jadi macam Sif tadi, mungkin ada nak tambah apa-apa Sif?
Sebenarnya saya suka apa yang ditunjukkan oleh kedua-dua pasukan. Satu, untuk pasukan Orange, pada early game mungkin Lafayette dah sentuh benda ni. Mereka dah ada idea apa mereka nak main. Mereka ada tunjukkan kalau mereka tak boleh pergi kat bahagian gold lane, mereka boleh cover di bahagian mid lane. Tapi untuk pasukan RSG sedikit berbeza. Kuza tugas dia di fasa late game untuk jatuhkan nyawa sedikit dia. Lepas tu dengan adanya serangan daripada Izanami, especially dengan dia penggunaan back impact, dia akan selesaikan tugas-tugas. Dan ini terbukti dengan dia punya damage sebanyak 107,000. Ini dah cukup sebenarnya untuk memberikan kemenangan yang cukup berharga kepada pasukan RSG.
Dan itulah kita tengok tadi. Jadi kat sini apa yang saya boleh katakan, game yang ketiga tadi kita enjoy dan kita boleh agak sengit juga. Jadi kat sini apa kata kita sama-sama saksikan MVP untuk game yang ketiga akan diberikan kepada Izanami dengan KDA 61-16, match kill participation 88%, match goal per minute 631. Penggunaan Sicilian yang sangat baik, damage yang sangat tinggi dan
Ya, ini adalah the Prince of Mage, Izanami. Menunjukkan dekat dalam game ni susah untuk dia dijatuhkan. Dia mati sekali tapi dia mati pada minit ke-19, minit ke-20 gitu, di mana Born yang menggunakan Yuzong pergi ke arah belakang. Dekat sini Izanami dia betul-betul respect pasukan Orange Esports walaupun dalam tim dia ada Digi. Di mana Digi dia punya function adalah untuk bagi purify kepada semua orang, jadi semua orang boleh cancel mereka punya crowd control. Tetapi Izanami dia tahu just in case sama ada Zakus tak dekat dengan dia ataupun Zakus terguna dia punya ultimate sedikit awal, dia juga ada purify diri sendiri. Jadi kalau ada sesiapa fokus kepada dia, dia masih boleh melarikan diri, dan saya rasa itu adalah difference maker, dan itu antara sebab kenapa dia hanya mati sekali saja dalam game ni.
Dan kejap lagi kita akan pergi kepada highlight yang akan dibawakan khas oleh Samsung, di mana antara penyebab kenapa Sicilian yang digunakan oleh Izanami ini mati, itulah pencetus kenapa pasukan daripada RSG boleh mendapatkan kemenangan. Tetapi melihat sekarang ni apa yang berlaku untuk di fasa-fasa early game, seperti yang kita dapat saksikan bagaimana setup yang ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Orange sebenarnya begitu baik. Cuma seperti yang dikatakan oleh Lafel, mungkin ada sedikit miscommunication. Mereka tak tahu mereka nak fokus ke hero mana satu untuk mereka tangkap terlebih dahulu, menyebabkan sedikit gangguan pasukan RSG berjaya untuk mengambil kesempatan di atas kesempitan pasukan Orange dan mendapatkan kemenangan.
Ya, pada bahagian awal game kita boleh tengok macam mana Gary boleh masuk ke depan, tak ada sesiapa yang boleh halang. Min juga dia boleh pancing untuk Zakus. Trigger Finger menggunakan dia punya ultimate terlampau awal dan dia boleh mendapatkan kill. Pasukan RSG MY mereka sedar yang apa yang mereka kurang crowd control. Tapi apa yang mereka ada banyak adalah damage. Jadi semua player kena jaga positioning masing-masing. Tak boleh nak harapkan orang lain untuk menjaga dia. Jadi kalau kita tengok daripada segi positioning mereka ada spread out sedikit. Pastikan walaupun mereka duduk dengan jarak yang jauh, mereka masih boleh keluarkan damage yang tinggi. Dan Kuza dia punya fokus adalah untuk keluarkan the main damage dealers, di mana kalau dia boleh dapatkan Farsa cukup bagus, kalau dia dapatkan Gary pun okey, tetapi macam mana sekalipun mereka menang disebabkan mereka punya positioning kat dalam team fight. Dan untuk Orange Esports, kalau kita nampak a few times seperti ini bukan jadi sekali saja, dalam 3 ataupun 4 kali di mana Min seorang kat depan, dia berjaya untuk dapatkan Fatal Link tapi tak ada follow up.
Ya, ini yang bahaya dan ini yang menyebabkan miscommunication ditunjukkan. Mereka tak tahu mereka nak targetkan siapa. Apabila Min dapatkan Fatal Link hanya seorang, ini menyebabkan harus ingat dengan adanya time macam ni, lagi senang mereka untuk cancel. Dan pada saat dan ketika ini, pasukan Orange dah tak boleh nak buat apa dengan damage yang cukup besar dikeluarkan oleh Sicilian, menyebabkan mereka mampu untuk jatuhkan kristal tersebut.
Sekarang kita tengok kedudukan kumpulan di grup A. Tim SMG 30 poin, Suhas Esports, HomeBois 16, Orange 16, MLBB Esports 14. Manakala di grup B, kalau kita dapat lihat kat sini, Red Esports, Toda, RSG, tim CaRaCaL juga GEEK FAM.
Buat masa sekarang ni dah confirm siapa yang akan tersingkir daripada playoff, iaitu MLBB Esports dan juga GEEK FAM, dan dah confirm siapa yang akan pergi pada bahagian upper bracket, tim SMG, Suhas, Red Esports dan juga Toda. Dan fun fact dekat sini, I rasa sepanjang MPL punya seasons, kita tak pernah nampak lagi tim boleh dapatkan poin setinggi SMG. 30 poin yang mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan, dan mereka ada lagi satu game yang mereka kena main.
Ya, dan mereka telah pun pecahkan rekod poin tersebut. Tapi Lafel, boleh tak tolong terangkan dekat saya ataupun mungkin dekat ramai yang tak tahu, kenapa pasukan HomeBois berada di tangga ketiga dan pasukan Orange di tangga yang keempat walaupun mereka mempunyai mata yang sama?
Kerana mereka punya head to head. HomeBois setiap kali berjumpa dengan Orange, HomeBois berjaya untuk menang.
Yes, itu antara penyebab kenapa HomeBois berada di tangga yang ketiga. Sebab kalau
walaupun dengan dia punya win pun 21 balas dengan 14. So.
Sebab ini penting, sebab ini akan menunjukkan siapa yang mereka akan lawan pada peringkat playoff nanti.
Jadi mana kata kalau poin sama, kita akan kira daripada segi head to head.
Ada banyak kiraan head to head, mereka punya win-loss. Sebab kalau daripada win-loss juga, HomeBois menang 21 kali menang berbanding dengan 14. Dan kat sini kalau kita tengok dari segi win rate juga, HomeBois 60%, match win rate juga 69%, win-lose 9/4. So kalau daripada segi numbers, mereka punya persamaan hanya pada point. Tapi selebih daripada tu, HomeBois menang semua sekali. Kerana bila dekat dalam group A, HomeBois hanya kalah kepada Suhas Esports. Selebihnya, mereka berjaya untuk menang semua sekali.
Ya, itu antara penyebab kenapa kita takkan ada tiebreaker. Sebab takut orang cakap, kenapa diorang ni sama point tapi diorang tak ada tiebreaker. Kadang diorang takut orang mawar.
Marah.
Manjunya awak.
Marah. Jadi kita tak ada tiebreaker lah kan, kita tengok keputusan tadi. Jadi kat sini kita boleh nak cakap, kita borak-borak kosong je nak tanya lah kan. Sebab tadi kan Sisilon jadi dapat MVP. Jadi macam mana kita nak menjadi pengguna, orang cakap apa, match yang sangat bagus?
Okey, nak menjadi pengguna mage yang sangat bagus, kita kena tengok hero mage apa yang kita gunakan. Sebab ada yang ikut damage, ada yang ikut control. Sicilian specifically, dia perlu dapatkan stack. Cara yang paling optimal pada bahagian awal game, guna first skill 2 kali, tunggu cooldown habis supaya mana you terjaga, dapat banyak stack, bila dapat banyak damage, baru you masuk team fight.
Baik, kita cakap. Okey, sekarang ini sama-sama kita saksikan untuk key to success.
Ya,
untuk
dekat
RSG.
Ya, dekat sini di mana kita kena tengok di mana sebenarnya mereka dapat key to success untuk diri sendiri dan juga key to success Origin Sport. Game pertama mereka berjaya untuk menang kerana mereka securekan Franco. Dan untuk Origin Sport, tak silap saya, mereka punya key to success juga adalah untuk securekan Karina first game, RSG dapat, second game, third game, Origin dapat. Tetapi untuk RSG MY, saya rasa yang paling penting dekat sini adalah don't overcommit. Lagi pada game yang terakhir tadi, nombor 3. Mereka tak ada crowd control yang banyak. Mereka kena bersabar. Mereka kena dapatkan stat yang secukupnya kepada Sicilian. TikTok juga kena dapat positioning yang bagus. Jadi mereka tunggu. Once damage Sicilian dah cukup, baru mereka fight. So, antara keempat-empat dekat sini, saya rasa yang ketiga yang paling game ketiga yang paling penting, dan mereka punya key to success game yang ketiga yang penting adalah don't overcommit.
Ya, dan apabila mereka tak overcommit, mereka akan terus masuk ke yang nombor 4, iaitu Iza Kusmi must dominate. Ataupun Izanami lah yang boleh dominate dengan adanya time journey dan juga reverse time daripada DG tersebut. Dan keempat-empat ni sangat-sangat memberikan bantuan bagi siapa yang tak faham kenapa adanya key to success. Ini adalah cara macam mereka nak menang game tersebut.
So mana kata diorang perlu, orang cakap apa, buat ke semua key to success, kemudian mungkin dapat kemenangan. Tapi kalau tak buat, kalau diorang ada mekanik lain, mungkin dapat menang juga.
Betul.
Alright, faham. Jadi sekarang ini apa kata kita lihat dulu perlawanan seterusnya di antara pasukan SMG menentang pasukan GEEK FAM.
Ya, dan kalau kita tengok dekat kamera tadi, nampak Sif bergerak macam gini ya, macam dia punya signal memang nak semua orang. Tapi ya, SMG lawan dengan pasukan GEEK. Macam mana nak cakap pasukan SMG, pasukan yang paling kuat sekarang ni, tak kisah grup A ataupun grup B, ada 30 poin. Lawan dengan pasukan GEEK FAM, berapa tadi? 6 atau 8 poin
6 atau 8 poin.
As of right now, pasukan GEEK FAM, they have nothing to lose. So dekat sini is 8 poin. Dekat sini pasukan GEEK FAM, they have nothing to lose. Tetapi mereka masih kena prepare untuk next season. Jadi apa-apa kind of rotation players yang mereka nak lakukan, saya rasa ini adalah time yang bagus untuk GEEK FAM start untuk prepare. Kerana kita dengar Mox punya interview sekali, dia tengah fikir, is it the time untuk biar the veterans rehat sekejap dan bagi peluang kepada play-play baru. So, I rasa dekat dalam game ni penting untuk GEEK FAM yang mereka dapat identify apa yang mereka perlu tukar untuk next season. Dan untuk pasukan SMG, mereka sangat-sangat disiplin. They're a machine. Mereka takkan bagi game yang mudah untuk sesiapa sekalipun.
Yep. Speaking of which, bercakap tentang line up untuk pasukan GEEK FAM. Kalau mereka menggunakan line up ketika mereka berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan pada tempoh hari berhadapan dengan pasukan MLBB, saya percaya itu mungkin adalah satu permulaan yang baru kepada pasukan GEEK FAM, di mana kita dah tak nampak lagi kelibat zone, kita dah tak nampak lagi kelibat dominus.
Itulah tu.
Dengan adanya muka-muka baru, mungkin hari ini mereka dapatkan kemenangan terhadap pasukan SMG.
Baik, sekarang ini jom kita saksikan untuk pemenang MPL Predictor, Jason King, Hafiz, Rebecca Beka kat sini. Untuk MPL Predictor ni, pemenang akan dapat skin lah, di mana nak join benda ni, nak join MPL Predictor ni, maksudnya kena teka pasukan mana yang akan menang, komen kat situ, tulis ID game, ID server, barulah kita dapat bagi hadiah. Macam tu.
Okay, right. Tapi apa dia?
Ni Abang bagi tahu. Okey, kita ada satu lagi match yang terakhir untuk regular season ni.
Yalah.
Minggu ni. Jadi masa next match nanti tekalah sehabis-habisnya.
Jadi lepas match nanti habis, regular season dah habis lah.
Benar sekali.
Allah.
Sedihnya.
Saya tak suka.
Sekarang ni jom kita tengok untuk kita punya MPL Learning. Hero manakah yang mempunyai kill participation yang tertinggi? Mia, kita ada Estes, kita ada Laila.
Punya soalan macam tak cukup. Hero manakah mempunyai key participation tertinggi dalam satu season? Okay, kita assume lah dalam season ni. Dan dekat sini boleh dikatakan senang juga sebab Mia dia digunakan berapa kali je dekat sepanjang season ni. Actually T3 hero tak banyak digunakan sepanjang season ni.
Laila rasanya tak guna tapi rasanya macam susah sebab jawapan dia Mia. Jadi saya tak pasti siapa yang yang mempunyai key participation yang paling banyak.
Sebab Laila langsung tak ambil. Estes pun baru berapa? 1-2 kali je.
Itu pun tak.
Mia 100% win rate, so Mia lah kot.
Baik, kalau anda tahu apakah jawapannya, boleh scan QR code kat situ. Anda berpeluang untuk mendapatkan random satu skin lah. Skin Selena tu.
Skin mahal lah, bukan skin biasa punya. Skin mahal tu semua.
Oi, rugi kalau tak cuba. Jadi sekarang ini guys, kita akan berehat seketika. Okay, kita akan kembali selepas ini. Kita tengok untuk game yang ketiga ni, seru ke tak seru, sama-sama kita nantikan. Kita jumpa sekejap lagi.
Hey everyone, DevPow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of 1 against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the 2 teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the Seeker, and 5 players from Team B as Hiders. Next, I'll check the Hide Minimap avatar option so the 2 teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the 2 teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 Seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For Hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 Hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together, before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker, or the 5 Hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? Alright, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after its release. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close.
Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the land of dawn. Fire of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim CaRaCaL adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nuradim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim CaRaCaL.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam CaRaCaL saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join CaRaCaL ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam CaRaCaL. CaRaCaL 1, CaRaCaL 2. Ini CaRaCaL biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari. Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okey, untuk CaRaCaL ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim CaRaCaL ni tak ada so far.
Okey, kenapa CaRaCaL?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama CaRaCaL ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ini majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Lieza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
CaRaCaL! Meow!
Squad playstyle tim ni
lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Tepat setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player CaRaCaL bersama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion. Lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu sepatutnya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak. Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami pun kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni kat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Mask, seat belt. Mask, seat belt dengan tidur.
Assalamualaikum, nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni, and saya merupakan manager untuk Suhas Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join Suhas? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama Suhas Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik.
Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia lah. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament MEC baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi. Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe Suhas akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang Suhas, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik Suhas.
Suhas ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susah lah kita nak pecah.
Langkah pokok. Silam fik. Bagi tepuk. Alhamdulillah.
Suhas untuk saya, Suhas is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, Suhas is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah and cut.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in-game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Ko Wei Hao.
and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach, dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting. Sebab sebelum ni, Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legend. Jadi, dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi, dia memahami player. Jadi, bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team, and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood, or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terimalah, sebab memang season lalu kami underperform. Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni. Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin, dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore, dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we will smile and laugh together.
GEEK RSG!
Bener? Like always, let's give first.
Meet the team, Todak, Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak, kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebab kan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu. Semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi Alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah. And Alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag Todak Langgar.
Time minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu, biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So time tu lah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah tim rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood macam tu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jungler.
Kau nak kena sama boleh. Tak, aku point dia, aku tak lagi, aku campur dia ke belakang je. Banyak kau je. Bila kau tak ada shadow ni teratap. Ya tu lah.
Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Ciku. Legendary untuk beliau. Zaraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Ciku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi untuk week keempat Ciku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Ciku dah nak main kembali lah kan, sebab dah lama dia tak main. Boleh kurang 4 minggu dah, kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Ciku.
Kalau ada Ciku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda, kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Ciku.
Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada Esports, Zahid daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah.
Kita nak champion MPL, lepas tu kita nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan. Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
Hashtag
Todak Langgar.
Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Untuk league ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rate ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap decision yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua decision tu sama.
Hello, ada orang? Hello. Rick?
Momennya every week the boss up. You guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nak interview nanti, oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam RSG Esports is COO untuk RSG Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim RSG Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL season 9 sekarang ini. Kalau season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita orang ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada Bosco.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita orang lakukan. So kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi rate pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan Kodak dan CaRaCaL, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, yeah, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, I sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, Red Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam Sora ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan mic dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh baca kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar Kazakhstan dengan Sinatan.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach Has tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tau kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi ajar sedikit bagi jalan untuk dorang supaya dorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab dorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang dorang tak nak dengar cakap saya, tapi alhamdulillah dorang support saya, dorang dengar cakap saya happy lah untuk berada kat sini.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution.
Saya masuk ke Red ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player Red ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama. Lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya, dia kenalkan saya dekat Red. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk Red Esports.
Zaid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zaid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zaid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro scene. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya. Dah saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni team underdog, team yang mungkin dia orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk Red champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba try untuk grab that title. Dream saya nak sangat lah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia lah.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
this current roster, what do you feel about this current roster?
It's a very competitive roster. You know, with some new member coming in, Sasa experience from the other region, he actually pushed everyone to work harder. Harder could be more stressful, could be more anything, but as long as to reach the goal for the team. Because you know we've been 7-8 for like so many seasons. I think with Sasa coming in, he also don't want to be 7-8. That's what pushed others to try to play as much as we can. Because we feel that all the standard in Malaysia team are quite evenly. We never underestimate any of our opponent. Any one extra game for us to play is a bonus for us. Because it's not any time we can get a playoff or stage game. Any one game for us is actually a bonus for us preparation for M3. That's what the difference may be. Yeah.
3, 2, 1,
The difference, yeah. For me, MPL ID is more harder than Malaysia MPL-MY lah. The player hero pool, the gameplay style a lot different.
Tapi saya puas sebenarnya yang diberikan tekanan kembali dan bantuan Sasa pula yang
Meta Malaysia side, the player all suka hadiah dia. Just like they play what they like to play, what just play only like that. But Indo gameplay is totally very different lah. Really teamwork gameplay, cannot have one mistake.
Kita kebanyakan ngambus, Cok. Di tengah gitu nggak ngapa-ngapain.
Kita udah pernah ngalahin mereka, jadi tinggal kita lakuin lagi apa yang pernah kita lakuin.
Situasi Malaysia punya fans sekarang ni agak kurang sikit untuk compare dengan negara luar macam Indonesia dengan Filipina. Dekat sana dia punya sambutan lagi rancak lah daripada di Malaysia. Tapi sejak daripada M1 tak silap saya yang Malaysia di host. Sejak daripada M1 tu dah mula ramai yang nampak esports ni dah berjaya lah MLBB ni di Malaysia. Pada saya agak slow sikit fan Malaysia ni sebab gameplay team pro kita. Team pro di Malaysia ni macam rotation dia, drum dia masih selalu belakang compare dengan tim-tim PN dan Indo. So bila drum dia slow, dia punya rotation slow, fans pun macam lebih tertarik pada negara luar daripada negara kita sendiri.
Season 8 ni kita bergerak sebagai pasukan yang underdog and kita buktikan kita dapat tempat pertama dengan MPL season 8 ni. Macam tu kalau ke M3. Walaupun kita menang ke kalah, kita tetap bawa nama Malaysia, so sentiasa support.
Todak langkah.
Watches for Todak!
Perasaan saya first memang sangat bersyukurlah sebab tim saya berjaya masuk ke kali ini untuk kejohanan dunia untuk kali yang ketiga berturut-turut lah. Saya memang sangat bangga lah dengan pencapaian ini. Dan perasaan saya memang rasa lain lah sebab sebelum ni M1, M2 saya sebagai player and sekarang saya sebagai manager, rasa dia memang agak lain sebab sekarang saya kena manage player berbanding saya main.
Lepas tu Semir dapat turtle, bapak
bagi Moon, grup B tu memang kalau kita nampak daripada sudut fizikal memang nampak yang tu grup yang paling berbahaya daripada grup-grup yang lain, tapi apa perbezaan dia adalah dia main best of one. So bila the best of one macam-macam boleh terjadi. Boleh comeback, boleh mistake, boleh ada tu. So kita mungkin daripada situ kita boleh dapatkan apa bracket lah untuk ni. Kita kena just confident dengan diri sendiri, dengan pasukan masing-masing.
Malaysian
Malaysian meta is very chase the dopamine sort of meta, you know? Whatever makes you feel really good about yourself at the end of the day. We like to be flashy, of course. Everybody likes being flashy. But more importantly, I think it's becoming more refined in a sense where we're not as afraid to try out new things. We're not as stubborn following a very limited meta. We want to start pushing out of it. We've taken a lot of inspiration from both Indonesia and as well as Philippines, and we're starting to weed out what we like and don't like about their metas to come up with our own.
It just pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. There's a lot of aspects to it, and I feel like it actually shows you that this is how you'd be a professional player.
Apakah meta Malaysia? Kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Actually kita ada tim Todak lah. Apa yang saya nampak contoh macam unik, dia bawa high loss side ataupun tank XP. Basically kita orang yang bawa dulu. Jungler tank pun kita bawa dulu and then ditiru oleh yang lain. Benda tu, dua meta ni adalah meta yang susah untuk dibawa. Bukan semua orang boleh guna. Tim tertentu ataupun player tertentu saja yang boleh bawa meta-meta ni. Untuk improve prestasi diorang sebelum M3 ni, mental diorang kena jaga. Sebab dulu saya jadi player pun mental memang sangat teruk sebab susah nak jaga mental dekat sana. Sebab dengan quarantine, dengan penat apa semua, tempat yang sama saja training, mental. Lepas tu bagi saya untuk improve lagi, kena lebihkanlah training untuk M3 kali ni.
Kalau ditukar pun kan.
Because I play for Malaysia, I feel very happy lah. But it's like need to win also lah. Cannot lose too much like that. That's why I try my best to give Malaysia something. I feel a lot of pressure from it.
Kalau dia nak berdepan, yang penting aku tak duduk depan.
Malaysia. Boleh.
Bye. Yo. Gencik guys. Semai seorang. Semai seorang.
Any training now? First day quarantine.
So kepada supporter Todak, jangan lupa suruh kita orang ke M3 nanti.
This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championship.
SMG, diorang bukan just ada Sasa, player yang ada banyak pengalaman daripada Indonesia punya scene, tapi diorang juga ada super coach James. M1 dia tolong RRQ dapat nombor 2. And then M2 dia still tolong RRQ juga. And then RRQ pun dapat banyak championship MPL dekat Indonesia. And then this time around dia tolong SMG. 5 season SMG dapat nombor 8. This season SMG dah dekat grand final. So kita dapat nampak significant change and improvement yang James bawakan. And then for Todak pun diorang ada banyak nafas baru. Ada Momo, ada Yums, and then diorang ada analyst. So diorang dapat full bagaikan lagi gameplay diorang, dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat M3.
Siapa dia? Hello, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Slow dong, aku pergi slow sikit.
Bye bye. See you tomorrow. Are you ready? Let's get it. Let's see the stage right now.
I follow Todak closely masa M3, tengok diorang dari dekat backstage and so on. They are very chill person. They are very chill player. Kalau waktu Onyx PH, if I'm not mistaken, Onyx PH group stage, waktu tu BO1. Waktu tu memang ada macam salah faham sikit and ada macam pergaduhan sikit between, if I'm not mistaken, Moon and Fomes. And Moon pun cerita pasal benda ni. And then, tapi yang I sangat suka diorang ni, for example, okay, I bagi you 2 minutes, gaduh, lalala, dah, that's it. Masuk stage, it's a new journey, it's a new momentum, it's a new mindset. Susah tau untuk you shifted in a very small amount of time, daripada you macam gaduh, marah, semua emosi dekat sini, and then you nak shift kepada new mental, new team, new momentum. After that, after diorang kalah dengan Onyx PH, diorang menang dengan Onyx Indonesia, which is one of the giant in Indonesia, and diorang menang MPL S8 if I'm not mistaken.
I still believe in my boys. I still believe in Todak. Go with the Todak Langgar style. Be the Malaysian Vikings.
Sekarang ini untuk mendapatkan pertarungan yang lebih cantik, son.
akan menjatuhkan momok sebentar tadi. Yus terperangkap di tengah-tengah perlawanan, tak mampu untuk lakukan apa-apa. Tiko masih lagi bernyawa sekarang ini, tetapi lihat Fomen akan terang kristal ini. Hampir saja dijatuhkan. Immortality akan menghidupkan dan Fomen akan mendapatkan kemenangan.
Satu kemenangan yang cukup penting. Fomen berjaya untuk membawa pasukan Malaysia bermain di kawasan upper bracket.
Todak suka buat orang sakit jantung lah. Suka sangat. And kita, to be honest, kita pun tak tahu. Kalau menang, menang. Kalau kalah pun tak apa.
But how did they make the comebacks was really surprising. And it's not just in Malaysia itself. Indonesia, Philippines, and even the NA servers, they didn't expect Todak to make such a comeback. Like against Onyx Esports. They made a strict push just like that.
Yang begitu baik, tapi lihatlah tarikan daripada Lozzy sebentar tadi. Expedia akan dijatuhkan terlebih dahulu oleh LY. Diablo di bahagian belakang. Sasa telah dimusnahkan.
Level 2 Selina, you don't want to burst. You go and burst level 4 high loss. Esme OT, skill 1 dia dah mati, Mas. Terus ini pun apa?
Saya agak terkejut juga sebab tengok daripada bracket team SMG, sebenarnya SMG lagi senang untuk go to next round. Tapi SMG yang turun ke lower bracket dan tak layak. So saya agak terkejut lah dengan prestasi SMG.
Am I surprised today that they got eliminated so early? I can say not surprised because that's the very first time entering international or world championships, except for Long and Sasa. The rest, they're very fresh to this.
From Malaysia, we're bringing in Team SMG. These guys, again, still moving under gunfire.
And remember, both of these teams, they are the MPL champions. So into the first match of the day between Onyx Esports and Team SMG. Teams are ready, we are ready, but are you guys ready? Let's get straight into it.
Okay, aku naik balik. Aku cover atas balik.
Jangan keluar weh, Man. Keluar ni ke bawah.
I do believe Team SMG kena terciduk dulu supaya diorang boleh bangkit dengan lebih baik. Because sometimes we need the hard lesson for us to be better. Of course, Team SMG memang terciduk. Dia bukannya satu perkataan yang kita nak hentam dia, tak. It's a fact. But I do believe kalau diorang tak give up, they will make an amazingly comeback. Sebab itu cara permainan Malaysia tau. Malaysia bila kalah sekali je, we will come back stronger than before lah. For example, like macam Todak before ni, diorang start kecil je. Diorang menang tournament kecil and then they make it to the MPL. So it's a very humble journey about Todak pergi MPL, and then if I'm not mistaken, for the first time diorang dah masuk MPL, diorang dapat NAM juara. And then after that they go into M1, dapat top 3. So yeah, I think same goes to Team SMG. I think maybe because of the pressure, maybe because of the environment itself, or maybe tak biasa lagi. Tapi once you ada pengalaman tu, you unstoppable lah. That's why I rasa Team SMG perlu rasa pahit tu untuk you rasa manis selepasnya. Sebab Todak is something that kind of team juga. You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisannya yang akan datang. Itu adalah cabaran atau ujian yang you tak biasa lagi. Once you get used to it, habislah semua orang. Serius.
representing MPL Cambodia, see you soon. That's gonna be a few more stacks put in. Kiku guys have held. They're juggling. In goes Oob. He's a monster kill and it's over. See you soon. Takes game number 1. The yells and the screams. See you soon.
Tak ada Kagura yang dalam boost kan. Tak, tapi sebelum tu dia tak ada kasi je kan. Orang pada tak sebelum tu. Ada dia camping dia memang.
The base is the target, and just like that, we're going to game 3. Todak still alive. He's punching through. That's gonna be the vengeance. That's gonna be the counter. Inferno, not enough. Kiku guys knocks him out. 2 down. Force you soon. That's gonna be the target of Momo. Down goes Kiku guys, but down goes the base. Too late. Ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi takes game 1. Memory not enough. Momo falls. Sunset Lover gets 1. It's just Kiku guys left. Double kill for Sunset Lover as in a flash they take the base. They're sitting at match point. Na'Vi 2-0.
Dorang pun seorang pun nak kena clear dulu, tapi dorang clear. Dorang lagi untung, dorang dapat tower. Aku rasa better kita ban Linda tu. Ataupun kita pick Ekan tu. Kalau dia bawa bawah
That's gonna have to pull out their best skills. They have to bring out that Langar style. Game number 4 gonna go over to the Malaysia squad. Todak goes 2 and 2, and they're targeting the base right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Todak moves on.
From Singapore, it's gonna be EVOS SG. Can't do anything. GG. Well played to EVOS SG.
So game ketiga bagi saya outdraft lah. Draft tak apa-apa kena untuk dengan gameplay yang kita nak main.
I think satu je lah yang Todak perlu perbaiki. Nafsu kill tu masih ada. I think kalau nafsu kill tu dah ada disiplin, sebab diorang ada disiplin tau. Kalau nafsu kill tu you jaga lagi, best lah, serius best.
Terlampau stick sangat dengan Cik. Lepas tu Cik pun over commit.
Moon, soalan pertama. Apa perasaan Moon sekarang?
Perasaan sedih. Tapi dalam masa yang sama still nak kena banggalah dengan setiap orang yang dah cuba sehabis baik dengan kita semua, termasuk player dan termasuk analis and termasuk Iwan sekali.
Ada apa nak cakap kepada fan-fan?
Bye, jumpa kat Malaysia.
Bye, Todak.
Pada pendapat Bossy, kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Saya rasa ada daripada tim Todak juga, sebab tim Todak sendiri, Ciku, dia hybrid tau. Dia boleh buat mage, dia boleh buat tank, dia boleh buat fighter, semua tu jadi jungler. So itulah meta yang daripada Malaysia sendiri. Meta hybrid yang boleh guna semua jurus sebagai jungler.
Sekarang ni diorang ada Hazim. Hazim adalah penganalisis yang tak ada background kompetitif. Maksudnya dia tak pernah masuk tournament and so on. It shows that kalau you rajin study, you rajin analisis orang lain, and you rajin minta ilmu dengan orang, sebab dia kata dia tengok coach yang luar, dia belajar cara coach lain, belajar macam mana buat meta semua. It shows that with dedication and patience, you boleh create something lah. Sebab semua orang terkejut masa Todak guna Lunox as jungler, if I'm not mistaken.
Chico on the jungle, Lunox! I told you, man. This is Todak at there, 100%.
Meta Malaysia dulu kita selalu dikenali sebagai orang yang suka adapt dengan meta, especially dekat Philippines dan juga di Indonesia. But right now, kita sendiri pun dah develop our own meta di mana kita quite rely on memakai marksman dan juga support untuk support kepada marksman itu and make the marksman strong at the late game and then try to win the game. So our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, get the more items, get the level and power spike yang dia perlukan untuk win the game.
So in terms of developing the meta, ramai orang cakap kita tiru say Indonesia ataupun Philippines. Part of it is true for certain teams. Ada beberapa team dekat Malaysia, diorang very innovative. Orange is very innovative, Todak very innovative, as well as GEEK FAM, diorang very innovative. But the thing about meta is, bila kita try tiru orang, kadang-kadang benda tu tak jadi. So, this is where the process begins. Kita tengok for inspiration and then we try. And then based on the try and error, kita tengok what works for us and apa yang tak okay untuk kita orang. And then you make adjustment dekat situ. So, walaupun kalau kita awal-awal ambil meta orang lain, but through trial and error, dia akan jadi identity kita sendiri.
Meta special yang Malaysia selalu gunakan untuk kalahkan banyak tim daripada luar is kita punya split push meta. Split push meta kita paling kuat dekat Southeast Asia yang aku boleh kata. And then Todak is one of the best team yang boleh mainkan meta ni dengan baik.
No way! Are you serious? Oh no! Is this how it ends? Is this how it ends? That's an unstoppable streak for us. But guess what? Chico!
I think semua orang mungkin akan setuju dengan benda ni, termasuk pro player. Meta split push. Pasukan Malaysia sangat nakal bila dalam Land of Dawn. Diorang suka macam umpan, and then diorang akan konon-kononnya macam nak ajak team fight because dia ada team diorang tahu they are very strong in team fight. Tapi sebenarnya bila for example Todak nak engage kita orang, bukannya nak engage untuk team fight pun. Kita orang maybe just nak macam nakal, melakukan tipu daya so that the other person buat split push. So I do believe benda ni, meta ni daripada dulu lagi, pada Asia Science, MYA. I think Todak pun pernah buat sekali masa dekat M3. So and it's very well known not from Malaysia saja, but from other country jugalah.
Well playing, it doesn't seem like it when he gets away. But again and again, Todak use all this as a distraction to take the objectives.
I mean, they're getting...
Meta split push Malaysia adalah satu perkara yang sangat digeruni dan masih dikenali dalam arena Mobile Legends.
Dulu kita tak ada dismantle coach, but now banyak pasukan yang bawa coach and analyst or even their own manager sendiri pun akan turun padang, orang kata, untuk berikan yang terbaik kepada pasukan mereka, menunjukkan day by day or season by season MPL is getting bigger and is getting more and more competitive.
So, teringat korang antara yang terbaik dan kita harus satu season.
Selama ni orang cakap, oh MPL Malaysia kalau diorang main internationally, lawan dengan Indonesia, lawan dengan Philippines, no chance. But even in M1 kita boleh tengok tim Todak dah jadikan Malaysia the top 2 region during M1. During M2 again Todak membawa Malaysia kepada level yang tinggi. And now especially bila hanging out with the teams, you know, Orange, GEEK FAM and such, bila mereka scrim dengan all of the other regions, semua respect Malaysia. And that's the thing. Kalau kita nak cerita pasal dorang punya growth, dorang punya competitiveness, it's better bila ada results. And the thing is, Malaysia dah berkali-kali membawa result, and I really think the MPL teams, people dah tak boleh nak pandang rendah. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
I think dari segi gameplay, we need to study a lot. When we talk about meta, most effective tactical available meta is actually a trend. Dalam this patch, what is the trend and how we can counter it, and you can be creative about it.
Here we go. We're seeing the leader coming out of Shark once again with a 66.7% win rate. It's only come out literally 3 times from Shark and as well as JPL. Oh, they have done it! North America take another game!
It doesn't matter kalau kita guna hero baru ke ataupun hero lama. Macam BTK, the US team, tunjuk yang walaupun itu meta baru, we can still use hero lama macam Saber untuk counter and so on.
And most importantly, retakes are great.
The retakes! He finally gets hit by the last hit of the sweep, and it also final.
So, I think for Malaysia team sebenarnya kena study. Kalau you tak ada coach, kalau you tak ada analisis, memang you kena buat sendiri. And then second, kalau dah famous, jangan ada superstar syndrome lah, because itu yang akan buat you macam lupa diri lah. Always be humble kerana kita selalu kena sandwich between Indonesia and Philippines. So, and kita tak pernah menang trofi lagi walaupun kita dah 3 kali ataupun a few times pergi kejuaraan dunia lah. Jangan rasa bila kita power ataupun jago kampung, kita rasa kita paling best. Tak. Actually have that kind of mindset, masuk tournament apa pun, have the mindset that I'm the best in the world, not just in Malaysia lah.
tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Its infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
CaRaCaL is my craft, Diggy is my name. First blood. Late? Just slow down the time. Reload time is science. You have slain an enemy. Time is science. Time is science.
This will sting. You have my word. Saber Guys just can't stop preaching. Saber Guys just can't stop.
Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, well, who's the hero now?
There's all weapons, let alone despair.
Hey everyone, DevPow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of one against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the 2 teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the Seeker, and 5 players from Team B as Hiders. Next, I'll check the Hide Minimap avatar option so the 2 teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the 2 teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 Seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For Hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 Hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together, before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker, or the 5 Hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? Alright, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after its release. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area. Pathetic. Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close.
Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
CaRaCaL! IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim CaRaCaL adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Noradim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim CaRaCaL.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam CaRaCaL saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join CaRaCaL ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah, qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam CaRaCaL. CaRaCaL 1, CaRaCaL 2. Ini CaRaCaL biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari.
Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk CaRaCaL ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim CaRaCaL ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa CaRaCaL?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohilah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpa yang nama CaRaCaL ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya color, konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak naklah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua apa, yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ini majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all-star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni, player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Lieza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
CaRaCaL! Meow!
Describe playstyle tim ni.
Lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Tepat setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Halo. Halo. Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player CaRaCaL sama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step, kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion, lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Okay, rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Ini apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu katanya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami pun kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni dekat sana. Inilah rutin harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay, let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, Diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Mask, seat belt. Mask, seat belt dengan tidur.
Hai, Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk Suhas Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join Suhas? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama Suhas Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik.
Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia lah. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament MEC baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi. Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe Suhas akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang Suhas, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik Suhas.
Suhas ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susahlah kita nak pecah.
Langkah pokok. Silam fik. Alhamdulillah. Suhas untuk saya, Suhas is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, Suhas is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah and cut.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya. Sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting. Sebab sebelum ni Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legend, jadi dia fahamlah dengan player-player apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi dia memahami player. Jadi bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terimalah sebab memang season lalu kami underperform. Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni. Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we will smile and laugh together.
GEEK RSG!
Mana? Like always, let's get safe first. With the team, Todak, Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebabkan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu, semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah. And alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag Todak Langgar.
Time minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu, biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So tentulah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah tim rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood tentu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jungler.
Kau nak kerja sama boleh.
Tak, aku poke dia, aku tak lagi, aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak-banyak kau je tu.
Bila kau tak ada shadow ni dia datang.
Ya tu lah. Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Ciku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Ciku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi untuk week keempat Ciku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Ciku dah nak main kembali lah kan. Sebab dah lama dia tak main, lebih kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Ciku.
Kalau ada Ciku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda. Kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Ciku. Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada Esports, Zahir daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah. Kita orang nak champion MPL, betul kita orang nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan.
Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become a number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
Hashtag
Todak Langgar.
Hashtag Todak Langgar. Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Untuk league ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rate ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap decision yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua decision tu sama.
You guys are dead.
Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti, oi.
IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano, and Uncle punya role dalam RSG Esports is COO untuk RSG Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim RSG Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL Season 9 sekarang ini. Kalau Season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita orang ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada Bosco.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita orang lakukan, so kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi rate pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan produk dan CaRaCaL, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, yeah, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, saya sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, RSG Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam Sora ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan mic dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh baca kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kaedah tank dan sinatan.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap, jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach Has tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tau kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi senjata sedikit bagi jalan untuk diorang supaya diorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab diorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang diorang tak nak dengar cakap saya. Tapi alhamdulillah diorang support saya, diorang dengar cakap saya. Saya happy lah untuk berada kat tim ni.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin. Bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution.
Saya masuk ke RSG ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player RSG ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama. Lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya. Dia kenalkan saya dekat RSG. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk RSG Esports.
Zaid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zaid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zaid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro team. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya dan saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni tim underdog, tim yang mungkin diorang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk rate champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba try untuk grab that title. Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL Season 9 ni dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
this current roster, what do you feel about this current roster?
It's a very competitive roster. Even though with some new member coming in, Sasa experience from the other region, he actually pushed everyone to work harder. Harder could be more stressful, could be more anything, but as long as to reach the goal for the team. Because you know we've been 7-8 for like so many seasons. I think with Sasa coming in, he also don't want to be 7-8. That's what pushed others to try to play as much as we can. Because we feel that all the standard in Malaysia team are quite evenly. We never underestimate any of our opponent. Any one extra game for us to play is a bonus for us. Because it's not any time we can get a playoff or stage game. Any one game for us is actually a bonus for us preparation for M3. That's what the difference maybe. Yeah.
3, 2, 1,
The difference, yeah. For me, MPL ID is more harder than Malaysia MPL-MY lah. The player hero pool, the gameplay style a lot different.
Tapi Zaim Saipua sebenarnya yang diberikan tekanan kembali dan bantuan Sasa pula yang
Meta Malaysia side, the player all suka hadiah dia. Just like they play what they like to play, what just play only like that. But Indo gameplay is totally very different lah. Really teamwork gameplay. Cannot have one mistake.
Kita kebanyakan ngambus, Cok. Di tengah gitu nggak ngapa-ngapain.
Kita udah pernah kalahin mereka, jadi tinggal kita lakuin lagi apa yang pernah kita lakuin.
Situasi Malaysia punya fans sekarang ni agak kurang sikit untuk compare dengan negara luar macam Indonesia dengan Filipina. Dekat sana dia punya sambutan lagi rancak lah daripada di Malaysia. Tapi sejak daripada M1 tak silap saya yang Malaysia jadi host. Sejak daripada M1 tu dah mula ramai yang nampak Esports ni dah berjaya lah MLBB ni di Malaysia. Pada saya agak slow sikit fan Malaysia ni sebab gameplay team pro kita. Team pro di Malaysia ni macam rotation dia, drum dia masih terlalu belakang compare dengan tim-tim PN dan Indo. So bila drum dia slow, dia punya rotation slow, fans pun macam lebih tertarik pada negara luar daripada negara kita sendiri.
Season 8 ni kita bergerak sebagai pasukan yang underdog and kita buktikan kita dapat tempat pertama dengan MPL season 8 ni. Macam tu kalau ke M3. Walaupun kita menang ke kalah, kita tetap bawa nama Malaysia, so sentiasa support.
Todak langkah.
Wajib semua todak! Todak langkah!
Perasaan saya first memang sangat bersyukurlah sebab tim saya berjaya masuk ke kali ini untuk kejohanan dunia untuk kali yang ketiga berturut-turut lah. Saya memang sangat bangga lah dengan pencapaian ini. Dan perasaan saya memang rasa lain lah sebab sebelum ni M1, M2 saya sebagai player and sekarang saya sebagai manager, rasa dia memang agak lain sebab sekarang saya kena manage player berbanding saya main.
Lepas tu Semir dapat turtle, bapak
Bagi Moon, grup B tu memang kalau kita nampak daripada sudut fizikal, memang nampak yang tu grup yang paling berbahaya daripada grup-grup yang lain. Tapi apa perbezaan dia adalah dia main best of one. So bila the best of one, macam-macam boleh terjadi. Boleh comeback, boleh mistake, boleh ada tu. So kita mungkin daripada situ kita boleh dapatkan apa bracket lah untuk ni. Kita kena just confident dengan diri sendiri, dengan pasukan masing-masing.
Malaysian
Malaysian meta is very chase the dopamine sort of meta, you know? Whatever makes you feel really good about yourself at the end of the day. We like to be flashy, of course. Everybody likes being flashy. But more importantly, I think it's becoming more refined in a sense where we're not as afraid to try out new things. We're not as stubborn following a very limited meta. We want to start pushing out of it. We've taken a lot of inspiration from both Indonesia and as well as Philippines, and we're starting to weed out what we like and don't like about their metas to come up with our own.
It just pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. There's a lot of aspects to it, and I feel like it actually shows you that this is how you'd be a professional player.
Apakah meta Malaysia? Kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Actually kita ada tim todak lah. Apa yang saya nampak contoh macam unik, dia bawa high loss side ataupun tank XP. Basically kita orang yang bawa dulu. Jungler tank pun kita bawa dulu, and then ditiru oleh yang lain. Benda tu, dua meta ni adalah meta yang susah untuk dibawa. Bukan semua orang boleh guna. Tim tertentu ataupun player tertentu saja yang boleh bawa meta-meta ni.
Untuk improve prestasi diorang sebelum M3 ni, mental diorang kena jaga. Sebab dulu saya jadi player pun mental memang sangat teruk sebab susah nak jaga mental dekat sana. Sebab dengan quarantine, dengan penat apa semua, tempat yang sama saja training, mental. Lepas tu bagi saya untuk improve lagi, kena lebihkan training untuk M3 kali ni.
Kalau ditukar, bukan kalau ditukar pun kan.
Because I play for Malaysia, I feel very happy lah. But it's like need to win also lah. Cannot lose too much lah. That's why I try my best to give Malaysia something. I feel a lot of pressure from it.
Kalau dia nak depan, yang penting aku tak boleh depan.
Kami Malaysia. Boleh.
Bye. Yo. Berhenti guys.
Sebenarnya seorang-seorang.
Sebenarnya seorang-seorang.
Daily training now. First day quarantine.
So kepada supporter Todak, jangan lupa suruh kita orang M3 nanti.
This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championship.
SMG, diorang bukan just ada Sasa, player yang ada banyak pengalaman daripada Indonesia punya scene, tapi diorang juga ada super coach James. M1 dia tolong RRQ dapat nombor 2. And then M2 dia still tolong RRQ juga. And then RRQ pun dapat banyak championship MPL dekat Indonesia. And then this time around dia tolong SMG. 5 season SMG dapat nombor 8. This season SMG dah dekat grand final. So kita dapat nampak significant change and improvement yang James bawakan. And then for Todak pun diorang ada banyak nafas baru. Ada Momo, ada Yums, and then diorang ada analyst. So diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang, dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat M3.
Apa dia? Hello, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Slow dong, aku pergi slow sikit.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. See you tomorrow.
Are you ready? Let's get it. Let's see the stage right now.
I follow Todak closely masa M3, tengok diorang dari dekat backstage and so on. They are very chill person. They are very chill player. Kalau waktu Onyx PH, if I'm not mistaken, Onyx PH group stage, waktu tu BO1. Waktu tu memang ada macam salah faham sikit and ada macam pergaduhan sikit between, if I'm not mistaken, Moon and Fomes. And Moon pun cerita pasal benda ni. And then, tapi yang I sangat suka diorang ni, for example, okay, I bagi you 2 minutes, gaduh, dah, that's it. Masuk stage, it's a new journey, it's a new momentum, it's a new mindset. Susah tau untuk you shifted in a very small amount of time, daripada you macam gaduh, marah, semua emosi dekat sini, and then you nak shift kepada new mental, new team, new momentum. After that, after diorang kalah dengan Onyx PH, diorang menang dengan Onyx Indonesia, which is one of the giant in Indonesia, and diorang menang MPL S8.
I still believe in my boys. I still believe in Todak. go with the Todak Lagar style, be the Malaysian Vikings.
Sekarang ini untuk mendapatkan permainan yang lebih cantik, Suns akan menjatuhkan Momo sebentar tadi. Yus terperangkap di tengah-tengah perlawanan, tak mampu untuk lakukan apa-apa. Tiko masih lagi bernyawa sekarang ini, tetapi lihat Fomen akan terlaksana kristal ini. Hampir saja dijatuhkan. Immortality akan menghidupkan dan Fomen akan mendapatkan kemenangan.
Satu kemenangan yang cukup penting. Fomes berjaya untuk membawa pasukan Malaysia bermain di kawasan upper bracket.
Todak suka buat orang sakit jantung lah. Suka sangat. And kita, to be honest, kita pun tak tahu. Kalau menang, menang. Kalau kalah pun tak apa.
But how did they make the comebacks was really surprising. And it's not just in Malaysia itself. Indonesia, Philippines, and even the NA servers, they didn't expect Todak make such a comeback. Like against all the Esports. They made a strict push, just like that.
Yang begitu baik, tapi lihatlah tarikan daripada Lozzy sebentar tadi. Expedia akan dijatuhkan terlebih dahulu oleh LY4. Diablo di bahagian belakang. Sasa telah dimusnahkan.
Level 2 Selina, you don't want to burst. You go and burst level 4 high loss.
Esme OT, skill 1 dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini for apa?
Saya agak terkejut juga sebab tengok daripada bracket team SMG, sebenarnya SMG lagi senang untuk go to next round. Tapi SMG yang turun ke lower bracket dan tak layak. So saya agak terkejut lah dengan prestasi SMG.
Am I surprised today that they got eliminated so early? I can say not surprised because that's the very first time entering international or world championships, except for Long and Sasa. The rest, they're very fresh to this.
From Malaysia, we're bringing in Team SMG. These guys, again, still moving under gunfire.
And remember, both of these teams, they are the MPL champions. So into the first match of the day between Onyx Esports and Team SMG. Teams are ready, we are ready, but are you guys ready? Let's get straight into it.
Nice. Okay, aku naik balik. Aku cover atas balik.
Jangan keluar weh, Man. Keluar ni ke bawah.
I do believe Team SMG kena terciduk dulu supaya diorang boleh bangkit dengan lebih baik. Because sometimes we need the hard lesson for us to be better. Of course, Team SMG memang terciduk. Dia bukannya satu perkataan yang kita nak hentam dia, tak. It's a fact. But I do believe kalau diorang tak give up, they will make an amazingly comeback. Sebab itu cara permainan Malaysia tau. Malaysia bila kalah sekali je, we will come back stronger than before lah. For example, like macam Todak before ni, diorang start kecil je. Diorang menang tournament kecil and then they make it to the MPL. So it's a very humble journey about Todak pergi MPL, and then if I'm not mistaken, for the first time diorang dah masuk MPL, diorang dapat naib juara. And then after that they go into M1 dapat top 3. So yeah, I think same goes to Team SMG. I think maybe because of the pressure, maybe because of the environment itself, or maybe tak biasa lagi. Tapi once you ada pengalaman tu, you unstoppable lah. That's why I rasa Team SMG perlu rasa pahit tu untuk you rasa manis selepasnya. Sebab Todak is something that kind of team juga. You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisannya yang akan datang. Itu adalah cabaran atau ujian yang you tak biasa lagi. Once you get used to it, habislah semua orang. Serius.
representing MPL Cambodia. See you soon. That's gonna be a few more stacks put in. Kiku guys at half health. They're juggling. In goes Oob. He's a monster kill and it's over. See you soon. Takes game number 1.
The yells and the screams. See you soon.
Tak ada Kagura yang dalam bus kan. Tak, tapi sebelum tu dia tak ada kasi je kan. Sebelum tu. Ada dia camping dia memang.
One, the base is the target, and just like that, we're going to game 3. Todak still alive. He's punching through. That's gonna be the vengeance. That's gonna be the counter inferno. Not enough. Kiku guys knocks him out. 2 down. 4. See you soon. That's gonna be the target of Momo. Down goes Kiku guys, but down goes the base. Too late. Ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi takes game 1. Memory, not enough. Momo falls. Sunset Lover gets 1. It's just Kiku guys left. Double kill for Sunset Lover as in a flash, they take the base. They're sitting at match point. Na'Vi 2-0.
Dorang pun seorang pun nak kena clear dulu. Tapi dorang clear. Dorang lagi untung, dorang dapat tower. Aku rasa better kita ban Linda tu. Ataupun kita break Hacker tu. Kalau dia bawa
That's gonna have to pull out their best skills. They have to bring out that Langar style. Game number 4 gonna go over to the Malaysia squad. Todak goes 2 and 2, and they're targeting the base right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Todak moves on.
From Singapore, it's gonna be EVOS SG. Can't do anything. GG. Well played to EVOS SG.
So game ketiga bagi saya outdraft lah. Draft tak berapa kena untuk dengan gameplay yang kita nak main.
I think satu je lah yang Todak perlu perbaiki. Nafsu kill tu masih ada. I think kalau nafsu kill tu dah ada disiplin, sebab diorang ada disiplin tau. Kalau nafsu kill tu you jaga lagi, best lah, serius best.
Terlampau stick sangat dengan Cik. Lepas tu Cik pun over commit.
Moon, soalan pertama. Apa perasaan Moon sekarang?
Perasaan sedih. Tapi dalam masa yang sama still nak kena banggalah dengan setiap orang yang dah cuba sehabis baik dengan kita apa semua, termasuk player dan termasuk analis and termasuk Iwan sekali.
Ada apa nak cakap kepada fan-fan?
Bye, jumpa kat Malaysia.
Bye, Tim Todak.
Bye.
Pada pendapat Bossy, kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Saya rasa ada daripada tim Todak juga, sebab tim Todak sendiri, Ciku, dia hybrid tau. Dia boleh buat mage, dia boleh buat tank, dia boleh buat fighter, semua tu jadi jungler. So itulah meta yang daripada Malaysia sendiri. Meta hybrid yang boleh guna semua jurus sebagai jungler.
Sekarang ni diorang ada Hazim. Hazim adalah penganalisis yang tak ada background kompetitif. Maksudnya dia tak pernah masuk tournament and so on. It shows that kalau you rajin study, you rajin analisis orang lain, and you rajin minta ilmu dengan orang, sebab dia kata dia tengok coach yang luar, dia belajar cara coach lain, belajar macam mana buat meta semua. It shows that with dedication and passion, you boleh create something lah. Sebab semua orang terkejut masa Todak guna Lunox as jungler, if I'm not mistaken.
Chico on the jungle, Lunox!
I told you, man. this is Todak at there, 100%.
Meta Malaysia dulu kita selalu dikenali sebagai orang yang suka adapt dengan meta, especially dekat Philippines dan juga di Indonesia. But right now, kita sendiri pun dah develop our own meta di mana kita quite rely on memakai marksman dan juga support untuk support kepada marksman itu and make the marksman strong at the late game and then try to win the game. So our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, get the more items, get the level and power spike yang dia perlukan untuk win the game.
So in terms of developing the meta, ramai orang cakap kita tiru say Indonesia ataupun Philippines. Part of it is true for certain teams. Ada beberapa team dekat Malaysia, diorang very innovative. Orange is very innovative, Todak very innovative, as well as GEEK FAM, diorang very innovative. But the thing about meta is, bila kita try tiru orang, kadang-kadang benda tu tak jadi. So, this is where the process begins. Kita tengok for inspiration and then we try. And then based on the try and error, kita tengok what works for us and apa yang tak okay untuk kita orang. And then you make adjustment dekat situ. So, walaupun kalau kita awal-awal ambil meta orang lain, but through trial and error, dia akan jadi identity kita sendiri.
Meta special yang Malaysia selalu gunakan untuk kalahkan banyak tim daripada luar is kita punya split push meta. Split push meta kita paling kuat dekat Southeast Asia yang aku boleh kata. And then Todak is one of the best team yang boleh mainkan meta ni dengan baik.
No way! Are you serious? Oh no! Is this how it ends? Is this how it ends? That's an unstoppable streak for us. But guess what? Chico!
I think semua orang mungkin akan setuju dengan benda ni, termasuk pro player. Meta split push. Pasukan Malaysia sangat nakal bila dalam Land of Dawn. Diorang suka macam umpan, and then diorang akan konon-kononnya macam nak ajak team fight because the other team diorang tahu they are very strong in team fight. Tapi sebenarnya bila for example Todak nak engage kita orang, bukannya nak engage untuk team fight pun. Kita orang maybe just nak macam nakal, melakukan tipu daya so that the other person buat split push. So I do believe benda ni, meta ni daripada dulu lagi, pada Asia Science, MYA. I think Todak pun pernah buat sekali masa dekat M3. So, and it's very well known not from Malaysia saja, but from other country juga lah.
Playing, it doesn't seem like it when he gets away. But again and again, Todak use all this as a distraction to take the objectives. I mean, they're getting...
Meta split push Malaysia adalah satu perkara yang sangat digeruni dan masih dikenali dalam arena Mobile Legends.
Dulu kita tak ada dismantle coach, but now banyak pasukan yang bawa coach and analyst or even their own manager sendiri pun akan turun padang, orang kata, untuk berikan yang terbaik kepada pasukan mereka, menunjukkan day by day or season by season MPL is getting bigger and is getting more and more competitive.
Kita ingat orang antara yang terbaik dan kita baru satu season.
Selama ni orang cakap, oh MPL Malaysia kalau diorang main internationally, lawan dengan Indonesia, lawan dengan Philippines, no chance. But even in M1 kita boleh tengok tim Todak dah jadikan Malaysia the top 2 region during M1. During M2 again Todak membawa Malaysia kepada level yang tinggi. And now especially bila hanging out with the teams, you know, Orange, GEEK FAM and such, bila mereka scrim dengan all of the other regions, semua respect Malaysia. And that's the thing. Kalau kita nak cerita pasal dorang punya growth, dorang punya competitiveness, it's better bila ada results. And the thing is, Malaysia dah berkali-kali membawa result, and I really think the MPL teams, people dah tak boleh nak pandang rendah. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
I think dari segi gameplay, we need to study a lot. When we talk about meta, most effective tactical available meta is actually a trend. Dalam this patch, what is the trend and how we can counter it, and you can be creative about it.
Here we go. We're seeing the Lolita coming out of Shark once again with a 66.7% win rate. It's only come out literally 3 times from Shark and as well as JPL.
Oh, they have done it! North America take another game!
It doesn't matter kalau kita guna hero baru ke ataupun hero lama. Macam BTK, the US team, tunjuk yang walaupun itu meta baru, we can still use hero lama macam Saber untuk counter and so on.
And most importantly, retakes are great.
The retakes! Oh, and he finally gets hit by the last hit on the sweep, and it also final.
So, I think for Malaysia team sebenarnya kena study. Kalau you tak ada coach, kalau you tak ada analisis, memang you kena buat sendiri. And then second, kalau dah famous, jangan ada superstar syndrome lah, because itu yang akan buat you macam lupa diri lah. Always be humble kerana kita selalu kena sandwich between Indonesia and Philippines. So, and kita tak pernah menang trofi lagi walaupun kita dah 3 kali ataupun a few times pergi kejuaraan dunia lah. Jangan rasa bila kita power ataupun jago kampung, kita rasa kita paling best. Tak. Actually have that kind of a mindset, masuk tournament apa pun, have the mindset that I'm the best in the world, not just in Malaysia lah.
Telah tiba Tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the art of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. skill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star.
I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Match yang terakhir untuk minggu yang terakhir. Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 yang dikuasakan oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery. Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita raikan bersama dengan Nescafe dan juga gaming dengan Cadbury Zip. Anda bersama dengan saya Abeja, kita ada Lafel, kita ada Sif kat sini. Match yang terakhir kita pada hari ini.
Saya rasa yang ni safe ambil luar. Saya pernah lah. Sebab saya biasanya lepas berbuka, saya memang akan joget-joget sikit.
Yes, saya nampak. Tapi game yang terakhir pada hari ini sebelum kita masuk ke peringkat playoff, dan harus kita ingatkan 8 pasukan saja yang akan merayakan diri ke peringkat playoff. Jadi ini maknanya kita akan mengucapkan selamat tinggal kepada pasukan MLBB dan pasukan GEEK FAM. Tetapi semakin lama semakin sengit, semakin lama kita semakin dapat melihat siapakah juara untuk MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9.
Jadi seperti yang kita lihat kat sini, semua tim ada power dia. Ada kekuatan masing-masing, ada kelebihan masing-masing. Namun hanya satu juara yang kita perlukan.
Satu juara yang kita perlukan, tapi kita nak dua representative, di mana dua wakil daripada Malaysia akan pergi ke MSC. Sebab tu saya suka setiap season dia bukan henti jadi juara saja. Dia ada the next tournament, the international tournament. Yang ni MSC, selepas ni adalah M4, dan saya haraplah bila MSC tu meta Malaysia.
Tolonglah.
Sebab kita dah banyak kali dah kita cuba, tapi kita still tak menang je.
Walaupun kita cuba dengan meta kita sendiri.
Tak, kita pakai meta kita sendiri, tapi kebetulan time tu meta kita so-so je. Tapi kita selalu close. Kita dalam top 3, top 4 gitulah.
Tapi
M1 top 2.
Tapi saya rasa tahun ni tahun Malaysia.
Tapi naluri saya mengatakan memang tahun ini memang kita akan menggunakan meta Malaysia. Percayalah cakap saya.
Tapi kalau kita tengok dalam game ni, SMG along dengan GEEK FAM mereka akan start fikir apa the future for GEEK FAM, and SMG diorang nak kekal mereka punya dominance. Dan nak tapi apa lagi ke?
Tapi persoalannya kat sini, okey, kalau kita tengok GEEK FAM nothing to lose, right? Kan?
Betul.
Adakah mereka akan buat yang something yang kita akan tengok macam luar biasa, ataupun diorang just chill je? Tapi saya rasa dia betul-betul lah, tak tahulah.
Tapi dia macam ni Beja. Mereka sekarang ni, ini adalah waktu sesuai untuk mereka mencuba benda yang mungkin akan dapat sesuatu pada masa yang akan datang. Jadi ini adalah investment kepada mereka. Betul tak, Sif?
Tapi ini mungkin akan menjadi muka baru untuk pasukan GEEK FAM.
Abijah boleh sambung ke?
Okey, apa yang saya boleh katakan kat sini, mungkin juga apa yang dikatakan oleh Lafel, mungkin untuk match yang terakhir pada kali ini dijadikan sebagai perlawanan warm up untuk orang cakap apa, qualifier next season.
Betul. Dan untuk SMG, setiap match buat masa kali nampak macam warm up. SMG kuat sangat kuat.
Pandai awak twist.
Ya, sebab kalau SMG dekat dalam game ni perform dengan sangat hebat, saya tak terkejut kalau mereka akan menjadi wakil untuk MSC, dan saya tak akan terkejut kalau pasukan SMG boleh mengejutkan tim daripada Indonesia, Filipina dan sebagainya, sebab kita semua tahu dalam banyak MPL Malaysia yang paling best.
Betul?
Dalam satu dia, betul.
Betul, saya setuju.
Cuma tu je lah, kebetulan time international tournament kita tak ada rezeki nak menang.
Tapi tahun ni kita tuan rumah. Mungkin akan ada advantage di mana mungkin penyokong boleh sokong pasukan. Sebelum ni susah nak pergi Singapura.
Tapi disebabkan kita tuan rumah, kita yang kena tunjuk tempat-tempat makan yang paling best dekat orang yang datang rumah kita.
Okey, saya rasa saya akan tunjukkan macam mana kita kalau berbelanja RM50 di McDelivery, kita akan dapat 6 ketul McNugget secara percuma, dan juga anda semua berpeluang untuk memenangi skin eksklusif daripada MLBB. Yang paling penting code dia ni, MPL Rewards tu kena betul.
Tapi Abijah, dekat sini saya nak kena cakap kat semua orang. Katakan anda menggunakan McDelivery, tak pakai kod pun tak apa, sebab ramai orang tak tahu. Bila you order McDelivery, you boleh selamatkan nyawa you sendiri. Okay? McDelivery saves lives. Sebab kita dekat sini, kita ada kawan kita, dia nak prosperity burger. Dia pergi dekat RT. On the way ke situ, lepas tu ada orang dalam car dia. Kalau dia order McDelivery, dia dapat prosperity burger, dia rasa selamat. So kepada semua orang kat rumah, order je lah McDelivery. Biar orang lain yang susah payah hantar makanan.
Baik.
Betul tak?
Betul, saya setuju dengan apa yang dikatakan oleh Lafel. Jadi, Sif, are you ready for the coin toss for the last game of the week? Hai, ni rancak.
Kita akan terus saja masuk ke dalam coin toss yang terakhir untuk musim yang ke-9. Seperti biasa, akan diadili oleh Melina Lai selaku kitanya Hit or Leaks Up bersama dengan wakil daripada pasukan SMG, iaitu Win dan juga Wang. Win dan Wang daripada pasukan GEEK FAM. Dan kita punya coin toss ni dibawakan khas oleh Cadbury Zip, di mana pasukan SMG akan memilih hit, sementara pasukan GEEK FAM akan memilih tails. Dan nampaknya keputusan berpihak kepada pasukan GEEK FAM dan mereka memilih untuk first pick.
Kali ni tak cakap apa-apa pasal Melina Lai. Saya rasa dia pun tertunggu dia tu.
Dia tunggu momen dia.
Awak lepas buka terus tanah.
Sebab saya lagi suka Win Wang.
Ini gaya kita, nampak tu?
Ini gaya kita. Itu.
Tanam ubi tak perlu dibaja. Okey, rasanya sekarang kita dah tak sabar untuk game kita yang terakhir. Jadi, are you ready? Are you ready, Lafel?
Ready.
Jadi, BM Caster, English Caster, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Ja, for the interesting segment as well. And of course, Ini Gaya Kita, of course, that is going to be our motto here in MPL-MY Season 9. And you guys are currently watching it right now, the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12 and he is Getting Q, as we are going to be your commentators for today. Interesting now, we are finally reaching the end of the entire regular season. The final match after hundreds and hundreds of games that you guys have been enjoying, and as well as us casting as well. I'm going to be having a blast here, but of course, thanks to our amazing sponsors for making it happen here. Our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, Partner in Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, as well as our co-organizers, ESI, for making it happen. Getting Q, final series, any final thoughts?
Honestly, with no pressure on the line, I think especially for GEEK FAM, this is going to be their test to make sure that they can start building upon the foundation blocks for the upcoming season here. But you guys at home, what are your thoughts? We want to be able to hear it. More importantly, we want to hear your predictions. Use the hashtag MPL predictions to guess, and make sure you do it in the live chat itself. Slap that hashtag on. Make sure you have the game results that you think is going to happen for your favorite team, or maybe maybe not. Really, it's up to you, as well as your game ID and a server ID. And once you're able to get all those things down, you have a chance to win the Ruby LIVESTREAM skins. If you are correct, it goes straight into your account.
Exactly. So be sure to let us know what you guys think about the match that's coming as well. Is it going to be GEEK FAM wowing us with as a surprise, or is it going to be SMG, the kings of the regular season as of yet, #1, remaining undefeated?
Yeah, I mean, they're looking great. There's no doubt about it that Team SMG is looking at their tip-top, most polished self. However, with nothing on the line, I think now is a good time to start seeing some of the other players from the lineup of Team SMG, which I hope to see. We haven't seen Lizer. We haven't seen so many of some of the other players like Win, Subway for quite some time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see whether or not are they gonna be playing here, especially that when there's nothing much on the line except for maybe preparations and experimentations for SMG preparing themselves in towards the playoffs.
Yeah, let's check in on the player room right now, and there you have it. GEEK FAM already huddled up together, ready to give it their all for this battle. I'm curious to see. We do see X-Ray, Sajin, and Zorn in this. We don't know who is going to be coming out for the lineup today. As we look on over to Team SMG, they just heard the shots and they're like, you know what? We could probably do better, right? Well, a bit lackluster, but I think the confidence is there. It's like, this should be a no-brainer here. We should be able to smash. But more importantly, what kind of drafts are going to come out?
Well, any freaky ones I'm always looking forward to here. Xavier is something I really want to see a little bit more, even though it doesn't have a very decent win rate. But what I do know is that GEEK FAM, it's going to be for them to prepare themselves for the next season. But for SMG, it's not over yet. I want to see what kind of interesting drafts that they are going to be bringing here. We've seen a lot so far. Some of the teams actually lost, but it is actually a sub-plan to actually prepare for some of the playoffs. So, I don't know. I'm looking forward to see how it goes down here, because why we are going to be heading in towards the players, because they are coming in. Team SMG as well as GEEK FAM.
Team SMG. Team SMG still at the top of their game. Their lineup walks up, and yes, we have it. It's going to be Win as well as Subway for the lineup today, who's going to be playing in the gold lane for Team SMG.
Yep, and a good preview here of their deaths before they actually head in towards the playoffs. I'm looking forward, what kind of freaky drafts are we going to be seeing coming from SMG? Is Win still the same Win that we once know that when they won regular seasons, when they won MPL-MY Season 8.
I mean, they're looking great. I think there is a lot of confidence, but they want to make sure that their backbone is all right. GEEK FAM! Same lineup as yesterday. It's going to be Arts leading the charge, the veteran of the team, to call the shot, to make sure that they're going to be sitting on top.
Yep, Burpee, Lil B, Nelby, and Mayma. Is this going to be their final victory? And they know, once a GEEK, always a fam. They're always cheery and happy here. And hopefully they will go out with a bang, because yesterday's games for them, taking down MLBB, proved to be a shocker for all of us here.
Yep, all of these players are skilled in their own right. They need the right direction, and they need chemistry amongst each other, as they will be going to have to go through the qualifiers once again for the next season. But for now, can this new generation prove us that they are going to be potentially the best?
Exactly, and as of yet here, we are going to be bringing up some player stats for you guys for Team SMG, where this is going to be one of their best performance yet from all the players except for Win. First appearance after so many 100 games being played here throughout the entire regular season. Win is back.
Yep, Win is back. We're not seeing Harpist or Sasa this time around, so it begs the question of who is going to be playing in the gold lane, who's going to be in the jungle this time around. We saw Subway go into the jungle, but Win, previously when he was with the lineup of Team SMG, and even going over for M3, he was the dedicated jungler.
Exactly, and he's one of the very few that actually played the Boxia jungle during Season 8 as well. So maybe this is a perfect time for him to actually demonstrate how a real Boxia is going to be played in this current meta.
Well, it's a little tough to say. There's a lot of stats that are going to be put on record here, and I'm curious to see whether he is going to, be able to kind of step up to the mantle, especially since Stormy has been doing such a phenomenal job as a rookie.
Yeah, living up to the mantle of Zyme Senpai as well. He is amazing to watch. However, the opponents here, GEEK FAM, even though they are going to be eliminated as well, no strangers to the scene here. We have Mimar and Arts going to be playing alongside with Nelby, Lilby, as well as Burpee, as they prepare themselves for the next season.
Oh boy, I mean, it's rough to say, and it's unfortunate to know that GEEK FAM is not going to be part with us for the upcoming season, but they have to start from the bottom back to the top. Every underdog story starts the exact same way, and Arts as their leader will be making sure the next generation of GEEK FAM is going to be ready when it happens.
It's really, really sad to see GEEK FAM out of after season 9 here, considering that we know them to be one of the veterans, one of the longest teams coming into the entire MPL history in MY, playing every single season. And for them to go out right now, it feels a little bit sad.
It does. It honestly does. But I think GEEK FAM, you know, a lot of rebuilding is going to be done, and this is going to be the very first step. Let's look at the talent predictions here to see who's going to actually come up on top in this matchup. And it looks like 3 of us, me, you, as well as LaFell, are going for Team SMG, as the rest are believing in GEEK FAM.
I wouldn't be surprised after seeing yesterday's game. Even though we know that GEEK FAM is pretty much out, they still gave out in a banger, and they destroyed MLBB, destroyed their dreams of making it into the playoffs. Here, however, even though SMG is pretty much qualified in the upper brackets, they are looking to prove their worth that GEEK FAM is not out yet. They will come back to prove they are going to be stronger next season. So this is a great testing grounds for them to push themselves to the limit.
I think it's a good testing ground for both these teams. And I think for Team SMG, making sure that their fielding actually win and Subway, on top of having such great players, I'm Boy, Stormy, and as well as Smooth, it's going well. The SMG fans are ready to bring it here today, as you can tell by the audience predictions.
Yep, and on FS, well, we have audiences here supporting Team SMG as well as GEEK FAM, looking to watch what are the final games here in the regular season before we head into the playoffs. So I really like how it's going as well, and we do see a GEEK FAM supporter here also going to be you know, supporting the fam. You know, like I said, once a GEEK, always a fam. You know, never let them down, man.
Yep, everybody's excited to see how this matchup is going to go, especially since it is the last best of 3 of the season. It's going to be very curious to it's going to be very entertaining, and most of the time very curious to see, but we are expecting an awesome gaming experience.
Exactly. If you want to play Mobile Legends Bang Bang, you can use the brand new smartphone with slick design with MPL Malaysia Season 9's official smartphone, Samsung. You can get a free protective standing cover worth 99 ringgit when you buy the brand new Samsung Galaxy A53 5G, and you can scan a QR code just now and it's gone. But now, without further ado, we are going to be starting off the final match of a final series of the regular seasons. It is going to be GEEK FAM versus SMG.
GEEK FAM on the blue side, Team SMG on the red. Masha instantly banned out as prayers are being done in this holy month. Let's see how it's going to be played out by specifically GEEK FAM, right? I mean, we've seen this lineup before. It's the same as yesterday, but even speculations about Team SMG, I don't know who exactly is going to be playing the jungle here. Is it Win? Is it Subway? Is it who's got the bigger marksman pool to go into the gold lane, or are they just going to stick to fighters? Again, so much speculation.
I'm a little bit curious as well to see who's going to be playing. Well, I know Baxia is something that both teams can play. Burpee didn't exactly had a good one, but at the same time, oh no, I saw the message. See you next season. Sincerely from GEEK FAM.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, these players are extremely creative when they know the camera's on them, and they are able to communicate with the rest of us out here watching in on their lives. Ooh, it's rough. It's really, really rough, but we know the expectations of the game. Fanny going to be the follow-up ban coming in from Team SMG. GEEK FAM now hold priority.
Oh, this is going to be the farewell match for GEEK FAM, and what is Cecilia or Cecilion?
Cecilion.
Oh my god, I thought it's like a meme thing. I just can't brain myself all of a sudden.
Expectations versus reality here, and it's going to be Ling, followed up by Valentina from SMG. GEEK FAM once again going to be looking at this. Do they also want to get rid of the Hilda, or are they going to stick to their traditional Phoveus bans like they always seem to do?
Yeah, I think Phoveus ban is something that they would do. Fanny is something that they have proven themselves that they have been able to play, especially coming from Nelby and Zorn as well, even though Zorn is not playing today. SMG respects the fact, and they first ban it, even though it's one of the hot picks throughout the entire season.
You know, Selena is also a pretty hot pick as well, getting banned out by the side of GEEK FAM. Oh, now the big question mark, Yves, yes or no? Some teams are into it, other teams are not, and also Grok. These are the two picks that have been kind of questionably banned during especially the third phase, or sometimes even the first round of the bans. Only suffering over Grok right now.
Yeah, Grok needs to go. He's just too good in the current meta as well. And I'm a little bit curious here, is there going to be a contest for Beatrix, especially coming from SMG? We know Sasa plays it, but this time he's not playing it, so I don't know. Is Win gonna play? Is Subway gonna play? Who's gonna play who?
We'll find out in a little bit here. Now that Grok is banned, GEEK FAM will get priority and choose their first pick to kick things off for the picks. I mean, I would have expected Grok to be the first pick up here, but you never know with GEEK FAM. At this stage of the game, and especially as Amox is their coach leading the charge, making sure that they can come up with some pretty good drafts. No Grok, that means Yves is pretty free for now. Smooth can still technically play Yuzong.
Yeah, now coming in from GEEK FAM, I think Meima is going to be playing the mage role on the Yves instead, representing for GEEK FAM. Whereas SMG, what they're going to prioritize, Hilda is something that Zymsep can play, Franco as well. Does he want to experiment now, or does he want to pick comfort picks, or do they save his draft for later on and prioritize on Subway and Vin's draft? In this case, knowing that Ling has been banned, there is still the Landslot and Hayabusa up for options for both Subway or Win in that regards.
It looks like they're already locking in Yuzong and as well as Lilia for the side of Team SMG, both of which don't exactly have the worst matchups in the world. Yuzong has a lot of ways to actually deal with even the worst matchups in the meta right now, but Lilia is just generally safe. Now GEEK FAM, whole priority, do we get to see counter picks potentially? We could see Baxia, we could see Kadita. Natalia has been a rising hot pick to deal with Lilia.
Yeah, I think Natalia is a good shout as well. I believe GEEK FAM did play it a couple of times now, especially when Zorn is playing as well. SMG, we haven't seen them play yet. Not that I can remember of. I know Zymsep plays like Cho, he plays Franco and yada yada for tanks, but I've not necessarily seen him play a roaming Natalia, nor Smooth playing XP Natalia.
No, I don't. I think they're going to stick to traditional roles, especially when it comes down to Team SMG. They are a very traditional team. They play it by the book, very disciplined and a lot more consistent than last season. GEEK FAM chose to go with the Franco as well as the Karina. All right. So they're posing newer questions to Team SMG. They're not just matching the role picks every single time.
Yeah, and you know, Karina being a very, very popular pick, I think GEEK FAM is going to be the practice partner coming from SMG. How will they deal with Karina? And today, all the series so far, Karina has had a very, very stable win rate just for today itself. So I'm looking to see how they tackle the issue. Beatrix being one of it that can do a lot of damage that goes through the Shadow Dance coming from Karina.
Yeah, I think Beatrix is not too bad here, but that does mean that Team SMG is going to be focusing down on a lot of gold lane bans here. And there we go. It's going to start off with the Esmeralda to make sure that Smooth is uncontested. Interesting.
I'm a little bit surprised with the Esmeralda ban. It feels like they want to play something with a lot of shields, maybe the Angela, maybe Phoveus as well, but Phoveus doesn't necessarily benefit from GEEK FAM. Maybe the Karina is a response to that. Like, whenever he dashes, Phoveus is going to be able to punish the Karina, which, I don't know. I don't think it's the bestest of choice, though.
I think Arts is just comfortable on the Esmeralda.
Oh, yeah,
and
I
he
guess.
knows the matchup, especially against Yuzong. It's definitely a little bit of respect going over to his side, being the veteran of the team. But GEEK FAM, on the other hand, what are they going to start banning out? They technically are missing their gold laner and as well as their EXP laner. So I think they could just start trying to shut down Team SMG in terms of what junglers they want. Balmond is a pretty good shout to make sure that they don't secure every single neutral objective in the game.
Did Win play Balmond jungle in the previous season? I think he did.
I cannot remember. It's been quite a while, but I do remember Balmond jungle being in the meta for quite a bit. I know GEEK FAM played it before. SMG, they probably have, but then again, they were switching out junglers during that time.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised with the Balmond ban. But now that you mentioned about it, I think Balmond jungle isn't too bad ever since they had the Curse Helmet and Sky Guardian helmet up for him. So I think, I've not tried it yet, but I think it's very, very possible if you go for, you don't need the Festival of Blood, you can still go for the Demon Slayer on it.
I mean, most people actually go for Killing Spree, in a matter of fact, and it has been brought up in both, you know, MPL Indonesian as well as the Philippines.
In ranked games as well, definitely.
Ranked games, I mean, it's just the go-to, especially if you don't really want to think about mechanics too much. Phoveus gets banned out for the side of Team SMG, and Atlas, the follow-up ban for GEEK FAM. Now SMG gets first pick in the second phase. Are there any flex picks that can cover?
I think Cho is okay here if they want to try and isolate Karina, but it's more like the biggest focus here is how do you dodge the hook? Do you use the Cho Shunpo to bait out the hook, intentionally block it, or do you force a Diggy being played by Zym Senpai, which I highly doubt he'll do?
I mean, They banned out both Esmeralda as well
Matilda?
as Phoveus. They could go for either Matilda. They could still hold it up and lock in their jungler. There's still a lot of safe junglers out there. Ling is banned out. Hayabusa. Lance is also good here. Johnson.
Oh, I see this where this is coming here. It's going to be the Johnson Beatrix one shot. Oh no, this is... Okay, it's a good respawn as well. Karina is always looking to invade, but Johnson gives you a little bit more room to work with if you want to catch people off guard who's on the other side of the map from point A to point B in a very, very fast time. So I'm looking forward to see how they play this.
I guess they also want just another way to actually stop the real world manipulation.
Oh yeah.
I don't mind this. They probably have a combo in mind because again, yes, the gold laner is fun to have, but it's also really risky. You get the kill and you're hoping not to get, you don't accidentally trade back to your opponents. Now, GEEK Fam will finish off the composition here.
Carry is a pretty good one as well, as long as they don't get died. But Arts going for the comfort picks. It is going to be Tatamos with 0% win rate thus far, even though it's been picked 3 times throughout the entire regular season. 1-1 going to be the final pick for Lilby. A great way to respond with the rapid touchdown, get out of the sticky situations in a very, very close call from the initial burst. So the double petrifies. I think I had this discussion with CaRaCaL as well. If you want to go for a Johnson Kadita combo, going for double petrifies does help to negate the purify. But in this case, if they go for a double petrify, forcing Liu Bi to go for purify on top of his on his second skill isn't too bad to dodge out of the initial rapid touchdown. Natalia.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be Johnson going into the jungle. Yeah.
Oh, it is Johnson jungle.
Johnson jungle. We have Subway here playing it in the gold lanes. I'm simply going to be on this Natalia. This is going to be quite an interesting matchup.
Johnson jungle. I've heard rumors of it. I've seen it happen a couple times, but is it going to be working against GEEK Fam? This is a very solid draft coming from GEEK Fam, so I don't know. I'm looking forward to see whether or not it's really, really that good.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this is going to be playing out for the side of SMG. I'm very curious to see whether or not this is going to be effective, especially with the clear speed. But let's recap the compositions for our very last match here of today to end this season. GEEK Fam, they've got a strong, very typical meta draft you would expect from a lot of teams here at the MPL. It's all about lane dominance, it's all about control, it's all about tempo. But to disrupt this tempo, Natalia, Yuzong, as well as Johnson here to break the ice from Team SMG. Let's jump into the Land of Dawn.
Well, this is going to be the farewell match for GEEK Fam as we are going to be heading into the final series here. It is going to be GEEK Fam versus SMG with GEEK Fam currently the blue side. Art's going to be playing on the XP lane. And Franco looking to go for the invades, but it seems to me it is, as we said it, a jungle Johnson with Demon Slayer.
Yeah, and now he's just going to start off, he's just going to start things off. Interesting. Doesn't look like he wants to go for the pincers level 1. He just wants to get the added bit of dot damage. Look at the true damage that he's actually getting out of this. And even though Franco was unable to disrupt him, he should be finishing this off pretty quick, about the same time. But they're going to give up Lethal Wanderer as Arts gets right on top of Stormy, trying to punish him and forces out that flicker. Ooh, win with the pincers, able to stun Arts just in time to allow Stormy to recall.
Yeah, he is in trouble as well because here come the dives coming from Smooth, thinking that Win is going to contest this move. Might actually pay with his price. Can he trade it? Yes, he will. And he's going to pay with the price as well because Win completely ignores him and focuses on his buff instead. So there is going to be a pause coming in. Immediate resume. Okay, I think it's a little bit of a misclick there.
Yeah, it's definitely got to be a misclick here. And unfortunately,
it is not a misclick.
It is a full commitment. It's a bit weird because every time the pause comes up, literally by the player comes, everyone just starts looking left and right. And we don't know who exactly is calling for the pause as of yet. But in the meantime, let's hopefully correct and not have to remake the game to waste anybody's time. And more importantly, so hopefully the teams are going to be playing at tip-top condition.
Exactly. And you can see the fans cheering on GEEK Fam as well. They got a good start in the initial trade as in the early starts here, and hopefully they are going to be able to continue so. And we do see Suhas fans as well, and a couple of prompters coming in. GEEK Fam, shiny sunglass smiley face, and GEEK for life. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, I mean, the fans are still dedicated, even knowing that their team is going to get eliminated. They still are here to support. That's the kind of dedication we expect to see here at the MPL. Respects to you guys.
Yeah, I've got a very interesting question. How do you do a prompter like that on your phone? I've never done it before.
You got it. Come on.
I'm an old man.
Open up your app store, bro. You can get it done in literally 5 minutes. That's all you need. I'll let you figure it out in the meantime, but
I'll Google it.
That's honestly all you have to do. It's not that difficult. It really isn't. And a simple application is going to be more than enough. But yes, everybody's excited for this very last matchup, and hopefully we get right back into it.
Oh, yeah, we got to give her a shout out, by the way. That is our I would say head producer, our project manager, sorry. Rachel, behind there.
Shout out to her. Let's get back into this game. And even though the score is currently 1-1 in terms of the kill score, a little interaction that happened. Smooth was able to proc the shot residue, but unfortunately Arts did pop his Vengeance. And that's the thing, right? Even though Vengeance is on, the shot residue will continue to go and proc the Vengeance multiple times. So you will expect Smooth to take a lot more true damage just out of nowhere.
Yep. And as of yet, Arts going to be dominating the lane against Smooth, which is kind of surprising, but it's not considering that Smooth died, but it's a good start for GEEK FAM as of yet. They will lead the economy a little bit more. Simon Seppo looking good for invades, not going to get what he wants. Win is going to farm his way through, not going to take a fight at all, but seems like he is going to start things out with the rapid touch jump with nobody on board. He's looking to set up a couple of fights there. Is the damage going to be relevant rather early? Seems like he's looking for his prey. Can he seem to find LB? Going to be dodging his way through, so it's not going to happen anytime soon unless top side. Nope, nothing's happening.
Nope, that's the thing. People know where he's going to be. They're keeping tabs as much as they can, but they find Nelby, and immediately he flickers on out of there. Arts is trying to slow things down, but it's going to be the real-world manipulation that secures the kill onto Zyme Senpai with an iron hook to end Win's life as well. Smooth in the middle of all two members, in a matter of fact. The shot residue is good, but not enough to finish it off. No, it actually is. He procs it just in time and secures the double kill. Stormy the next to fall. That's what you want to see out of GEEK FAM. Rapid touchdown from Win once again.
Yep, Arts as well, managing to clutch it on the last take, baiting out Stormy, but Win now going to be having a little bit of accident here as he's been going on the rapid touchdown all by himself. He probably needs to bring a Subway very, very soon if he wants to go in one shot, but unfortunately not going to be happening anytime soon. Seems like he's going to go back to farming again in towards the jungle. Subway going to be matching his lane. Nelby going to be setting up for a combo here to hopefully go in for the gang. Zyme Senpai is lurking around, but he doesn't have enough information to work as of yet.
Yep, Smooth wins out on that trade, but so far those 2 kills put him back in the game against Arts. He's a little bit behind in terms of EXP, but that's fine. I love the efficiency coming out from Win, making sure he's able to take both camps at the same time to ensure that he speeds up his clear. Now he's probably looking bottom side where the interaction is actually happening, and GEEK FAM are trying to call him off. Arts, he manages to get away just in time, but look at top side. Franco very out of position. Do they spot him? Yes, they do, and they find Lilby to get a sick combo with Subway. Nibiru's passion to finish off Lilby.
Very nicely done as well. Interesting fact is that Stormy initially took the first turret damage, used the Black Shoe to soak out and prolong the fight so that SMG can back out of it safely in case anything happens. So nice micro plays coming from Stormy for that play.
Yep, they've set it up nicely. They're playing for the gold lane once again. They're going to try and unlock Subway as quickly as possible. With Nibiru early on, he's going to get some early shred, but I would expect him to switch over to Renner sometime soon. Arts proxying the way, but with nobody in Win right now, it seems a little unfruitful.
Yeah, at the same time, he is lurking around to try and look for Arts, but it seems like he is going to be focusing on the top side again because on bottom side, it is kind of clear for now. Win still trying to look for the targets here, but it seems like he's going to go in very jungles, expecting he's going to be there, but looks like it is nobody there, and Win needs to back out. Arts doesn't want to let him off the hook. He's going to try and force the fight here. Burpee calling the cavalry as the real mission drops down, but immediately from behind, Zyme Senpai comes in, takes him out, and almost taking out, actually gets caught up by Nelby, and that is going to be him paying the price instead, hoping to save Win, but instead costing both of their lives instead.
Yep, and now they're going to find one more. Smooth is able to shut down Maima and still make it out to tell the tale. Arts just a little bit slow on his rotation. Can't do much against a Black Dragon form.
Yo, that was a very, very nice attempt coming from Zyme Senpai. Unfortunately, Nelby was there to shut him down. So it's just a little bit unfortunate, but Arts now having a pretty good time. Smooth, can he get out there? Yes, he is. Gonna Dragon Tail out of there. So he will be A-OK for the reset. However, GEEK FAM is already in position to contest the turtle buff.
They've gotten two turtles of the game. GEEK FAM now starting to build up a lead against Team SMG. Win once again. Join me. Oh, wait.
Wow.
Top side, they find a kill. Zyme Senpai looking for an opportunity. He sees Nelby. He gets Nelby as Win absorbs the damage from Burpee. Lilby, does he have enough? One more weakness point. Doesn't find it.
So close yet so far, and Burpee is going to be stranded as well. Stormy gets a couple of hits in, and Burpee, he can't actually tank his way through. Stormy doesn't have the damage to burst him down. Tries to bait for Lilby to set up for the crossbow tanks. Unfortunately, Lilby just doesn't have what it takes. Meanwhile, Zyme Senpai, getting a little bit angsty. Unfortunately, not going to get the kill.
Lilby's dead. Lilby is dead. There's no reason for him to be here. He's dropping down the Aegis, and Nelby does find Zyme Senpai. He's trying to look for the punish, but Zyme continuing to sidestep, using the smoke screen to buy some time for Win. He should be dead. Yes, he does. Oh, no crossbow up tank, but the Iron Hook does land, and Lilby, he's trying to get on out of there. He doesn't want to get hit by the rapid touchdown, even though Subway was a free kill.
Yep, indeed. Meanwhile, down towards on the other side as well. A solo kill by Mayma, taking out Smooth by himself. My goodness. And Subway now dropping in a little bit too low. He might be in a little bit trouble here if Karina is going to be in the vicinity. Burpee looking to challenge Win once again. Win needs to back the heck out of there.
Yep, he moves away. He's sitting on top of his purple buff, which is going to come back up in 2 seconds from now. Win, so far, I think he's having an all-right game, but it feels a bit strange, right? The rapid touchdown is a great way to initiate, but it's up to the rest of his teammates to bait opponents into fights.
LB has been very on point on his Franco hook so far, making sure that Team SMG doesn't go super crazy. We haven't seen a single rapid touchdown combo from Team SMG yet, so he's been playing himself for a while now, has been struggling to set up some kills as of yet, but seems like he is going to make another attempt again, hopefully to catch off Lilby or Nelby, but he's going to clash on this Nelby. The rest of the SMG is not in the vicinity. He dodges the hook, but he is going to allow Lilby to proc the crossbow attacks. Win is pretty much dead here with the real manipulation. He still has it, but does he want to proc it? Yes, Move is going to try and set this up, and here comes Zyme Senpai for the takedown as they take him out. Lilby is out of the picture.
Good job coming in for the side of GEEK FAM. Zyme Senpai doesn't have a way into this fight without getting revealed. As Nelby opens up the map, he knows that he's on towards this top side somewhere, but assuming he's in the bush is one thing. Taking this turtle, not even a problem.
Meanwhile, this is gonna have a little bit of a long journey, as they don't exactly know when Win is going to be set up a fight. So Team SMG, they need to figure out when to sync together. SMG, Zyme Senpai, going to be opening a map, hoping that Win is going to crash, as Win looking to make another turn as he finds the right targets to set it up for. And I feel like the best person to benefit out of this is going to be Subway, and he wants to play around Subway for now.
I think Subway could technically bait it out, but the problem is that GEEK FAM are starting to adapt. They understand the bait. They're starting to understand better the behaviors of GEEK FAM. He crashes into Burpee. Burpee does not care. He is tank Karina. But look at top side, right? Smooth not even walking up to his lane just yet. Patiently waiting by buff side, knowing that somebody is going to walk up.
Yeah, agreed. Win again making another attempt all by himself. Subway in the vicinity in the mid lane, hoping to set up for a mid push coming from GEEK FAM, but GEEK FAM is just completely dodging him. Look at how they position themselves. They play around the jungle, knowing that it is very hard to maneuver during it and forcing him to clash. But seems like Burpee is going to get caught out instead, and he finds up. The hook comes in. Nelby not going to be able to connect, so that means SMG will lose out on the orange buff trade. So SMG forcing the back out. Real Vision comes in, zones him out. Stormy needs to go for the black shoe as well. He's taking a little bit too much damage from that. Hook doesn't connect from GEEK FAM, but it is going to make space for the pressure down towards the mid turret. TIEBREAKER comes in. Lilby is going to get sniped from the side, and Zyme Senpai executes him.
So fast, so quick. Dragged out, but Team SMG do win out on that trade. Ever so slightly. Zyme Senpai unfortunately getting hit, but Smooth now looking for an opportunity to kill Mayma. Doesn't find it as the Bloody Hunt has been activated. Vengeance as well being popped. No shot residue to end up killing himself. Stormy is now on the run after flickering away from Burpee, but it's still too late. Win has no escape mechanics.
Yeah, Art's short scythe is just so good at kiting him and pulling him back as well. There's just no escape. You need a sprint, you need vengeance up on a Johnson, and for him to use the retribution, very, very difficult considering that how underfarmed he is. However, GEEK FAM's got to be very happy about their current situation. Let's take a look at items real quick here. Burpee already on towards the next item, fourth item progression alongside with the Dreadnought armor. Nelby also going for a tank, but Lilby full glass cannon as of yet.
Yep, I mean, he does have the Dreadnought armor to protect himself against this Natalia. Hopefully that's going to be enough. Natalia is still, I mean, he's 4-3-2, and Zaim Senpai with Execute is still going to be a threat.
Exactly. Lord is going to be jeopardized here coming for GEEK FAM, and SMG, they scout this out, and Win is looking for the flank from the sides. He's hoping to connect. He gets on Burpee, but none of the members from SMG is in a position to start the fight. Win is going to get caught out. He baits out the real world manipulation, but Zaim Senpai not going to be able to bait anyone out of this as Burpee gives chase. Arts almost getting taken down as well. Nibiru comes in, Subway misses by an inch, and he's going to get out of there coming from GEEK FAM.
Yep, from what used to be what GEEK FAM was able to control, falls into the hands of Team SMG, and then GEEK FAM fight back to claim territory in Lord. This is an objective that they cannot lose. Smooth is going to start the initiation. Zion Senpai sees Lilby. He gets on top of him, gets a bit of damage, but not enough to threaten. Smooth now attacking Maima. Oh, Burpee actually chasing him down. Zion Senpai did not stand a chance, but the backline is dead. No, Maima is able to survive. Smooth with all of his efforts, even with a Petrify was not enough. Subway is on the run. Win cuts them off from actually pushing and pressing their advantage on him.
Yeah, nicely done. Maima has been phenomenal in this game. 1 HP dodge before the... it just feels bad for Smooth, right? Every single time he tries to make an attempt, he just needs one more tick, and he's gonna get kills on Maima. That's just so many near-death experience coming from him. However, Lord will be secure from GEEK FAM, and I don't think SMG can actually do anything about this because they don't exactly have a strong frontliner to tank their way through as compared to Win, who's always going to be initiation from behind instead.
Yep, here comes the real world manipulation, and Stormy forces the Black Shoes, flickers away so he does get locked down by Nelby. But this wave is going to fall. The tier 2 on top side first. Zaim Senpai on the run as Burpee chases him all the way down.
Zaim Senpai going to try and stall the Lord for now, but seems like GEEK FAM, they're just a little bit too quick to respond. So Zaim Senpai needs to be careful. Win driving around, hoping to set up for a gank. Unfortunately, still not going to be doing anything yet.
Yeah, with so little map control, Johnson becomes less and less effective, right? He cannot see where Team SMG have set themselves up, especially with the Lord. Only 1-1 showing information, but it feels a little too good to be true. However, there is going to be a snitch on them as they find the initial crash. No, Lil B getting a little too close for comfort, but it's more than enough. He's already got the crossbow of tank. He can use it whenever he likes, and he is going to max this out.
Oh no, he knows he's dead. As soon as he accidentally crashed onto his outer turret, he's gone. But Zaim Senpai will take the opportunity to snipe off Lil B. So GEEK FAM, they do not have their marksman. They don't have any sieging potential. And SMG is going to be the best time for them to try and engage this. Burpee will try and contest for Zaim Senpai, but the rest of the members coming for SMG is not even bothered to fight. Subway is in no vicinity to even contest this at all.
Yeah, Subway didn't want to. He knows for a fact that it's all about the defense. It's all about making sure that they can actually scale towards the later stage of the game. But it's going pretty rough, right? I mean, every single time we see GEEK FAM actually engage Team SMG, they've been rather clean.
I definitely agree. It seems like this is a sign of maybe their permanent roster for next season, I guess. It looks pretty solid.
For now, if they can take down Team SMG 2-0, that would be, well, I think that would be more than ideal. But they find Lil B once again with a rapid touchdown. He still hasn't thrown the pincers out just yet. Notices 3, now it's 4. One's walked away, but Win has no means of escape, and that's the biggest problem with Johnson.
Yeah, he needs to set up with a team for a wombo combo. Unfortunately, we haven't seen a single Johnson with Beatrix one-shot shotgun coming in from them, so it's a little bit weird that they're not even bothered, and every single time Win's used the rapid touchdown, he's been using it all by himself.
I think
it's weird.
It is weird, but I don't think there's much of a choice, is there? I mean, what's a better way to optimize it? I feel like in this particular case, you kind of just have to kind of hit your head against the wall and see how hard and see who cracks first.
I agree. But as of yet, GEEK FAM, they are gonna go in for the fight as Win is gonna be starting things off with a rapid touchdown again as he drives around his own crystal base, as they are gonna be I don't know. What's going to happen here? What's the best win condition for SMG?
Well, I think the best win condition is just wombo combo the backline, make sure that both Lil B and as well as Maima are gone, and once those two main variables are down, the rest should be a lot easier to handle by themselves, right? Now, GEEK FAM taking a bit of damage. Do they actually want to go for this 50-50?
Yeah, I think they should, but Win is nowhere to be found, so that is going to mean GEEK FAM is going to get it. Black Dragon has been expended from Smooth, but he immediately uses it to back off. A little bit too late there coming from SMG, and you can't exactly blame him considering that they don't, the mages as well as the marksman has no front line to help them in the front in case anything happens. So GEEK FAM, you know, they're in prime position. They just are so afraid of this Franco hook from Nelby.
I mean, more so, I think that in general, GEEK FAM are in a comfortable spot, and I think Team SMG, the only way they break them here is number one, making sure that Burpee doesn't get into that backline. But there's no real peel. Like when he goes for these rapid touchdowns, but he's trying to peel, but half the time the enemies just surpass him or find a different angle to flank, and that's why I think GEEK FAM is currently in a good spot, because now that Team SMG have to take the front to front, this is going to put them, yes, in their comfort zone, but they're still 9.7k behind.
Agreed. This is going to be very difficult, especially coming from Subway. But unfortunately for him, he's level 15. But here comes Rapid Dash Shot, connects on Burpee. Where's the follow-on? Shadow Bombs are coming in. They are going to shred Burpee here. And that's going to be the first Immortality coming in. Shutdown coming in for Stormy, as the rest of SMG, they are going to go in for the full dive. Crossbow attacks comes in onto his move. He's surviving through it all. And he tanks the bullet for the team. And now it's up to Subway, the clutching for the team. And needs to make a run for him because Oz is going to give it a chase here. Wind Nature comes in, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Wind is trying to push them all back. But GEEK FAM survives it all and takes two with them.
Well, not bad. A 2-for-1 trade and even a bottom inhibitor. Topside is pretty chunked out, and I think, you know, this is what we are looking for. Although it's been 17 minutes into the game, the score is 54-46. I don't think Team SMG need to do or have to wait for a super long time before their cores get full builds.
Yeah, Subway is already low 50. I'm pretty sure he's got a decent amount of time, but the biggest problem right now for Subway is that any hero coming in from GEEK FAM is going to be able to zone him out. So he needs some sort of protection to help him dish the damage that he needs to be doing in that regards. But as we get, Rapid Touchdown comes in once again, and he's still got nobody on his back.
Yep. Win is just sitting patiently, waiting for someone to either get into him or wait for information to show up on the map. GEEK FAM is eventually going to have to touch these waves, and when they do, that's when Team SMG looks to strike.
I guess they are going to be playing a little bit safe there. Win is looking to set out from a journey very, very soon. So he's hoping that Zyme Senpai is going to be able to open the map to gather information. Top side, they do scout out Arts, but Zyme Senpai doesn't want to take him out. His objective is going to be making sure that Liu B doesn't have a good time. Now, Rapid Touchdown comes in, but Win not going to be able to connect anyone. He's going to reset it again to try and gather a little bit more information.
I mean, I want to say that Zyme Senpai is going to play that big part by silencing them, but so far he hasn't been successful in doing that, and that's why GEEK FAM can kind of just run amok all over the Land of Dawn. They aren't really in threat of anything for the side of Team SMG, and Win, based on this pick alone, already struggles to not only, you know, contribute to the fight after the rapid touchdown, but actually escaping these fights.
Exactly. Zyme Senpai now is going to be looking from behind, hoping to catch a catch on the Maima. Maima is going to try and zone him up. Smooth now going to be forcing the issue. They are going to go and try for the 50-50. Win does have the retribution. Can they take him on side? He's going to force the issue. Who's going to get it? No, it's not going to be him. It is going to be Burpee instead, as they are going to be turning the tides. Newbie gets a couple of shots in, and they are going to be looking for more. Win now going to be in trouble as well, as Immortality gets chunked away, but the rest of GEEK FAM, they do not want to continue. Nelby is looking to continue this fight, as the rest of SMG, they completely back out. Subway finding problems in Nibiru, but not going to be able to do anything, as GEEK FAM is just too tanky for them.
Yep, 2-for-1 trade in favor of GEEK FAM with a 10k gold lead and a Luminous Lore going to be knocking on the doors of Team SMG. They are just going to slow push this. Arts, he's able to heal back up to full, and with the wave pushing on his side, the job has been done.
Yeah, indeed. Zyme Senpai once again from behind. Oh, Burpee's down to his half HP. He can look to actually potentially snipe him, but it is a very tanky roster. But Zyme Senpai immediately turns and runs. He's hiding in the smoke screen, but Nelby is there. He's going to go in for the bite, and he's dead. Zyme Senpai is gone. And that's going to be their main damage dealer gone for now. SMG, they've got double Immortals, but this is a big Lord coming their face, as Arts is going to be zoning them out and escorting the Lord. SMG, I think this might be it for Game 1, as GEEK FAM will look to secure Game 1 right now potentially, but It's not over yet. Black Dragon comes in. Here comes Rapid Dash out, hoping to catch a little bit. They do catch him off, but there's no follow-up as Lord is going to be knocking in. GEEK FAM going to be zoning them out. Real World Manipulation pushes them all off, and that is going to be SMG going to be backing out. The crystals are exposed. Crossbow attacks is available, and Lilby shuts them all out, and Subway forced to defend from the base, and that is going to be GEEK FAM taking game number 1.
Solid game coming in from GEEK FAM. GG, well played. It's 1-0. Let's see if they can do it just one more time.
One more time for the 2-0 against SMG. Something that not many teams has achieved here throughout the entire regular season. Oh my.
Well, I mean, they're taking it one step, and the new generation seems to be a little bit more stable, but unfortunately for Team SMG, playing a bit out of pocket. Smooth, haven't seen him this aggressive in a long time. Petrify up. Let's team fight, boys and girls.
It's been a long time since I've seen Zyme Senpai smiling after losing a game. Like, he was literally smiling. You can imagine how much fun SMG is going to be having fun there.
Oh, yeah.
If SMG reverse sweeps and get the 2-1, I'm looking forward to see what kind of mic check they were talking about, because they're just smiling even though they lost.
I mean, they know that there's no pressure. There's no pressure whatsoever for them. Win or lose, it's just a small track record that don't affect the big results and big goals that they want to achieve.
Here's a question. Predictions here for you guys at home. Who do you think was having the most fun from Team SMG?
Oh, I don't know. I think, Win was having a lot of fun with the rapid touchdowns. I'm not going to lie, we're looking pretty good, because there were some angles which were like, oh, that's a good way to force it. But then you see the main problem, right? You get that first initial pick. You don't have that follow-up damage. And even if you do have that follow-up damage, how do you get out when you only have Retribution?
I guess. I understand. But as of yet here, let's take a look at the items real quick here on how both these teams has built their itemizations. Karina, no strangers here, full tank build coming in from him, making him an unkillable force. He's died 3 times, but that was because he was completely chain stunned and comboed by Team SMG. Meba, nothing out of ordinary as well. Full Dreadnought armor. Nelby as well, nothing out of ordinary. Art's going for War Axe. Yada yada yada. Lil B just full damage item, and last, selling the boots for immortality.
He decided, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. I mean, honestly, I think this is some pretty standard builds all across the board. Maybe not for Subway with a Haas's Claw. That one is a little, out of the ordinary. You would have expected him to say, hey, Karina's kind of tanky. Maybe get like a Demon Hunter Sword or something like along the lines to chunk down Nelby or even Arts. But no, he just wants the raw damage and trusts the rest of his team to kind of do the rest of the heavy lifting. Especially for Stormy and Smooth, they are able to create space for him. He just needs to chunk them enough with his ult so that Zyme Senpai can maybe get 1 or 2 picks.
I think I understand the idea coming from Subway why he went for the Haskell, because of the blade armor build, which I think out of all the teams, only GEEK FAM has brought it up to deal with Marksman. And Beatrix, even though he does have a decent amount of AoE skills that doesn't get affected by blade armor, but if you can tank through all that burst, he's forced to go for auto attacks, and this blade armor is going to hurt him a lot.
Yeah, and especially with Nibiru, where you get multiple ticks at a time at smaller damages, but you get a lot of ticks, it's perfect when you have blade armor reflecting that damage back at you.
It's really unpopular among all the regular teams, except for GEEK FAM, which is kind of surprising.
It depends on what kind of a build you're going, right? And now let's look at the MVP of the game. Coming in, Mima, even though he was getting hard targeted by Smooth in the early to mid stages of the game, enough kills were given over to him to bring out the best that he's got. Even opted to go for the rapid boots on top of a talisman. Not a traditional build, but definitely want to make sure that he maintains control, tempo, and priority.
I think the rapid boots definitely help him out in a lot of situations to actually set up for the real manipulation, right? You see multiple instances where Win, if arguably he was supposed to get out of the sticky situations, but because Mima plays the real manipulation in a position where he's right in the middle of it and slows him down enough time for the rest of the team to actually take him down. So I'd say Mima was one of the biggest controller in that game for GEEK FAM.
Yeah, and I don't know. I feel like the build can be optimized. I understand the Juggernaut armor, the
deal with the Natalia.
Yeah, but I don't know. The glowing wand for me, I feel like
he's done a lot of damage, I guess.
I guess, yeah, he did do a lot of damage. I cannot deny that he did a good job. It's just that glowing wand for me just irks.
I know. You prefer a Genius Wand over it, for sure. I get it.
I always prefer a Genius Wand, that's the thing. But then again, it's only personal preference. At the end of the day, you can see that in a lot of these fights, right, as soon as he taps one person, and especially considering how tanky the lineup is from Team SMG, you kind of get the idea. He stays long in the fights and then he starts tapping them with the real-world manipulation, and the burn itself is effective.
I agree, and as of now, it feels like Natalia isn't exactly a good response to the Karina jungle in the current meta. So I feel like people need to find a way to deal with the Karina jungle as of yet, and so far it's been very, very difficult to do so.
Yeah, I think everybody's trying to come up with their own concoction to try and protect their marksmen. I think Team SMG had a cool idea, but unfortunately, GEEK FAM's draft was definitely going to be better with just strong CCs, and a lot of the reason why they're winning is just because, hey, it's the meta, man. I mean, these are all top-tier picks. Well, I mean, Thamus, bit of a question mark. I think that's more limited to arts.
Yeah, I think the Thamus pickup was to deal with the Johnson itself, because if you think about it, there are very few heroes that actually mess up a tank's gameplay, because tanks are very naturally very slow in general. Thamus benefits on this kind of situations because it gives him a target to actually sustain from, and I think it's a good answer to multiple tanks. So I wouldn't be surprised Thamus being brought back in the meta to deal with like triple tank setups with a carry to actually try and win those fights.
I think I would prefer X-Borg. Personally,
yeah,
I would prefer
the true damage for sure, yeah.
Yeah, more than the Thamus. I guess the matchup against Yuzong is still unfun regardless, and I think this way, Art still interacts with the lane in some shape or form. However, I will give it a burpee that he was purposefully taking a lot of the rapid touchdowns from Win, making sure like, hey, I'm so tanky, I'm an assassin, this is the one cool thing that I can do, and he just eats it every single time to protect the rest of the team.
Yeah, fun fact for you guys watching at home as well, when you play your ranked games and you see an opponent who's a pretty good Johnson and you are the tank player, please take some of those shots for your team, because
eat it.
Yeah, if you don't do it, they're constantly going to driving around, find an opportunity and clash under a marksman. And I've met a couple teammates that did not do that, and I've died 9 times in a row doing absolutely nothing because a Johnson just crashes me and just one-shots me.
And I like how a lot of people are just like, hey, how about you dodge it? Well, I mean, there is a break function, which is, wow, really, really good. And with double petrify and with the recent combos of the double petrify, Kadita as well as Johnson, oh, not even a Purify can save you from that one.
Exactly. So, tanks, do your job. Tank it. Don't blame the marksman. It's your job to make sure that the Johnson doesn't go out of control. Tanks, hello.
Literally turning a different color, calling you tanks out there.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know. For me personally, I do think that it is an effective combo. There are a lot of ways of dealing it. And you can see MyMy, he's having a cheery go at all time there after that first win.
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure. Yeah, I must say that was a pretty good game, well-deserved one coming from GEEK FAM, and yeah, they're looking to potentially go for the 2-0, I guess.
I mean, this would be a very good 2-0 to get. I mean, obviously, coming at the very end of the season is
on the resume, huh?
Yeah, on the resume is a bit
taking
of a
the previous defending champion 2-0.
That's the thing. It seems good, but then again, Team SMG isn't fielding an entire championship lineup here. That's for sure. But guys, in the meantime, make sure you're celebrating with GEEK FAM for these final games with Nescafe. Scan the QR code down below and earn yourself 30% discounts, especially if you want to go for a bit of a bulk order. That also works as well. Make sure you use the promo code NESMPL30, and ma'am, you've already got what you want.
Exactly. So be sure to scan the QR code right now. Celebrate moments for the final day here in the regular season. And it's been fun. I've been energized and caffeinated for so many weeks, and I want more. I want more games, man. Well, are we going to see a full 3 game?
I don't know if it's going to be a full 3 games here. I don't know whether Team SMG is going to try and maybe turn this around. There could be a possibility. I do think the Johnson jungle is interesting, but at the end of the day, execution is going to be key.
Yeah. In theory, second skill is great, but the ultimate does not benefit anything out of it for an early 4. Yes, you get it early, you're looking for a fast one, but looks like we are going to have a player swap coming for SMG. Zyme Senpai is going to be stepping down, and Lizer back in the pool. All right.
Finally gets to play some games here. The new composition coming in. Not new composition. New lineup coming in from Team SMG.
Technically, they're not super new, right? Like, they've been together, you know, they've got a big team. It's just like, you know, swapping all the way through.
Agreed, but now they're playing it on the big stage. Exciting stuff, because technically, if Zyme Senpai is not there, that means Smooth is going to be the most experienced one amongst all the other players. Think about that for a second.
Dude. Once upon a time, Lord Smooth. Now, carry smooth.
Yeah, I mean, the man's playing hyper aggressive for a reason, and he wants to make sure that he sets a good example for the boys. Not be afraid, there is nothing to lose, only how to perfect your craft. But looking at the previous match recap, in case you guys are just tuning in, we got to see a Johnson jungle come out of win. Was it the best in the world? Well, no, but it definitely came up with a couple of cool TikTok highlights, that's for sure.
Yo, you know what's really cool? Stormy, despite that performance, did 77,000 damage throughout the entirety of the fight as compared to Subway. He's only done 37,000. I feel bad for Subway if they can fight.
Yeah, I mean, Subway was having it rough. I mean, it is a Karina matchup, and you can't land your auto attacks. It's a bit of a bummer here, but if you need to make yourself feel better, don't worry. Cadbury Zip has got you covered. Now more chocolatey.
Exactly. So with the Cadbury Zip here, you can get it at your any 7-Eleven store, or you are a little bit lazy like me, doesn't want to go out. Get it online, scan the QR code right now, and you can get some chocolatey Cadbury Zip for you guys. I've had a lot. I stole a lot. I'm sorry. But yeah, don't tell our...
Keep saying...
No, don't say our project manager, okay? Yeah.
You keep saying steal, but they are free. They are literally free.
Okay, what I mean by steal is that it's free if you take like 1, 2, 3 pieces. I took the whole... sorry. 2, 3, 4, maybe more around 5 packets away of full, you know.
You're just man's battling demons here. Man's battling demons with himself. 10 seconds on the clock. Let's jump right into the draft between Team SMG and GEEK FAM. I want to see which side of the draft they're going to be on and pull it up. Here we go. Game number 2, SMG on the blue side, GEEK FAM on the red.
Yeah, SMG going for first pick this time. So what are they going to prioritize on? Like, I'm looking forward to see how what Lizer is going to play. It's been a while since I've seen Lizer's hero pool. What does he play?
Honestly, we haven't seen Lizer play. We haven't seen Lizer play at all in a match.
Yeah.
In fact, this is going to be his debut, and I think it's a good time where there's no pressure. Let's see what he is capable of, especially since Team SMG are making sure they hold a lot of players. That's what I've started to learn since around season 7. They hold a lot of players, they shuffle them around, see what's their best lineup, and they still hold on to them to the end of the season.
Now that you mention it, out of so many seasons, there are only 3 notable teams that hold a lot of players and shuffle all the time. SMG, GEEK FAM, Todak.
I mean, yeah, Todak
is there anyone else?
10-man roster.
Yeah.
That is fair. They did max out it that one season. That is fair.
And so far, 2 out of this 3 has made it, you know, this far.
That's also a very good point.
So maybe having more gives you more variety to try out things.
Well, hey,
makes it more competitive between the players as well. Inter-house challenge, you know, brother sibling fights.
That's fair, but usually they just have a junior team. Like Suha's, for an example, they have a Suha's junior team, so on and so forth, to have those in-house scrims that they absolutely start needing to learn up matchups and things like that and work on chemistry. But I think more importantly so, realistically, this means that 2 out of the 3 times you get the full roster that you may or may not pass into playoffs.
Now, considering junior team, right? Once upon a time, Boss School and HomeBois, does that count as a junior team?
I think it does. Technically, they were under the same family, so I think that is a fair assessment. Now,
okay.
Looking at the draft so far, Team SMG has already completed their first phase. Fanny, Phoveus, and as well as the Franco gets banned out. GEEK FAM follow up with Valentina Ling. Masha? Question mark? Masha? Anybody gonna deal with that?
Yeah, we've seen what Zyme Sampo is capable of as well, but is GEEK FAM gonna let it slide and expect that Lizer is not gonna play it?
I mean, it's a little hard.
I don't think they have information for Lizer's hero pool, don't they?
They could be scrim partners for all we know. They could have had like some kind of scrim information.
Oh, he's gonna ban the Hilda and let the Masha slide. Let's go!
All right, it looks like they have an answer to apparently Masha more than they do to Hilda, which is a little odd because I would say that Masha is just the better Hilda.
What are the chances that this is going to be the full 3 games? Oh no, Grok. Okay, so Masha is going to be secured by GEEK FAM, I guess.
Possibly. I don't know.
Is Delby going to be able to play it?
It could just be a gentleman's agreement between the 2 teams. Like, hey, you don't want to play Masha? Cool. Do you like getting invaded? No, we don't like getting invaded. Yep, I think that's all right.
Is it always a gentleman's agreement?
Well,
like Fanny, I think Fanny at one point, 3 games not banned or pick. Which is weird.
teams want to try things out, and I think it's respectable that it's a good time to try out in the local scene before you make it over to international.
Oh yeah, MSC is coming up as well.
Yep, MSC, C Games, all the cool stuff is coming up this year. Now, Smooth locks in the Smooth is going to lock in the Grok. I'm guessing that's what Smooth's going to play. It could be Lyzerg for all we know, but GEEK FAM now going to be finishing up with the Yves as well as the Karina.
All right, seems like that is going to be two priority picks coming from GEEK FAM. Yves securing for Maima and Karina coming in for Burpee once again. So Masha is going to be up for grabs. SMG, are you going to get it? No, they're not. They're ignoring it and they're prioritizing on the Matilda instead for Lyzerg, I guess. And that is going to be the savior. Third time pick, 0% win rate. SMG, break the curse.
Somebody has got to break it, and I think Stormy is a pretty good option. We saw Moon give it a shot. It didn't work out to be the best, but he did have a cool clip where he steals the Lord with the Dawning Light.
I'm not gonna lie. I've played a couple of Xavier games. I've really have a very rough game the first 8 to 10 minutes. But the moment I survive past the minute mark and not have enemies shoving in towards my base, the chances of me winning is very high.
Yeah, I mean, you're like Sicilian. You take a lot of time to scale up, and then you basically have a bat impact that's 15 seconds long.
Yeah, okay. So, the bat impact is like 3-4 seconds, but this ultimate, imagine it to be like a Aldo's one punch level.
No.
I don't know how to explain it, but
I don't think, number one, I don't think it's one punch.
It's like a Kamehameha globally one shot.
I mean, that's a lot more accurate. I'll take that. I'll take that. But, personally, I think that's a lot better compared to an Aldi Assault. I think that is a poor comparison overall. But now Team SMG, with Esmeralda already locked in within the first rotation, it does give opportunities for Team SMG to look to reply, right? I mean, they've got the Grok, they have ways to disrupt the real-world manipulation, they've got the Xavier to speed things up. I don't know how effective it's going to be against Karina specifically, but I'm excited to watch. Hayabusa, Wan, as well as Balmond instantly banned out for the side of SMG and as well as GEEK FAM. Final ban here.
Again, Balmond, again. Really?
Yeah,
okay.
I think Balmond's pretty decent.
2 games in a row, GEEK FAM has respected the Balmond jungle. Is SMG not going to be... Is SMG ever going to play it? I don't think so. I remember Season 8, it was brought up here and there by a couple of teams, but Season 9, I don't think I've seen a Balmond jungle. Maybe we have 1 or 2 games who kind of snuck in.
Well, I mean, you know, if you do like... Well, personally, I think that Balmond is good, but if you like playing Balmond jungle, you've got to be a really boring jungler, to be fair.
Can't be as boring as Johnson. Okay, technically Johnson's not boring. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Johnson is like playing a mini game, but like, I don't know.
No. That is you making audition clips to participate in your next virtual Fast and Furious tournament.
Virtual Fast and Furious.
Which is non-existent, by the way. Don't quote me on that. It's not real. Yeah.
How many people searched up on...
No, don't search it up. It's not true. Maybe if Mobile Legends decides to franchise it and make it into a real custom game,
it could be
that'll be fun.
Game. Yeah, I don't know about that.
That'll be actually fun.
We'll see about that. But GEEK FAM, they lock in the carry knowing how tanky the lineup, and especially when you have to deal with the Grok. My main concern is if Lyzerg is able to play Grok... well, sorry, not Lyzerg. If Smooth is able to play Grok similarly to Zyme Senpai, able to do some crazy flicker mechanics with the Wild Charge, short-ranged heroes, ooh, and especially when you are carrying the shortest ranged marksman in the game, it's a bit rough.
Is it the shortest range? Yeah, technically it is, right? Alongside with Melissa, does it count?
What?
Auto attack range.
Brother.
Are they the shortest? Is carry really the shortest?
I mean, technically, if you really want to put it into scale, Aulus
is a marksman?
when he upgrades to level 12, he technically is.
He's a hard-hitting fighter like Aldous. So
oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know, if you want to put it that way, then Aldous would be a marksman, right?
I mean,
I don't think so, but...
Brody and as well as Lancelot going to be locked in for the side of Team SMG, and Kufra going to be the final lock-in. I do like the Kufra pickup for the side of GEEK FAM.
Yeah, the Kufra deals really well against the Lancelot for sure. I definitely like it. Fun fact, who's the longest attack range marksman in the game?
At what level? You got to be specific here. At base level, at level 15, like there's a significant difference in a change of answer depending on what you ask.
Yeah, we'll leave you guys to drop it down in the comments here and to guess what I'm trying to say. Which one is which? Who has got the longest range? But before now, we are going to be starting out with game number 2 between SMG as well as GEEK FAM. The draft has been set. And of course, this is going to be the final match for GEEK FAM in MPL Season 9. Are we going to see the full 3 game? Or are we going to see the 2-0 against SMG? Or will SMG prove the theory that Xavier is a meta pick and turn the tides and change the win rate for Xavier for the playoffs? Now, with this picks coming in, this is going to be a pretty fun match for you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 between SMG versus GEEK FAM.
Welcome back to the land of Dawn. Game number 2 between these two competitors. SMG on the blue side with GEEK FAM on the red. And I would like to see Xavier actually get a higher win rate as we move on towards playoffs. But I'm excited to see it, you know, just the micro stuff that Stormy can figure out. Oh, Mima.
Oh, he's going to try and go in for the set as well. Immediately harass Stormy. Not a great start for the Xavier. And Stormy, arguably one of the best rookie coming in towards MPL Season 9. Is he going to win it though? I'm not exactly sure, but I'm looking forward to see him demonstrate his Xavier plays.
Well, he didn't miss EXP and he took a really fast recall. He understands that he can't afford to be low HP around someone like Nelby, who's able to keep harassing him in lane. He doesn't have to stand. Look at that. Look at how fast he clears that wave. He needs Lyzerg's help all the time with the Soul Bloom to actually speed up this clear to make sure they control priority. But in the meantime, Kufra, he is able to roam around the map for free because Nelby is self-sufficient.
Yeah, we've got a role swap coming from GEEK FAM as well, where Meima is going to be playing the tank and Nelby playing on the Eve instead of Meima playing it. So interesting.
Yeah, and now Meima, he finds his first initial catch on towards Lyzerg's side. It's going to be the guiding winds that gets blocked, but not enough to secure the kill. They still need level 4, but this is pretty bad. That means Lyzerg is going to lose priority, and now Stormy is going to have an even harder time trying to shove this wave out. But the fact is, he took advantage of, hey, you disappeared out of lane, I'm going to shove this while I still can and keep control, because topside is where Burpee is going to show up at level 4.
Huh, interesting enough, you can actually do that. Like, for me, the way I play Xavier is that you drop your second skill, then pop your first skill.
Wait, you play who?
Xavier.
Uh-huh.
And you drop your second skill and then you go for the first skill, you aim for it, but Stormy uses first skill and then spams the second skill to precast it.
Oh, first blood already achieved. Man, you're getting old, dude. You're getting old. Yeah, of course you can use the expansion first and then drop it at the very edge at max range to catch people off guard.
Yeah, that was very interesting fact. So I'm going to try it out soon.
Well, now we see Turtle going to be contested from either side. It's important, and especially for GEEK FAM, to achieve this early on if they want to start boosting up towards the late game as quick as possible. But it's going to be hard because Team SMG, they're able to forcibly get the waves cleared. Like Smooth, for an example. Look at him. He's just clearing the waves. Esmeralda's trying to match him, but he can't.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit difficult, but as of now, Burpee is going to be there. He's looking to go for the wraparound flank as well. Smooth is going to be here to provide assistance. Can SMG take it? Yes, they will, and here comes the Dawning Light. It connects on two, and GEEK FAM, they have to make a run for it. Burpee taking a little bit too much damage, and Meima is going to be able to disengage on top of it all. So the barrier comes in. SMG does not want to continue, knowing that is not worth the risk.
Yep, good stuff coming in from Team SMG. They knew the damage calculation was there, and Win was able to secure his objective as quickly as possible. Now look at how quick he is able to get back his retribution, all because of that Demon Slayer. Burpee just slightly behind there, but I think it's fine. It's not like he was too crazy about it anyways.
Yeah, playing like a robot, I guess, coming from SMG. Playing a little bit slow, but look at Stormy's struggling to clear the minions. How?
Is this painful or what? This is my biggest issue with Xavier, right? Like, he clears waves so slow. And, oh wait, he actually gets the immobilization, but unfortunately it doesn't matter. Nobody's there to follow up. He's going to self-sustain while the rest of the team will actually congregate down on bottom side. A little slow on that rotation coming in from Yves, but still, it's fine. It's fine. Subway might get punished here by the Kufra.
Yep, he's got the Transcendent form right now. He's going to be able to spam a little more in terms of wave clear, but GEEK FAM, they don't want to fight with him yet with it. So I guess it's all up to Meima. They are going to try and make an attempt on towards Subway. Subway's going to get caught out and flickers out of there. So not going to be able to chain CC him. So that's a little bit unfortunate for him.
Huh. I do think Maima started his bouncing ball a little early. He probably could have waited for a little bit and then used the bouncing ball to deny the flicker while he's standing on top of him with the bouncing ball. But hey, you know,
Nah, you no longer can do that anymore compared to last time.
You don't get like what's it called? You don't like ricochet off of
Yeah, no longer. Back then when it was available, it was very, very popular. That was like what, season 3, season 4, season 5, I guess.
It's been a long time. Subway finally now getting punished by Maima and LilB with a quick counter attack as we see Lancelot with a dawning light as well to support the team. Stormy very active on the map despite not having to be there. Finds the initial catch with his gates. Nicely played as Guardian's barrier kill coming in from Smooth.
Well done for Win Smooth as well as Stormy. Stormy was just right beside him, but at the same time, it seems like I'm gonna get what I'm asking for, is we might actually get the full 3 game if this keeps up, because GEEK FAM is just struggling as SMG is trying to make the Xavier work out.
Yeah, and it's working out quite nicely, in a matter of fact. Team SMG finally get their trade of towers. Topside dies off towards GEEK FAM, and Team SMG claims bottom for their own. Now, Turtle coming up in about 90 seconds. I'm not entirely sure where their next plan of attack is going to be.
Yeah, and they've got to slow it down. And as of yet, SMG, they need a little bit more items up for Stormy. At least, what, level 12, I guess, kind of similar to Ollers, maybe? But he's starting to hit really hard right now. He's level 8.
I mean, it's just the dawning light that's hitting really hard. I'm not sure whether he's going to go for the Clock of Destinies or whether he's going for Talisman as his very first item. But let's see. Maima finds an opportunity to lock Smooth right into the corner of the bouncing ball. Ooh, it doesn't matter. Power of nature is more than enough, but it's going to be Carry who takes him out, forcing Win to get away from Burpee. The real world manipulation from Nelby doing some good work, but again, there's only so much Win can do.
Yeah, I like how Smooth made a decision knowing that he's pretty sure going to die as well. He uses Power of Nature on the creep waves to try to get a little bit more XP or go before dying. So a little bit of value here, a little needy-beady small details that he's going to use to actually come back into the later stage of the game.
I mean, he is level 9 and Arts is level 9, so it's not like he's falling behind anytime soon. Let's pull up the item list. I'm curious to see what Stormy has been building so far. Yeah, it looks like he's going for the Clock of Destinies in... Ooh, it looks like he is going to build a Talisman immediately after.
Oh, a little bit surprising as well. I'm not a personal fan of the Enchanted Talisman, but for me, it's like Clock of Destiny, Lightning Trucking straight up for maximum bursty potential.
Well, I do think that cooldowns are always good on Xavier, because when you're not in your Transcendent form, the game really isn't fun for you, right?
Yeah.
And when you hit the Transcendent form, or at least tier 2 of the form, you do get cooldowns, but now they found a quick combo on towards Maima, but it doesn't matter. Smooth, he's able to take that damage to respawn. Maima ends up dying to the Dawning Light and Burn, but that also means that Kufra dies out to LilB. Both supports are going to be, taking a good amount of damage, but Maima taking the force of it.
Exactly. Subway was able to chip away a couple of damage from it as well. So GEEK FAM is struggling to fight against this, but as of yet, it's no surprise considering how annoying the wall blocks are coming in from Smooth as well to isolate the fight. So as of yet, GEEK FAM, they need to figure a way to actually cut him out. They've got 2 really, really tanky ones, but at the same time, they need LilB to scale into his later stage of the game.
Well, personally, I think that GEEK FAM just needs the scale. Arts, he's going to drop with the Falling Star Moon, a quick follow-up coming in from Nelby, but it gets cancelled out pretty fast. Maima does find Lizerg, and he's trying to get out. He flickers away. Arts can finish it off, and yes, he does. Finally gets a kill back for GEEK FAM as they slowly rotate from mid side all the way to bottom side. They're trying to get the tier 1 mid, and if they can, that'd be ideal.
Yeah, as the game tracks on to its later stage game, GEEK FAM, they do have a very, very strong skating hero. Esmeralda is pretty strong, Karina as well, likewise coming from the carry, and now Maima, he's actually getting caught out. He's trying to bait up for the team, but looks like he just can't get out.
Yep, he can't get out at all, and Stormy is just racking up these assists, making sure that he can scale up any way he can. Even if he's not getting the kill, the assists do help.
Yeah, it does give you a little bit of gold value on top of it. So, a great wall block coming from Smooth once again to isolate the fight. GEEK FAM knows that once they engage, it is hard to disengage without Nelby's real manipulation to back them up. So, A very big mistake coming from Mayma, but SMG was able to capitalize on that.
Well, to be fair, I mean, Smooth just, again, great Guardian's barrier here so far. Arts gets a good hit on towards Win side, chunking him out. He sees Smooth, and now he realizes he's in trouble. Subway is going to be the main damage dealer, so he's got to be careful. Purify comes out to stop that wild charge, but he's still on the run. Guardian's barrier is down, but here comes the real one manipulation, chunking out too, and it's going to be Smooth the first to fall. Unfortunately, Esmeralda still dies in the end. Maima able to make his catch on towards Win side, but no bouncing ball. Flickers forward, gets the initial, but a double kill coming in for Burpee as he continues forward. Does he have enough of a combo? No. Lyzerg saves Stormy's life. His Transcendent form is over. Circling Eagle to buy him that much more time. Even Lyzerg blocking the Tyrant's revenge. Doesn't matter. Still, they lost a member. Stormy goes down.
Oh, it's just so unfortunate. Stormy was in a position trying to one-shot Lil B, and he almost got the Dawning Light at the side. But Lil B was able to escape it all, and also him missing that stun in the final moments here. And that's just how hard is it to set up for those AoE stuns coming in with the Xavier. But nevertheless, that gives GEEK FAM a little bit of opportunity to contest for the Lord as SMG. They are going to try to force the issue. Lizer goes in, but there's nothing they can do. Smooth looking for the catch as well, but the Lord dropping between Flash. Win is looking to go for the Retribution time, and he steals it away. And GEEK FAM, they are leave to pick up the pieces, but can they finish off members of SMG? No, they cannot. Win just popping off, taking him out. He's got a triple kill and is looking for the quad. And Maniac is coming in, but they'll be won't be able to make a run for it. Arts is there, but little did he know, Smooth scouts him out. He wants to give it to Win, and Nelby is just stuck there. But Win decides he needs to back out because Arts hurts a little bit too much, and Arts is doing as much as he can to small time for GEEK FAM. He's making so much space. Will he die? Yes, he will eventually die after a very, very, very long time.
Good calls coming in from Team SMG to threaten GEEK FAM, but unfortunately GEEK FAM made a poor decision. They couldn't decide whether they want to rush for the end. They knew that Burpee was low, and they were scared that he was going to burst it out. That's why he was standing on the opposite side. But why didn't GEEK FAM pull out the Lord? That's number one. Number two, they needed to make a choice whether to rush the Lord or to take the team fight. And if they do, at least reset the Lord.
Agreed, but Lil B now only level 12. He needs a couple more levels before he starts to be relevant in the next team fight. Win has been popping up throughout the entirety fight. Subway as well is starting to hurt. Stormy finally getting that lightning trunket on the Xavier means when the next clumped up team fight comes in, his Dawning Light is gonna hurt a lot.
Speaking of hurt, let's pull up the item list. I'm curious to see what Nelby has built so far. Looks like he's, yeah, all he has is the Ice Cream Wand. I saw him deal like a little bit of damage to the wave, and I was like, huh, that's not as much as I thought it should be, and that explains it. All he has is an Ice Queen's Wand.
Yeah, that's not really the best as well. He's going to be the utilitarian for the team. He doesn't have the damage. He's going to rely most of the damage coming from Lil B, but he needs his level. Arts is doing a fantastic job zoning members coming from SMG, benefiting from the shields coming in from Lyzer. However, SMG has been very noble. Oh, that's a big stun, but do they know this there?
Well, I mean, they can kind of guess based on the visual animations. And I think at the end of the day, Team SMG, they're like, it's not like I'm going to one-shot them at this point, right? Who's going to face check it, right? Are we going to throw Lyzerg in there and hope that he manages to survive? If it's Maima, will he be able to jump over and collapse on top of me, especially if I'm playing Xavier? So, again, I think it's just a smart decision just to leave it be.
I think Lil B would get one-shotted at this stage of the game if he gets caught off on a full combo from Stormy.
Of course. He
might actually get one-shotted. He's pretty much the only one. And maybe Nelby, I'm not exactly sure whether Melby will, but I remember he does have a Brute Force breastplate, so he's going to be a little bit more tanky for now.
Yeah, he has the HP, and I think Stormy, I don't know. Unless he's got a Holy Crystal, I don't see it happening.
Yeah, at least until he has one more item again. Brute Force breastplate available on ours means he is going to be that much harder to kill for the next fight for SMG, so it's all up to Win as well as the Subway to actually take him out, I guess.
Yep, and now once again, this next Luminous Lore, hopefully GEEK FAM don't make the same mistake here. The waves on top side is looking good. Arts can start rotating now, but mid lane, they have no control. So now, GEEK FAM realize this. They go and try and deal with the mid wave. They probably should shove out that bot side, but instead, they're just going to let it slow push and force Team SMG to deal with it and walk a little bit further out to get that information. So once they contest mid lane, they go back. Top side wave is going to start. I mean, it's just a siege minion. It's not that big of a deal. They can start doing doing it now.
Yep, and now Lord is going to be up for grabs. GEEK FAM going to try and force the issue against Smooth. He's going to open up the map for the team as SMG gonna be looking to contest this, but the minions on the middle lane is a little bit annoying as well. So they don't exactly want to fight this, but R is doing a fantastic job trading non-stop with SMG, forcing them to back off, and it's very, very difficult for SMG to make a decision right now when Arts may or may not be building up a lot of his shields. But however, it did chunk him down low enough in terms of mana consumption. He's down to his half HP, half mana, so he might consider backing off. Smooth, he's gonna be in trouble. He tries to bait him out, but a big 3-man stun coming from Stormy. But he's not going to channel with the Dawning Light, which is a little bit unfortunate.
This is a huge waste of time for GEEK FAM. While all of this is happening, Subway was able to go down, thin out the wave, go back towards the fight, and actually still participate. GEEK FAM need to make a choice. Do they do the Lord, and can they leave Arts to his own, you know, whatever he wants to do? Push top side, hold mid side. He has Purify. He's good, and he has shown that he's capable of handling more than 3 members of Team SMG at once. The only ones that actually have any form of CC is Smooth as well as Stormy, both of which are a little... Stormy actually having the flicker on out of that Arts, now deciding to, hey, we need a fight right now. Real world manipulation does the damage. Even Lyzerg is taking some hits. Burpee, he doesn't mind all... Nelby finally gets one shot with a quick Thorn Rose to finish him off. Nelby is on the run. No real world manipulation. They have to get out of here. Subway looking for any targets. Torn apart memories onto Mima, but not enough to kill.
What a patient play coming from Stormy. Waited for the right moment. As soon as Luby overextends, catches him and bursts him down low. What discipline coming from Stormy. My goodness. However, here comes the 50-50. This time, they've got to force the issue. Burpee doesn't have the retribution. SMG has got 1 second off, and he is going to steal the Lord away. He's going to make it through the game. Burpee sidesteps his way through from the Dawning Light, but he's down towards 1 HP. SMG, can he get the kill? Smooth tries with the barrier. No, it does not have enough damage to take him out.
Yep, GEEK FAM, the indecisiveness has caught them off. They need to make some cleaner calls here at the end of the day, or at the very least, do what Team SMG is doing. Follow the simple foundational rules of how to play the macro, get yourself some pushing waves, and look, even after during this entire section of a fight, top and bottom are naturally pushing by themselves. So even if that didn't go in Team SMG's favor, GEEK FAM wouldn't have been able to punish straight away.
Agreed. Meanwhile, this is going to be the Lord pushing in. That means it's going to take out almost everything coming from GEEK FAM to defend against this. I don't exactly know how, but it's up to Liu B to chunk down the tanks coming from SMG, and it's going to be extremely difficult about it, but Smooth gets a 2-man wall charge, huge enough, sets it up. Mima trying to back out. He's going to be able to escape. Meanwhile, Win is going to get a couple of freebies, eventually gets caught out as he tries to make exit as double kill for him, but Lil B is online for GEEK FAM.
Oh boy, Lil B is doing a good amount of work. As long as he lives, he's able to chunk out the big tank. Smooth dies so fast there. The true raw damage coming out of this carry is always great, but that Luminous Lord has cracked open the mid inhibitor, which is good for GEEK FAM because mid lane always wants to be pushed out here. Maybe GEEK FAM has an opportunity to come back into this game. Team SMG is only 5k ahead.
Yes, indeed. But, of course, all things considered, GEEK FAM, they are going to try and have a little bit more out of them as well. Immortality comes in. Stormy, he's going to get caught out, but there's no follow-up. Arts, good catch, but Stormy's positioning is a little bit too difficult to catch off, considering that he's got Flicker, and on top of it all, the gliding win from Lyzer is going to keep him in safety. So, priorities coming from SMG to actually protect the Savior is very, very high for him.
Yep, teams communicating well. Team SMG are realizing that, hey, we might not necessarily scale that well, so we're going to have to play this extremely smart. Now, if we pull up the item list, that's where you can see that Lil B has full items. Windtalker, Malefic Roar, he's got everything. Even in an endless battle, he's not even going for the Golden Staff. He trusts that his natural base damages are going to be more than enough, and they can actually drag out this fight with Arts as well as Burpee and Mima to really slow down the pace of these team fights.
I was expecting maybe a Demon Hunter Sword coming from Liu B to try and chunk through the Grok as well as a Lyzer potentially, but I don't think it's that necessary considering that they're not super tanky. They don't have a lot of HP to deal with, so I think he can get away with it just because the Malefic Roar over the Demon Hunter Sword to counter the defense coming from Grok, which arguably built on attack rather than max HP.
Well, I think it's more than enough here. I think he's allowed to greed out because the rest of his team should peel. And as long as they're able to take out Smooth first, that gives LILB a lot of space and time that he actually needs to play the game. Arts on the top side, once again, same situation as we saw before. They're going to follow the fundamentals here. Clear out, the GEEK Fam need to start clearing out that mid wave. They're only going to send one person to slow do it, and that's when you see Smooth walk into the brush. Perfect! They bait out Team SMG from their hiding spots, and Arts has a push on that top wave. They can start pulling the Lord now.
Yes, indeed, but as of now, SMG, they're just checking their way through. They catch on the Smooth, the follow-up comes in, but Smooth taking a lot of more damage than expected as well. So GEEK Fam, this is go time for them if they want to force the issue, but seems like they are going to split up the fight, trying to push out the lanes, get a couple of objectives here and there to build up a little bit more fun. But at this stage game, I don't think they need it, but seems like they are going to force the issue. Smooth taking a little bit too much damage. They might force it out, but here comes the one shot. Dawning Light comes in, dawn of our memories. They take out MyMa. LILB needs to back the heck out, but Burpee, he's not going to let them off the hook. He's going to give chase to Subway, but Subway kites him out, takes him out, and that's going to be the first immortality coming in. Arts will finally chip him away, but it took almost forever to kill Team SMG.
Woo! What a nice play! A nice engagement from GEEK Fam, but it's not over. Subway, who actually has enough damage to kill Arts, will start this off. The puncture comes on through. He's down. Win finds it. But no, Lyserg accidentally goes right into the middle of all three members of GEEK Fam. Is forced to flicker away. Some good fast fingers there. But whoo! 2-for-2 trade so far between Team SMG and GEEK Fam. We're on a tightrope here. And now that Winds of Nature is down for LILB, he switches on over to his Demon Hunter sword.
My goodness, Subway as well as Win just popping off right there and then. Where were they from game number one? That was insane coming from both of them.
Speaking of which, I mean, you got to give it to LILB. His Winds of Nature saved him from the torn apart memories. And now if we look at Stormy, he's got his build almost complete.
Exactly, and he's going to hit a lot more damage. We saw how many instances where LILB is just one shot away from being taken out. And it makes a lot of sense why he's opting to go for the immortality, but looks like he's going to be forced by here. MLBB taking a little bit too much damage. Real Berries comes in, but the Dawning Light connects on 3. GEEK Fam, they have to back up. Unfortunately for them, they will focus fire. Win is going to trade half a HP for Nelby, but eventually he will survive from the immortality. Now they're scrambling, and SMG somehow wins the fight, and Win is down to his 1 HP, and he still got the Winter Trunket swap out of it all.
Oh, the save from Lyserg. He comes off of immortality. He almost gets the kill onto LILB's side, but unfortunately, Guiding Wind saves his life, and even Lord tried to take his life away. Wind now goes for the Blade of Despair. They're going to try and rush it, but here comes Burpee. He can actually turn this into a 50-50. Decisions need to be made now.
Yeah, he's going to be kited as well. Looks like they are going to try to force the issue. LILB is going to be there as well. Looks like that's going to be a mega kill for him. He takes them out. Oh my goodness. Can they get the Lord? And that is going to be secured by Burpee and SMG. They lost the 50-50, and this is going to be the comeback that GEEK Fam has been eyeing for.
Oh my goodness, Win ends up dying. The damage, LILB with the sprint comes zooming past and manages to take him out in time. Wasn't able to get the retribution off. That poor Win. It feels so bad. Stormy and Lyserg are playing so far backwards because they can't afford to die.
Oh, trading 50-50s is so difficult. Dawning Light comes in to try to clear the minion waves, but misses by an inch. I'm sorry, Stormy. That should not have happened.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's got plenty of cooldowns. He will get his ultimate within at least 23 seconds, which is more than enough time to get it back up by the time Lord is going to crash. Now, how will GEEK Fam look to end this? The high ground defense coming out from Team SMG is still pretty decent now that, well, at the very least, Stormy has a good amount of damage.
Yep, here comes the Lord knocking in. Win's going to try and start things out, clear the minions here, but GEEK Fam with the real manipulation zone them out. SMG not going to commit to this yet. They are going to play this a little bit safe, giving it a little bit of a difficult task for GEEK Fam, as GEEK Fam looking to close out to 0 Arts now. Going to be kited out as well. MLBB from behind. He catches Stormy. Arts goes in for a dive, but where's the follow-up? And Stormy survives it all. Takes MLBB with him, and oh no, no follow-up. Dawning Light misses again, but GEEK Fam, they're playing objectives. They're taking inhibitors, and SMG somehow manages to defend.
Yep, that's what I was talking about. The high ground defense is pretty decent for the side of Smooth. For the side of Team SMG, with Smooth's Guardian's Barrier stopping a gigantic wave on that bottom side, allowing that inhibitor surviving with just a sliver of HP. Now they're going to push back onto GEEK Fam. Luckily, only GEEK Fam lost MyMA. Considering all the entire circumstance, the fact is, Stormy is a consistent source of DPS now. In his Transcendent form, he is deadly.
Yeah, he's only got 1 kill so far, but the issue right now is that it's so difficult to dive on. But looks like, oh no, Subway, he gets zoomed out, a gliding win. He's going to be A-okay, but the rest of GEEK FAM, they are going to try and pick up members coming from SMG. The wall block, oh my goodness, Smooth, you absolute Chad. He saves the team, and now SMG, they are going to be able to reset this fight, and GEEK FAM will back out.
This is so obnoxious to deal with. Like, every single time you see this happen, it's either Stormy who denies space or Smooth who denies space when they work together. It feels like every time GEEK FAM want to punish Team SMG, the members who are caught out fall back onto this cushion of Stormy and Smooth, who just keep on saving lives.
I'm not gonna lie, SMG's layer of defense, the amount of layer you have to go through is just insane, and GEEK FAM is able to, it's so difficult, but as of now, here's gonna be some stats for you guys, and Stormy is doing so much more damage compared to Lil B.
Yep.
For Nelby.
I mean, Nelby, he's doing a good amount, but not compared to Stormy, who's just spamming abilities when he's in Transcendent form. Lil B switches over to the Golden Staff. He's realizing he needs a little bit more on-hit damage, and I think that's going to be making a significant difference here. Nelby even getting a glowing wand for himself. Subway patiently waiting on that top side, knowing that Arts of all people is going to make a move. Lizark now in some trouble here. Look at that damage. Lil B finds the kill, and now they're going to start the Lord. Arts as well, in making sure that he's dealing with all the members in that back line. Zones off Stormy and makes sure Win doesn't get anywhere close to this Lord.
Oh, well done coming from GEEK FAM to take opportunity at that as well. And here comes a, oh no, Dawning Light trying to reproduce Moon's Lord Steal there, but unfortunately GEEK FAM gonna get it. And that is gonna be SMG on full defense now. Oh my goodness, what a game, what a game.
What a game indeed for the final best of 3 series of the season, of the regular season. They know how to put on a show.
Yeah, indeed. This is crazy. Like this, I haven't had so much fun watching this dude just duke it out. GEEK FAM, this is like GEEK FAM's signature every single season. It is going to be close. It is going to be all-out battle. And this is, what a way to go out in the regular seasons. But is it going to be over yet? Because now they're looking for gold. Tyrant's going to catch us up. Subway! And Subway's finally going to get focused down, but he's got the immortality. Can he take him down? And the Winter Drunkard survives it all. 4-man Downing Life, but it's not going to be enough. And GEEK FAM takes the 2-0 against SMG. What a way to say goodbye in their final series.
Still, the hearts of Geeks range high. They know how to put on a show, and they'll give and put everything on the line when it matters. But even though we have to say goodbye to them, they will be remembered, and I'm sure we're going to see them again. A beautiful showcase by GEEK FAM. For the last time this season, GG, well played. Let's check out the mic check coming in finally for GEEK FAM.
Go. Ni. Belakang. Aku jaga Mama. Ni. Dah. Nice. Ya. Tahu, tolong. Datang. Kating, guys. Yang saya tebang. Aku gigit dia ni macam ni. Tahu. Nice kan. Dah. Tahu. Ada tengok. Go. Ada. Jom. Ada ke? Let's tak ada skill. Mike. Sabar je, Mike. Nice. Let's mati. Nami balik. Ground nanti. Save dulu Dapat. Aku tak ada. Datang. Aku dah cakap Tahu.
Perlawanan terakhir dalam MPL musim yang ke-9 dimenangi oleh pasukan GEEK FAM. Selamat kembali bersama saya Sid selaku stage host dan ditemani saya dengan lelaki yang cukup tinggi iaitu MyMA daripada pasukan GEEK FAM. First of all, tahniah MyMA.
Terima kasih.
Alright. Apa perasaan MyMA untuk mewakili pasukan GEEK FAM selepas menewaskan pasukan SMG dengan keputusan 2-0?
Okay, bagi saya agak gembira sebab kita orang pun first and foremost kita orang tak pernah menang 2-0. So dengan kemenangan dengan gegasi pula tu, so saya rasa sangat happy lah.
Ya, terbaik. Alright. Bercakap tentang kemenangan besar 2-0 ni, boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak tentang drafting yang telah dilakukan di game yang pertama dan juga game yang kedua secara ringkas?
Okay, so first game kita faham dia orang lepaskan Yeef MY pula kan. Dah memang habis lah. Second game tu patutnya saya main Yeef juga. Tapi tiba-tiba saya berfikir, ni Mok macam sedap Kufra. Oh, kau nak Kufra? Ambil.
Kufra MY.
Kufra.
Mantap. Alright. Melihat line up untuk 2 game terakhir pasukan GEEK FAM, boleh tak bagi tahu adakah ini merupakan permulaan baru pasukan GEEK FAM selepas ketiadaan Zon dan juga Dominus, termasuk Fix?
Okey, bagi saya kita boleh cakap ni new generation lah. Tapi kita, macam biasalah, sebab apa, kita pun ada up and down dan kita pun tak boleh nafikan kalau dia orang pun akan comeback lagi nanti. Kita tak tahu, tapi ikut performance lah. Kalau yang muda tu lagi sesuai untuk main, better bagi dia orang, betul tak?
Yes, hidup ni ibarat roda.
Betul.
Kadang-kadang ada di atas, kadang-kadang ada di bawah. Alright, sebelum kita melepaskan MY, mungkin ada sedikit sebanyak kata-kata kepada peminat-peminat yang datang, yang sanggup datang ke sini untuk menyokong pasukan GEEK FAM, baik di sini dan juga baik yang menonton secara online.
Okay, so saya sebagai wakil daripada tim GEEK FAM, first and foremost saya nak ucapkan memang minta maaf banyak-banyak sebab atas performance up and down kita orang sepanjang season ni. Banyak kalah, bukan banyak menang. Tapi saya juga nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada fans yang sentiasa bersama kita orang daripada bawah ke atas. And saya sangat appreciate benda tu. So saya harap korang terus sokong GEEK FAM. InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang lebih baik pada masa yang akan datang.
Amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada MY. Jadi ini merupakan interview kita yang terakhir sebelum kita masuk ke peringkat playoff. Jadi kita akan bersama-sama dengan Lafel dan juga Abeja untuk segmen push show mereka.
Terima kasih Sif. 2-0 persembahan yang cukup mantap, cukup gempak daripada pasukan GEEK FAM. Anda bersama dengan saya Abeja dan kita ada Lafel. Kita akan bincangkan apa yang terjadi di game yang kedua.
First of all, nak cakap MY spokesperson yang sangat bagus. Sebenarnya interview sangat bagus dan saya faham bila MY cakap, oh, mereka sangat happy sebab mereka berjaya untuk menang 2-0. Kita pun happy juga. Sangat-sangat happy.
Betul. Jadi sekarang ni kita tengok tadi, tapi saya suka macam mana MY cakap tadi kan. Dia macam
penuh dengan emosi.
Dia macam sampai. Macam tu.
Sorry kita lagi banyak kalah menang. Tapi macam mana pun kalau kita tengok dekat dalam game tadi, dia punya confidence pun saya suka. Game pertama dengan game kedua, Sif tanya, macam mana mereka punya draft? Jadi kita akan tengok mereka punya itemization untuk kedua-dua pasukan dekat sini. Tapi, I suka dia cakap. Game pertama, mereka lepaskan Eve. Eve Maima pula tu. Wah, dia punya confidence. I punya Eve dia bagi lepaskan. Dan bagus untuk pasukan GEEK FAM. Mereka masih boleh ada pertukaran role dekat sini. Maima sememangnya kita kena puji di mana yes, dia boleh main jungle, dia boleh main gold, dia boleh main mid dan hari ini dia juga menunjukkan yang dia boleh main roam, dia boleh main tank. Dan untuk pasukan GEEK FAM, kalau kita tengok daripada segi itemization juga di mana LIVESTREAM dekat dalam game ni main dengan sangat-sangat ganas and I suka bukan sebab item tapi sebab cara mereka bermain di mana Maima sentiasa duduk bersama dengan LIVESTREAM bagi masa, bagi kill kepada carry. Di mana dia punya item yang dia utamakan adalah Endless Battle supaya dia ada sinergi dengan dia punya second skill. Setiap kali dia keluarkan second skill, dia boleh dash, larikan diri, tetapi boleh ada extra damage dekat situ dan fokus kepada attack speed dengan Golden Staff, Wind Talker dan untuk pastikan boleh jatuhkan Smooth dan juga Matilda, dia siapkan dia punya penetration item. Jadi tak kisahlah walaupun ada banyak armor dekat situ, dia boleh tembus saja.
Dan kita tengok tadi kan Alfel, okey, performance memang sangat-sangat bagus. Dan kita tengok tim SMG tadi nyaris-nyaris dapat comeback. Tapi sebenarnya apa yang membuatkan macam dorang macam susah balik? Macam GEEK FAM dah dapat tangkap apa yang dorang perlu buat dan dia terus execute benda tu.
Dekat dalam game ni sebenarnya pasukan SMG, mereka punya team fight sangat-sangat bagus dan mereka punya performance disebabkan Lizard yang menggunakan Matilda ni, dia punya engagement, dia fokus kepada Nelby. Pastikan dia cancel real world manipulation daripada Nelby. Tetapi juga disebabkan Lizard kadang-kadang dia out of position, dia keseorangan dan bila berjaya untuk tangkapkan dia, dah tak boleh untuk sesiapa daripada pasukan SMG untuk membantu. Sekarang kita akan tengok post game stats untuk kedua-dua pasukan dan Stormy dekat sini menggunakan Xavier berjaya untuk keluarkan 106,000 damage. Agak besar juga damage yang dikeluarkan oleh Stormy. Kemudian untuk pasukan GEEK FAM yang paling tinggi keluarkan damage adalah Arts yang menggunakan Esmeralda. Arts as of right now, kalau I tengok betul-betul, yes, Arts adalah player yang paling veteran dekat dalam lineup GEEK FAM sekarang ini. Dia keluarkan damage paling besar dan sejujur-jujurnya, Game ni dimenangi disebabkan Arts. Sandbag dia terima 250,000 damage dan macam mana dia pergi ke depan. Dia jauhkan pasukan SMG, memberikan banyak sangat ruang untuk Lil B sebab Lil B punya damage sepatutnya jauh lebih tinggi. Tetapi kalau pasukan SMG boleh fokus semua orang ke arah Lil B, game ni tak boleh dimenangi oleh GEEK FAM. Jadi Arts sememangnya main dengan sangat-sangat bagus.
Ya, dan
sangat-sangat bagus.
Yes, dan itu kita tengok tadi macam mana gameplay diorang. Sebab kita tengok tadi gameplay dia macam kita dapat rasa diorang punya vibe, diorang punya semangat tadi.
Betul.
Sebab diorang tak main-main. Jadi sekarang ni Lafel, apa kata kita saksikan MVP untuk game yang kedua akan diberikan kepada Lil B dengan KDA 538, match kill participation 87%, match goal per minit 762. Penggunaan carry yang sangat bagus.
Ya, dekat dalam game ni, I boleh cakap yang Lil B jauh lebih confident dengan line up ni. Sebab bila dia menggunakan carry adalah hero yang bagus. Attack speed laju, dia boleh lawan dengan mana-mana tank, dia takkan kisah. Tapi kelemahan dia adalah dia punya jarak pukulan tu sangat-sangat dekat, sangat-sangat rendah. Jadi bila kita tengok di mana Lil B tak gerak ke belakang, dia maju terus ke depan, menunjukkan yang yes, I boleh keluarkan damage dan I percayakan semua orang dekat keliling I, Maima, Arts akan berada kat depan, akan berada kat tepi untuk pastikan yang Lil B cukup selamat untuk keluarkan damage.
Dan kalau kita tengok kat sini, item yang dipakai oleh carry, kita ada Endless Battle, Malefic Raw dengan adanya Win Token. Dan kat sini kita tengok macam mana carry ada Golden Staff dan kita tengok dia immortal lagi. Kita dapat rasakan ini damage yang dikeluarkan oleh carry memang cukup-cukup, orang kata memang boom. Nak tak nak, okay, Lil B cakap okay, nak tak nak I have to go for it. Dan ini yang kita nampak, persembahan yang cukup-cukup mantap.
Wow. Tanya dekat skrin tak tulis.
Dan sekarang ini kita akan sama-sama saksikan highlight yang disediakan oleh Samsung Galaxy A series, di mana kalau kita tengok awal-awal game macam mana mereka execute dan apa yang dirancang oleh pasukan SMG cuba untuk mendapatkan. Cubalah Fred tengok kat sini. Okey. Kita nampak gameplay dia sangat-sangat menarik. Apa yang diorang plan, diorang execute dan diorang tumpukan kepada objektif yang perlu dilakukan. Namun begitu, dan kita tengok macam mana. Okey, sila.
Saya rasa dekat sini kita boleh ambil charge untuk analisis. Saya rasa saya punya kerja akan diambil selepas ni. Untuk pasukan GEEK FAM, yes, mereka main dengan sangat bagus. Tapi SMG, mereka mengambil kesempatan dengan Lil B punya playstyle. Suka pergi ke depan, suka untuk keluarkan damage dengan letakkan diri dia sendiri pada bahagian hadapan. Tetapi SMG lagi bila ada smooth dekat situ, dia boleh menggunakan dia punya wild charge untuk knock up, untuk stun, untuk keluarkan damage yang besar. Itu menyebabkan SMG mereka boleh lawan balik. Tetapi tengok positioning daripada Lizard, kadang-kadang dia terlampau ke depan. Dan bila Lizard ada dekat situ, dia tak boleh nak selamatkan dia punya team. Bila dia tak boleh nak selamatkan dia punya team, mereka akan lakukan kesilapan. Bila mereka melakukan kesilapan, Lil B akan ke depan dan keluarkan damage yang besar.
Ada percubaan yang baik dilakukan oleh pasukan SMG sebentar tadi. Ada mereka cuba untuk mendapatkan lot, tetapi berpi daripada pasukan GEEK FAM menunjukkan mereka ataupun dia mampu untuk dapatkan lot dan mampu untuk follow up selepas berjaya mendapatkan lot. Dan ini serangan terakhir, serangan yang menyebabkan pasukan GEEK FAM berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan bersih 2-0.
Baik, sekarang kita tengok kedudukan kumpulan untuk grup A. SMG memang 30, Suhas 18, HomeBois 16 poin, Orange Esports 16 poin, MLBB 14. Manakala di grup B, kalau kita dapat lihat kat sini, Red Esports dengan 25 poin, Todak 23, RSG 20, Tim CaRaCaL 14, GEEK FAM 11.
Ya, dekat sini boleh katakan solidify semua punya position. Dah tak ada game selepas ini melainkan pada bahagian playoff. Dan kalau nak mudahkan pemikiran semua orang, kita akan main upper bracket dan juga lower bracket. Nombor 1 lawan nombor 2, nombor 3 lawan nombor 4. And vice versa.
Lepas ni mungkin kita akan saksikan bracket untuk
Betul.
lihat dengan lebih dalam apa tu yang akan berlaku pada playoff. Tetapi ini dengan rasminya, inilah kedudukan terakhir kumpulan ataupun kedudukan kumpulan daripada grup A dan juga grup B, di mana juara untuk grup A adalah pasukan SMG dan juara untuk grup B adalah Red Esports.
Dan kita tengok untuk orang cakap apa, playoff ni saya dapat tengok, kita dapat rasakan match-match yang paling seru, di mana kita tengok mungkin apa yang belum lagi mereka tunjukkan dekat regular season, kita akan dapat tengok di playoff. Sekarang ini jom sama-sama kita saksikan bracket. Tu dia.
Ya, dekat ya, betul. Ya,
yes.
betul. Okey, jadi saya nak sambut dah ni.
Ya, sila.
Okey. So dekat sini kita akan tengok ini ada perlawanan upper bracket dan juga lower bracket, di mana advantage yang paling besar untuk upper bracket, kalau mereka kalah, mereka akan turun ke pada bahagian lower bracket. Tapi yang paling penting sekali, rematch lagi sekali pasukan SMG menentang dengan Todak, di mana buat masa sekarang, kalau kita ambil balik game daripada Grand Finals season lepas, SMG berjaya untuk menang lawan Todak 4-0. Mereka baru-baru ni berlawan 2-0. Jadi sekarang ni overall score SMG 6, Todak masih kosong. Jadi kat sini pada bahagian upper bracket mereka akan berjumpa. Red Esports dapat sangat kuat akan lawan dengan Suhas Esports. Manakala kat bahagian low bracket ini yang paling bahaya. Siapa yang kalah akan tersingkir terus. Pasukan HomeBois yang susah dengan negatif 8 berjaya untuk layak ke playoff akan menentang dengan pasukan CaRaCaL. RSG MY akan menentang dengan Orange Esports yang ramai orang sangkakan akan tersingkir tetapi berjaya untuk qualify kepada playoff walaupun lower bracket. Dekat sini lower bracket punya fight sangat-sangat menakutkan. Hanya disebabkan satu mistik saja boleh menyebabkan mereka balik awal.
Ya, satu lagi yang menarik tentang permainan di bahagian lower bracket. Game yang dimainkan HomeBois lawan CaRaCaL, Orange lawan RSG merupakan game terakhir pada minggu yang ke-8. Jadi mereka akan berjumpa dalam kurang daripada masa 2 minggu. Mereka akan jumpa sekali lagi. Jadi ini sedikit sebanyak mereka dah tahu apa yang bakal dilakukan oleh pasukan lawan. Jadi mereka boleh prepare. Dan seperti yang dikatakan oleh Lafel, kalau mereka melakukan mistake, mereka akan tersingkir terus daripada MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 ini.
Maknanya dia tak ada turun-turun dah. Kalah situ kalah lah.
Kalah. Kalau time tu mereka bawa Johnson jungle, Allah. Baliklah terus. Johnson tu terus drive balik.
Tapi itulah
McDelivery.
MLBB terus. Tapi itulah kita tengok tadi bracket tu memang sangat-sangat seru.
Seru.
Dan sekarang ni kita akan tengok untuk pemenang kita punya MPL Predictor Mardisha Irfan Izzuddin Dalil Loko. Kat sini pemenang dapat skin ruby lah. Kat sini macam biasalah kan.
Ini pemenang terakhir.
Pemenang terakhir.
Dah tak ada game lagi lah dekat dalam regular season. Siapa yang tak dapat, itulah kenapa tak predict betul-betul.
Betul. Jadi kepada anda semua
tapi Mardisha tu yang bukan
tak dapat skin kan sebab dia tak teka rugilah nanti kan.
Tapi Mardisha tu bukan yang budak-budak suka tengok tu.
Budak yang suka tengok siapa tu?
Mardisha dudu. Okey tak.
Bukan. Jauh. Sip jauh.
Sorry.
Jauh.
Dah buka.
Baik. Inilah dia regular season minggu yang terakhir. Terima kasih kepada anda semua yang menonton. Rasanya kita dah tak sabar untuk kita punya playoff nanti. Mungkin ada apa-apa nak cakap tak, Lafel?
Tak ada apa-apa. Saya dekat sini, saya nak cakap yang saya sedih. Tapi sebenarnya saya sangat excited untuk playoff.
Saya tak sabar nak tengok playoff. Siapakah juara dan siapakah akan mewakili Malaysia ke MSC?
Saya pun sama macam mereka berdua. Jadi sekarang ini kita akan berjumpa lagi lah. Kita berjumpa lagi pada playoff nanti. So nantikan kita punya playoff. Siapa yang akan menjadi juara untuk MPL-MY musim ke-9.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rockstar. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau